Book First, Chapter 1 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LikeManyWaters. A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. Book First, Chapter 1 Aimless Steps. Another month's work will knock Morton into pie, was a remark that caught my ear as I fumed from the composing room back to my private office. I had just irately blamed a printer for a blunder of my own, and the words I overheard reminded me of the unpleasant truth that I had recently made a great many senseless blunders, over which I chafed in merciless self-condemnation. For weeks and months my mind had been tense under the strain of increasing work and responsibility. It was my nature to become absorbed in my tasks, and as a night editor of a prominent city journal, I found a limitless field for labor. It was true I could have jogged along under the heavy burden with comparatively little wear and loss, but impelled by both temperament and ambition, I was trying to maintain a racer's speed. From casual employment as a reporter, I had worked my way up to my present position, and the tireless activity and alertness required to win and hold such a place was seemingly degenerating into a nervous restlessness which permitted no repose of mind or rest of body. I worked when other men slept, but instead of availing myself of the right to sleep when the world was awake, I yielded to an increasing tendency to wakefulness, and read that I might be informed on the endless variety of subjects occupying public attention. The globe was becoming a vast hunting ground around which my thoughts ranged almost unceasingly, that I might capture something new, striking, or original for the benefit of our paper. Each day the quest had grown more eager, and as the hour for going to press approached, I would become even feverish in my intense desire to send the paper out with a breezy, newsy aspect, and would be elated if, at the last moment, material was flashed in that would warrant startling headlines, and correspondingly depressed if the weary old world had a few hours of quiet and peace. To make the paper go, every faculty I possessed was in the harness. The aside I had just overheard suggested at least one very probable result. In printer's jargon, I would soon be in pie. The remark, combined with my stupid blunder, for which I had blamed an innocent man, caused me to pull up and ask myself whither I was hurrying so breathlessly. Saying to my assistant that I did not wish to be disturbed for a half hour unless it was essential, I went to my little inner room. I wished to take a mental inventory of myself and see how much was left. Hitherto I had been on the keen run, a condition not favorable to introspection. Neither my temperament nor the school in which I had been trained inclined me to slow, deliberate processes of reasoning. I looked my own case over as I might that of some brother editors, whose journals were draining them of life, and whose obituaries I shall probably write if I survive them. Reason and conscience, now that I gave them a chance, began to take me to task severely. "You are a blundering fool," said Reason, "and the man in the composing room is right. You are chafing over petty blunders while ignoring the fact that your whole present life is a blunder, and the adequate reason why your faculties are becoming untrustworthy. Each day you grow more nervously anxious to have everything correct, giving your mind to endless details, and your powers are beginning to snap like the overstrained strings of a violin. At this rate you will soon spend yourself and all there is of you." Then conscience, like an irate judge on the bench, arraigned me. "You are a heathen, and your paper is your car of juggernaut. You are ceasing to be a man and becoming merely an editor. No, not even an editor. A newsmonger, one of the world's gossips. You are an Athenian only as you wish to hear and tell some new thing. Long ears are becoming the appropriate symbols of your being. You are too hurried, too eager for temporary success, too taken up with details, to form calm philosophical opinions of the great events of your time, and thus be able to shape men's opinions. You commenced as a reporter and are a reporter still. You pride yourself that you are not narrow, unconscious of the truth that you are spreading yourself thinly over the mere surface of affairs. You have little comprehension of the deeper forces and motives of humanity. It is true that I might have pleaded in extenuation of these rather severe judgments that I was somewhat alone in the world, living in bachelor apartments, without the redeeming influences of home and family life. There were none whose love gave them the right or the motive to lay a restraining hand upon me, and my associates in labor were more inclined to applaud my zeal than to curb it. Thus it had been left to the casual remark of a nameless printer and an instance of my own failing powers to break the spell that ambition and habit were weaving. Before the half hour elapsed, I felt weak and ill. The moment I had relaxed the tension and willpower which I had maintained so long, reaction set in. Apparently, I had about reached the limits of endurance. I felt as if I were growing old and feeble by minutes as one might by years. Taking my hat and coat, I passed out, remarking to my assistant that he must do the best he could, that I was ill and would not return. If the journal had never appeared again, I could not then have written a line to save it or read another proof. Saturday morning found me feverish, unrefreshed, and more painfully conscious than ever that I was becoming little better than the presses on which the paper was printed. Depression inevitably follows weariness and exhaustion, and one could scarcely take a more gloomy view of himself than I did. "I will escape from this city as if it were Sodom," I muttered, "and a June day in the country will reveal whether I have a soul for anything beyond the wrangle of politics and the world's gossip." In my despondency, I was inclined to be reckless, and after merely writing a brief note to my editorial chief, saying that I had broken down and was going to the country, I started almost at random. After a few hours' riding, I wearied of the cars and left them at a small village whose name I did not care to inquire. The mountains and scenery pleased me, although the day was overcast, like my mind and fortunes. Having found a quiet inn and gone through the form of a dinner, I sat down on the porch in dreary apathy. The afternoon aspect of the village street seemed as dull and devoid of interest as my own life at that hour, and in fancy I saw myself, a broken-down man, lounging away days that would be like eternities, going through my little round like a bit of driftwood, slowly circling in an eddy of the world's great current. With lackluster eyes, I looked up to the hills, but no help came from them. The air was close, the sky leaden, even the birds would not sing. Why had I come to the country? It had no voices for me, and I resolved to return to the city. But while I waited, my eyes grew heavy with the blessed power to sleep, a boon from which I then felt that I would travel to the Ultima Thule. Leaving orders that I should not be disturbed, I went to my room, and Nature took the tired man as if he were a weary child into her arms. At last I imagined that I was at the Academy of Music, and that the orchestra were tuning their instruments for the overture. A louder strain than usual caused me to start up, and I saw through the open window a robin on a maple bough, with its tuneful throat swelled to the utmost. This was the leader of my orchestra, and the whole country was alive with musicians, each one giving out its own notes without any regard for the others. But apparently the score had been written for them all, since the innumerable strains made one divine harmony. From the full-orbed song from the maple by my window down to the faintest chirp and twitter, there was no discord, while from the fields beyond the village the whistle of the meadowlarks was so mellowed and softened by distance as to incline one to wonder whether their notes were real or mere ideals of sound. For a long time I was serenely content to listen to the myriad voiced chords without thinking of the past or future. At last I found myself idly querying whether nature did not so blend all out-of-door sounds as to make them agreeable, when suddenly a catbird broke the spell of harmony by its flat, discordant note. Instead of my wonted irritation at anything that jarred upon my nerves, I laughed as I sprang up, saying, "That cry reminds me that I am in the body and in the same old world. That catbird is near akin to the croaking printer." But my cynicism was now more assumed than real, and I began to wonder at myself. The change of air and scene had seemingly broken a malign influence, and sleep, that for weeks had almost forsaken me, had yielded its deep refreshment for 15 hours. Besides, I had not sinned against my life so many years as to have destroyed the elasticity of early manhood, When I had laid down to rest, I had felt myself to be a weary, broken, aged man. Had I, in my dreams, discovered the fountain of youth and unconsciously bathed in it? In my rebound toward health of mind and body, I seemed to have realized what the old Spaniard vainly hoped for. I dressed in haste, eager to be out in the early June sunshine. There had been a shower in the night, and the air had a fine, exhilarating quality, in contrast with the close sultriness of the previous afternoon. Instead of nibbling at breakfast while I devoured the morning dailies, I ate a substantial meal and only thought of papers to bless their absence, and then walked down to the village street with the quick, glad tread of one whose hope and zest in life had been renewed. Fragrant June roses were opening on every side, and it appeared to me that all the sin of man could not make the world offensive to heaven that morning. I wished that some of the villagers whom I met were more in accord with nature's moods, but in view of my own shortcomings, and still more because of my fine physical condition, I was disposed toward a large charity. And yet I could not help wondering how some that I saw could walk among their roses and still look so glum and matter of fact. I felt as if I could kiss every velvet petal. "You were unjust," I charged back on conscience. "This morning proves that I am not an ingrained newsmonger. There is still man enough left within me to revive at nature's touch." And I exultantly quickened my steps until I had left the village miles away. Before the morning was half gone, I learned how much of my old vigor had ebbed, for I was growing weary early in the day. Therefore I paused before a small gray building, old and weather-stained, that seemed neither a barn nor a dwelling nor a schoolhouse. A man was in the act of unlocking the door, and his garb suggested that it might be a friend's meeting-house. Yielding to an idle curiosity, I mounted a stone wall at a point where I was shaded and partially screened by a tree, and watched and waited, beguiling the time with a branch of sweetbrier that hung over my resting place. Soon strong open wagons and rockaways began to appear, drawn by sleek, plump horses that often seemingly were gayer than their drivers. Still, there was nothing sour in the aspect or austere in the garb of the people. Their quiet appearance took my fancy amazingly, and the peach-like bloom on the cheeks of even well-advanced matrons suggested a serene and quiet life. These are the people of all others with whom I would like to worship today, I thought. And I hope that the rotund old lady, whose face beams under the shadow of her deep bonnet like a harvest moon through a fleecy cloud, will feel moved to speak. I plucked a few buds from the sweetbrier bush, fastened them in my buttonhole, and promptly followed the old lady into the meeting-house. Having found a vacant pew, I sat down and looked around with serene content. But I soon observed that something was amiss, for the menfolk looked at each other and then at me. At last an elderly and substantial friend, with a face so flushed and round as to suggest a Baldwin apple, arose and creaked with painful distinctness to where I was innocently infringing on one of their customs. "If thee will follow me, friend," he said, "I'll give thee a seat with the menfolks. Thee's welcome, and thee'll feel more at home to follow our ways." His cordial grasp of my hand would have disarmed suspicion itself, and I followed him meekly. In my embarrassment and desire to show that I had no wish to appear forward, I persisted in taking a side seat next to the wall and quite near the door, for my guide, in order to show his good will and to atone for what might seem rudeness, was bent on marshalling me almost up to the high seats that faced the congregation, where sat my rubicund old friend lady, whose aspect betokened that she had just the gospel message I needed. At once I noted that these staid and decorous people looked straight before them in an attitude of quiet expectancy. A few little children turned on me their round, curious eyes, but no one else stared at the blundering stranger, whose modish coat with a sprig of wild roses in its buttonhole made him rather a conspicuous contrast to the other menfolk, and I thought, "Here certainly is an example of good breeding which could scarcely be found among other Christians. If one of these friends should appear in the most fashionable church on the avenue, he would be well stared at. But even here the children are receiving admonitory nudges not to look at me." I soon felt that it was not the thing to be the only one who was irreverently looking around, and my good fortune soon supplied ample motive for looking steadily in one direction. The reader may justly think that I should have composed my mind to meditation on my many sins, but I might as well have tried to gather in my hands the reins of all the wild horses of Arabia as to curb and manage my errant thoughts. My only chance was for some one or something to catch and hold them for me. If that old friend lady would preach, I was sure she would do me good. As it was, her face was an antidote to the influences of the world in which I dwelt, but I soon began to dream that I had found a still better remedy, for at a fortunate angle from my position there sat a young Quakeress whose side face arrested my attention and held it. By leaning a little against the wall as well as the back of my bench, I also, well content, could look straight before me like the others. The fair profile was but slightly hidden by a hat that had a perceptible leaning toward the world in its character, but the brow was only made to seem a little lower, and her eyes deepened in their blue by its shadow. My sweetbrier blossoms were not more delicate in their pink shadings than was the bloom on her rounded cheek, and the white firm chin denoted an absence of weakness and frivolity. The upper lip from where I sat seemed one half of Cupid's bow. I could but barely catch a glimpse of a ripple of hair that, perhaps, had not been smoothed with sufficient pains, and thus seemed in league with a slightly worldly bonnet. In brief, to my kindled fancy, her youth and loveliness appeared the exquisite human embodiment of the June morning, with its alternations of sunshine and shadow, its roses and their fragrance, of its abounding yet untarnished and beautiful life. No one in the meeting seemed moved save myself, but I felt as if I could become a poet, a painter, and even a lover under the inspiration of that perfect profile. End of Book First, Chapter 1. Book First, Chapter 2 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 2, A June Daydream. Moment after moment passed, but we all sat silent and motionless. Through the open windows came a low, sweet monotone of the wind from the shadowing maples, sometimes swelling into a great depth of sound, and again dying to a whisper, and the effect seemed finer than that of the most skillfully touched organ. Occasionally an irascible humblebee would dart in, and after a moment of motionless poise would dart out again, as if in angry disdain of the quiet people. In its irate hum and sudden dartings I saw my own irritable fuming and nervous activity, and I blessed the friends and their silent meeting. I blessed the fair June face that was as far removed from the seething turmoil of my world as the rosebuds under her home windows. Surely I had drifted out of the storm into the very haven of rest and peace, and yet one might justly dread lest the beauty which bound my eyes every moment in a stronger fascination would evoke an unrest from which there might be no haven. Young men, however, rarely shrink from such perils, and I was no more prudent than my fellows. Indeed, I was inclining toward the fancy that this June day was the day of destiny with me, and if such a creature were the remedy for my misshapen life, it would be bliss to take it. In our sweet silence, broken only by the voice of the wind, the twitter of the birds beguiling perhaps with pretty nonsense the hours that would otherwise seem long to their brooding mates on the nests, and the hum of insects, my fancy began to create a future for the fair stranger, a future, rest assured, that did not leave the dreamer a calm and disinterested observer. This day, I said mentally, proves that there is a kindly and superintending Providence, and men are often led, like children in the dark, to just the thing they want. The wisdom of Solomon could not have led me to a place more suited to my taste and need than have my blind, aimless steps. And before me are possibilities which suggest the vista through which Eve was led to Adam. My constant contact with men who were keen, self-seeking, and often unscrupulous inclined me toward cynicism and suspicion. My editorial life made me an Arab in a sense, for if there were occasion, my hand might be against any man, if not every man. I certainly received many merciless blows, and I was learning to return them with increasing zest. My column in the paper was often a tilting ground, and whether or no I inflicted wounds that amounted to much, I received some that long rankled. A home such as yonder woman might make would be a better solace than newspaper files. Such lips as these might easily draw the poison from any wound the world could make. Wintry firelight would be more genial than even June sunlight if her eyes would reflect it into mine. With such companionship, all the Gradgrinds in existence would prose in vain. Life would never lose its ideality, nor the world become a mere combination of things. Her woman's fancy would embroider my man's reason and make it beautiful, while not taking from it its strength. Idiot that I was in imagining that I alone could achieve success. Inevitably, I could make but a half success, since the finer feminine element would be wanting. Do I wish men only to read our paper? Am I a Turk, holding the doctrine that women have no souls, no minds? The shade of my mother forbid. Then how was I, a man, to interpret the world to women? Truly, I had been an owl of the night and blind to the honest light of truth when I yielded to the counsel of ambition, that I had no time for courtship and marriage. In my stupid haste, I would try to grope my way through subjects beyond a man's ken, rather than seek some such guide as yonder maiden, whose intuitions would be unerring when the light of reason failed. In theory, I held the doctrine that there was sex in mind as truly as in the material form. Now I was inclined to act as if my doctrine were true, and to seek to double my power by winning the supplemental strength and grace of a woman's soul. Indeed, my daydream was becoming exceedingly thrifty in its character, and I assured ambition that the companionship of such a woman as yonder maiden must be might become the very cornerstone of success. Time passed, and still no one was moved. Was my presence the cause of the spiritual paralysis? I think not, for I was becoming conscious of reverent feeling and deeper motives. If the fair face was my gospel message, it was already leading me beyond the thoughts of success and ambition, of mental power and artistic grace. Her womanly beauty began to awaken my moral nature, and her pure face, that looked as free from guile as any daisy with its eyes turned to the sun, led me to ask, "What right have you to approach such a creature? Think of her needs, of her being first, and not your own. Would you drag her into the turmoil of your world because she would be a solace? Would you disturb the maidenly serenity of that brow with the knowledge of evil and misery, the nightly record of which you have collated so long that you are callous? You, whose business it is to look behind the scenes of life, will you disenchant her also? It is your duty to unmask hypocrisy and to drag hidden evil to light, but will you teach her to suspect and distrust? Should you not yourself become a better, truer, purer man before you look into the clear depths of her blue eyes? Beware lest thoughtlessly or selfishly you sully their limpid truth. If she could be God's evangel to me, I might indeed be a better man," I muttered. "That is ever the way," suggested Conscience. "There is always an if in the path of duty, and you make your change for the better depend on the remote possibility that yonder maiden will ever look on you as other than a casual stranger that caused a slight disturbance in the wonted placidity of their meeting hour." "Hush!" I answered Conscience imperiously. "Since the old friend lady will not preach, I shall endure none of your homilies. I yield myself to the influences of this day, and during this hour no curb shall be put on fancy. In my soul I know that I would be a better man if she is what she seems, and could be to me all that I have dreamed, and were I tenfold worse than I am, she would be the better for making me better. Did not divine purity come the closest to sinful humanity? I shall approach this maiden in fancy, and may seek her in reality, but it shall be with a respect so sincere and an homage so true as to rob my thoughts and quest of bold irreverence or of mere selfishness. Suppose I am seeking my own good, my own salvation it may be. I am not seeking to wrong her. Are not heaven's best gifts best won by giving all for them? I would lay my manhood at her feet. I do not expect to earn her or buy her, giving a quid pro quo. A woman's love is like the grace of heaven, a royal gift, and the spirit of the suitor is more regarded than his desert. Moreover, I do not propose to soil her life with the evil world that I must daily brush against. but through her influence to do a little toward purifying that world. Since this is but a dream, I shall dream it out to suit me. That stalwart and elderly friend who led me to this choice point of observation is her father, the plump and motherly matron on the high seat, whose face alone is a remedy for care and worry, is her mother. They will invite me home with them when the meeting is over. Already I see the tree-embowered farmhouse, with its low, wide veranda, and old-fashioned roses climbing the lattice-work. In such a fragrant nook, or perhaps in the orchard back of the house, I shall explore the wonderland of this maiden's mind and heart. Beyond the innate reserve of an unsophisticated womanly nature, there will be little reticence, and her thoughts will flow with the clearness and unpremeditation of the brook that I crossed on my way here. What a change they will be from the world's blotted page that I have read too exclusively of late. Perhaps it will appear to her that I have become smirched by these pages, and that my character has the aspect of a printer at the close of his day's tasks. This source of fear, however, is also a source of hope. If she has the quickness of intuition to discover that I know the world too well, she will also discern the truth that I would gladly escape from that which might eventually destroy my better nature, and that hers could be the hand which might rescue my manhood. To the degree that she is a genuine woman, there will be fascination in the power of making a man more manly and worthy of respect. Especially will this be true if I have the supreme good fortune not to offend her woman's fancy and to excite her sympathy without awakening contempt. But I imagine I am giving her credit for more maturity of thought and discernment than her years permit. She must be young, and her experiences would give her no means of understanding my life. She will look at me with the frank, unsuspecting gaze of a child. She will exercise toward me that blessed phase of charity which thinketh no evil because ignorant of evil. Moreover, while I am familiar with the sin of the world and have contributed my share toward it, I am not in love with it, and I can well believe that such a love as she might inspire would cause me to detest it. If for her sake and other good motives I should resolutely and voluntarily turn my back on evil, would not I have the right to walk at the side of one who, by the good hap of her life, knows no evil? At any rate, I am not sufficiently magnanimous to forego the opportunity should it occur. Therefore, among the lengthening shadows of this June day, I shall woo with my utmost skill one who may be able to banish the deeper shadows that are gathering around my life. And if I fail, I shall carry the truth of her springtime beauty and girlish innocence back to the city, and their memory will daily warn me to beware, lest I lose the power to love and appreciate that which is her preeminent charm. But enough of that phase of the question. There need be no failure in my dream, however probable failure may be in reality. Let me imagine that in her lovely face I may detect the slight curiosity inspired by a stranger, passing into interest. She will be shy and reserved at first, but as the delicious sense of being understood and admired gains mastery, her thoughts will gradually reveal her heart like the opening petals of a rose, and I can reverently gaze upon the rich treasure of which she is the unconscious possessor, and which I may win without impoverishing her. Her ready laugh, clear and mellow as the robin's song that woke me this morning, will be the index of an unfailing spring of mirthfulness, of that breezy, piquant, laughing philosophy which gives to some women an indescribable charm, enabling them to render gloom and despondency rare inmates of the home over which they preside. When I recall what dark depths of perplexity and trouble my mother often hid with her light laugh, I remember that I have never yet had a chance even to approach her in heroism. In my dream, at least, I can give to my wife my mother's laugh and courage. And surely Nature, who has endowed yonder maiden with so much beauty, has also bestowed every suitable accompaniment. Wherefore I shall discover in her eyes treasures of sunshine that shall light my home on stormy days and winter nights. As I vary our theme of talk from bright to sad experiences, I shall catch a glimpse of that without which the world would become a desert. Woman's sympathy. Possibly I may venture to suggest my own need and emphasize it by a reference to Holy Writ that would be appropriate in a Sunday wooing, Surely she would admit that if Adam could not endure being alone in Eden, a like fate would be far more deserving of pity in such a wilderness as New York. Then, as a sequel to her sympathy, I may witness the awakening of that noble characteristic of woman, self-sacrifice, the generous impulse to give happiness, even though at cost to self. As the winged hours pass, and our glances, our words, our intuitions, and the subtle laws of magnetism that are so powerful, and yet so utterly beyond the ken of reason, reveal us to each other, I detect in the depths of her blue eyes a light which vanishes when I seek it, but returns again, a principle which she does not even recognize, much less understand, and yet which she already unconsciously obeys. Her looks are less frank and open. Her manner grows deliciously shy. She hesitates and chooses her words, but is not so happy in their choice as when she spoke without premeditation. Instead of the wonted bloom on her cheek, her color comes and goes. Oh, most exquisite phase of human power! I control the fountain of her life, and by an act, a word, a glance even, can cause the crimson tide to rise even to her brow, and then to ebb, leaving her sad and pale. Joy, joy! I have won that out of which can be created the best thing of earth, and the type of heaven, a home. At this supreme moment in my daydream, an elderly friend on the high seat gave his hand to another white-haired man who had, for the last hour, leaned his chin on his stout cane, and meditated under the shadow of his broad-brimmed hat, and our silent meeting was over. The possessor of the exquisite profile who had led me through a flight of romance such as I had never known before, turned and looked directly at me. The breaking of my dream had been too sudden, and I had been caught too high up to alight again on the solid ground of reality with ease and grace. The night editor blushed like a schoolgirl under her glance, at which she seemed naturally surprised. She, of course, could imagine no reason why her brief look of curiosity should cause me confusion and bring a guilty crimson to my face. I took it as a good omen, however, and said mentally as I passed out with the others, "My thoughts have already established a subtle influence over her, drawing her eyes and the first delicate tendril of interest toward one to whom she may cling for life." End of Book First, Chapter 2. Book First, Chapter 3 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 3 The Shining Tide. As I was strenuously seeking to gain possession of my wits so that I could avail myself of any opportunity that offered or could be made by adroit prompt action, the stalwart and elderly friend who had seemed thus far one of the ministers of my impending fate again took my hand and said, "I hope thee'll forgive me for asking thee to conform to our ways and not think any rudeness was meant." "The grasp of your hand at once taught me that you were friendly as well as a friend," I replied. "We should not belie our name truly. I fear thee did not enjoy our silent meeting." "You are mistaken, sir. It was just the meeting which as a weary man I needed." "I hope thee wasn't asleep," he said with a humorous twinkle in his honest blue eyes. "You are quite mistaken again," I answered smiling. But I should have been in a dilemma had he asked me if I had been dreaming. "These are strangers in these parts," he continued in a manner that suggested kindness rather than curiosity. Possibly this is the day of my fate, I thought, and this man the father of my ideal woman. And I decided to angle with my utmost skill for an invitation. "You are correct," I replied, "and I much regret that I have wandered so far from my hotel, for I am not strong." "Well, thee may have good cause to be sorry, though we do our best. But if thee's willing to put up with homely fare and homely people, thee's welcome to come home with us." Seeing eager acquiescence in my face, he continued, without giving me time to reply, "Here, mother, thee always provides enough for one more. We'll have a stranger within our gates today, perhaps." To my joy, the friend lady with a face like a benediction turned at his words. At the same moment, a large three-seated rockaway with a ruddy boy as driver drew up against the adjacent horse block, while the fair unknown, who had stood among a bevy of young Quakeresses like a tall lily among lesser flowers, came toward us holding a little girl by the hand. The family group was drawing together according to my prophetic fancy, and my heart beat thick and fast. Truly, this was the day of fate. Homely people, indeed, what cared I for fair in the very hour of destiny? "Mother," he said with his humorous twinkle, "I'm bent on making amends to this stranger who seemed to have a drawing toward thy side of the house. Thee didn't give him any spiritual fare in the meeting house, but I think thee'll do better by him at the farmhouse. When I tell thee that he is not well and a long way from home, thee'll give him a welcome." "Indeed," said the old lady, taking my hand in her soft, plump palm, while her face fairly beamed with kindness. "It would be poor faith that did not teach us our duty toward the stranger, and if I mistake not, thee'll change our duty into a pleasure." "Do not hope to entertain an angel," I said. "That's well," the old gentleman put in. "Our dinner will be rather too plain and substantial for angel's fare. I think thee'll be the better for it, though." "I am the better already for your most unexpected kindness, which I now gratefully accept as a stranger. I hope, however, that I may be able to win a more definite and personal regard." And I handed the old gentleman my card. "Richard Morton is thy name, then. I'll place thee beside Ruth Yocombe, my wife. Come, mother, we're keeping friend Jones's team from the block." "My name is Thomas Yocombe." No, take the back seat by my wife. She may preach to thee a little going home. Drive on, Reuben," he added as he and his two daughters stepped quickly in. "And give friend Jones a chance. This is Ada Yocombe, my daughter, and this is little Zillah. Mother thought that since the two names went together in Scripture, they ought to go together out of it. And I am the last man in the world to go against the Scripture. That's Reuben Yocombe driving. Now thee knows all the family, and I hope thee don't feel as much of a stranger as thee did." And the hearty old man turned and beamed on me with a good will that I felt to be as warm and genuine as the June sunshine. "To be frank," I exclaimed, "I am at a loss to understand your kindness. In the city we are suspicious of strangers and stand aloof from them. But you treat me as if I had brought a cordial letter of introduction from one you esteem highly." So thee has, only the letter came before thee did. "Be not forgetful to entertain strangers." That's the way it reads, doesn't it, mother? "Moreover, Richard Morton," his wife added, "thee has voluntarily come among us and sat down with us for a quiet hour. Little claim to the faith of Abraham could we have should we let thee wander off to get thy dinner with the birds in the woods, for the village is miles away." "Mother'll make amends to thee for the silent meeting," said Mr. Yocombe, looking around with an impressive nod. "I trust she will," I replied. I wanted to hear her preach. It was her kindly face that led to my blunder, for it so attracted me from my perch of observation on the wall that I acted on my impulse and followed her into the meeting house, feeling in advance that I had found a friend. "Well, I guess thee has. One of the old school," laughed her husband. The daughter Ada turned and looked at me while she smiled approvingly. Oh, blessed day of destiny! When did dream and reality so keep pace before? Was I not dreaming still and imagining everything to suit my own fancy? When would the perverse world begin to assert itself? Sitting just before me on the next seat, so that I could often see the same perfect profile, was the maiden that I had already wooed and won in fancy. Though she was so near and in the full sunlight, I could detect no cloudiness in her exquisite complexion, nor discover a fault in her rounded form. The slope of her shoulders was grace itself. She did not lean back weakly or languidly, but sat erect, with a quiet, easy poise of vigor and health. Her smile was frank and friendly, and yet not as enchanting as I expected. It was an affair of facial muscles rather than the lighting up of the entire visage. Nor did her full face, now that my confusion had passed away and I was capable of close observation, give the same vivid impression of beauty made by her profile. It was pretty, very pretty, but for some reasons disappointing. Then I smiled at my half-conscious criticism and thought, you have imagined a creature of unearthly perfection and expect your impossible ideal to be realized. Were she all that you have dreamed, she would be much too fine for an ordinary mortal like yourself. In her rich, unperverted womanly nature, you will find the beauty that will outlast that of form and feature. I fear thee found our silent meeting long and tedious, said Mrs. Yocombe deprecatingly. I assure you I did not, I replied, though I hoped you would have a message for us. It was not given to me, she said meekly. Then she added, those not used to our ways are troubled perhaps with wandering thoughts during these silent hours. I was not today, I replied with bowed head. I found a subject that held mine. I'm glad, she said, her face kindling with pleasure. May I ask the nature of the truth that held thy meditations? Perhaps I will tell you sometime, I answered hesitatingly, then added reverently, it was of a very sacred nature. Thee's right, she said gravely. Far be it from me to wish to look curiously upon thy soul's communion. For a moment I felt guilty that I should have so misled her, but reassured myself with the thought. That which I dwelt upon was as sacred to me as my mother's memory. I changed the subject and sought by every means in my power to lead her to talk, for thus I thought I shall learn the full source of womanly life from which the peerless daughter has drawn her nature. The kind old lady needed but little incentive. Her thoughts flowed freely in a quaint, sweet vernacular that savored of the meeting house. I was both interested and charmed, and as we rode at a quiet jog through the June sunlight, felt that I was in the hands of a kindly fate that, in accordance with the old fairy tales, was bent on giving one poor mortal all he desired. At last, on a hillside sloping to the south, I saw the farmhouse of my dream. 2 tall honey locusts stood like faithful guardians on each side of the porch. An elm drooped over the farther end of the piazza. In the doorway, the foliage of 2 great silver poplar or aspen trees fluttered perpetually with its light sheen. A maple towered high behind the house, and a brook that ran not far away was shadowed by a weeping willow. Other trees were grouped here and there as if nature had planted them, and upon one a wild grapevine clambered, its unobtrusive blossoms filling the air with a fragrance more delicious even than that of the old-fashioned roses which abounded everywhere. Was there ever a sweeter nook? I thought as I stepped out on the wide horse block and gave my hand to one who seemed the beautiful culmination of the scene. Miss Ada needed but little assistance to alight, but she took my hand in hers, which she had ungloved as she approached her home. It was her mother's soft, plump hand, but unmarked as yet by years of toil. I forgot we were such entire strangers, and under the impulse of my fancy, clasped it a trifle warmly, at which she gave me a look of slight surprise, thus suggesting that there was no occasion for the act. You are mistaken, I mentally responded. There is more occasion than you imagine, more than I may dare to tell you for a long time to come. A lady who had been sitting on the piazza disappeared within the house, and Ada followed her. Now, mother, said Mr. Yocombe, since thee did so little for friend Morton's spiritual man, see what thee can do for the temporal. I'll take the high seat this time, and can tell thee beforehand that there'll be no silent meeting. Father may seem to thee a little irreverent, but he doesn't mean to be. It's his way, said his wife with a smile. If thee'll come with me, I'll show thee to a room where thee can rest and prepare for dinner. I followed her through a wide hall to a stairway that changed its mind when halfway up and turned in an opposite direction. It suggests the freedom and unconventionality of this home, I thought, yielding to my mood to idealize everything. This is thy room so long as thee'll be pleased to stay with us, she said with a genial smile, and her ample form vanished from the doorway. I was glad to be alone. The shining tide of events was bearing me almost too swiftly. Can this be even the beginning of true love since it runs so smoothly? I queried. And yet it had all come about so simply and naturally, and for everything there was such adequate cause and rational explanation that I assured myself that I had reason for self-congratulation rather than wonder. Having seen such a maiden, it would be strange indeed if I had not been struck by her beauty. With an hour on my hands and thoughts that called no one master, it would have been stranger still if I had not beguiled into a dream which, in my need, promised so much that I was now bent on its fulfillment. Kind Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe had but carried out the teachings of their faith, and thus I was within the home of one who, developing under the influences of such a mother and such surroundings, would have the power beyond most other women of creating another home. I naturally thought that here, in this lovely and sheltered spot, and under just the conditions that existed, might be perfected the simple natural flower of womanhood that the necessities of my life and character required. I was too eager to prove my theories, and too strongly under the presentiment that my hour of destiny had come, to rest, and so gladly welcomed the tinkle of the dinner bell. The apparent mistress of my fate had not diminished her unconscious power by exchanging her Sunday morning costume for a light muslin that revealed more of her white throat than the strict canons of her sect would warrant perhaps, but none too much for maidenly modesty and artistic effect. Indeed, the gown harmonized with her somewhat worldly hat. I regarded these tendencies as good omens, however, felicitating myself with the thought that while her Quaker antecedents would always give to her manner and garb a beautiful simplicity, they would not trammel her taste with arbitrary custom. Though now more clearly satisfied that the beauty of her full face by no means equaled that of her profile, I was still far more than content with a perfection of features that sustained a rigorous scrutiny. "Richard Morton," said Mrs. Yocombe, "let me make thee acquainted with Emily Warren." I turned and bowed to a young woman who seemed very colorless and unattractive to my brief glance. Compared with a radiant creature opposite me, it would appear that I made no very marked impression on her either, for she chattered with little Zillah who sat beyond her, and with Reuben across the table, making no effort to secure my attention. If Mrs. Yocombe's powers as a spiritual provider were indicated by the table she had spread for us, the old meeting house should be crowded every Sunday on the bare possibility that she might speak. From the huge plate of roast beef before her husband to the dainty dish of wild strawberries on the sideboard, all was appetizing, and although it was the day of my destiny, I found myself making a hearty meal. My beautiful vis-a-vis evidently had no thoughts of destiny, and proved that the rich blood which mantled her cheeks had an abundant and healthful source. I liked that too. There is no sentimental nonsense about her, I thought, and her views of life will never be dyspeptic. I longed to hear her talk, and yet was pleased that she was not garrulous. Her father evidently thought that this was his hour and opportunity, and he seasoned the ample repast with not a little homely wit and humor, in which his wife would sometimes join and again curb and deprecate. I began to grow disappointed that the daughter did not manifest some of her mother's quaint and genial good sense, or some sparkle and piquancy that would correspond to her father's humor. But the few remarks she made had reference chiefly to the people at the meeting and verged toward small gossip. I broached several subjects which I thought might interest her, but could obtain little other response than "yes," with a faint rising inflection. After one of these unsuccessful attempts, I detected a slight peculiar smile on Miss Warren's face. It was a mischievous light in her dark eyes more than anything else, and as she met my puzzled look it vanished instantly and she turned away. Everything in my training and calling stimulated alertness, and I knew that smile was at my expense. Why was she laughing at me? Had she, by an intuition, divined my attitude of mind? A plague on woman's intuitions! What man is safe a moment? But this could scarcely be, for the one toward whom my thoughts had flown for the last 3 hours, and on whom I had bent glances that did her royal homage, was serenely unconscious of my interest, or else supremely indifferent to it. She did not seem unfriendly, and I imagined that she harbored some curiosity in regard to me. My dress, manner, and some slight personal allusions secured far more attention than any abstract topic I could introduce. Her lips, however, were so exquisitely chiseled that they made for the time any utterance agreeable, and suggested that only tasteful thoughts and words could come from them. "Now, Mother," said Mr. Yocombe, leaning back in his chair after finishing a generous cup of coffee, "I feel inclined to be a good Christian man. I have a broad charity for about everyone except editors and politicians. I am a man of peace, and there can be no peace while these disturbers of the body politic thrive by setting people by the ears. I don't disparage the fare, Mother, that thee gives us at the meeting house. That is, when thee does give us any, but I do take my affirmation that thee has prepared a gospel feast for us since we came home that has refreshed my inner man. As long as I am in the body, roast beef and like creature comforts are a means of grace to me. I am now in a contented frame of mind and am quite disposed to be amiable. Emily Warren, I can even tolerate thy music. Nay, let me speak the truth. I'd much like to hear some after my nap. Thee needn't shake thy head at me, Mother. I've caught thee listening, and if thee brings me up before the meeting, I'll tell on thee. Does thee realize, Emily Warren, that thee is leading us out of the straight and narrow way?" "I would be glad to lead you out of a narrow way," she replied in a tone so quiet and yet so rich that I was inclined to believe I had not yet seen Miss Warren. Perhaps she saw that I was becoming conscious of her existence, for I again detected the old mirthful lights in her eyes. Was I or Mr. Yocombe's remark the cause? Who was Emily Warren, anyway? And why must she be at the farmhouse at a time when I so earnestly wished the coast clear? The perverse world at last was asserting its true self, and there was a promise of a disturbance in my shining tide. Moreover, I was provoked that the one remark of this Emily Warren had pointed to it, while my perfect flower of womanhood had revealed nothing definitely save a good appetite, and that she had no premonitions that this was the day of her destiny. End of Book First, Chapter 3. Book First, Chapter 4 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 4. Reality. "Father," said my fair ideal abruptly, as if a bright idea had just struck her, "did thee notice that friend Jones's rockaway had been painted and all fixed up? I guess he rather liked our keeping him there before all the meeting." "Mother, I hope thee'll be moved to preach about the charity that thinketh no evil," said her father gravely. The young girl tossed her head slightly as she asserted, "Araminta Jones liked it anyway. Anyone could see that." "And anyone need not have seen it also," her mother said with a pained look. Then she added in a low aside as we rose from the table, "Thee certainly need not have spoken about thy friend's folly." The daughter apparently gave little heed to her mother's rebuke, and a trivial remark a moment later proved that she was thinking of something else. "Ada, thee can entertain Richard Morton for a time while Mother attends to the things," said her father. The alacrity with which she complied was flattering at least, and she led me out on the piazza that corresponded with my daydream. "Zillah," called Mrs. Yocombe to her little girl, "do not bother Emily Warren. She may wish to be alone. Stay with Ada till I am through." "Oh, Mother, please let me go with Emily Warren. I never have a good time with Ada." "There, Mother, let her have her own way," said Ada pettishly. "Emily Warren, thee shouldn't pet her so if thee doesn't want to be bothered by her." "She does not bother me at all," said Miss Warren quietly. "I like her." The little girl that had been ready to cry turned to her friend a radiant face that was eloquent with the undisguised affection of childhood. "Zillah evidently likes you, Miss Warren," I said, "and you have given the reason. You like her." "Not always a sufficient reason for liking another," she answered. "But a very good one," I urged. "There are many better ones. What has reason to do with liking, anyway?" I asked. The mirthfulness I had noted before glimmered in her eyes for a moment, but she answered demurely, "I have seen instances that gave much point to your question, but I cannot answer it." And with a slight bow and smile, she took her hat from Zillah and went down the path with an easy, natural carriage that nevertheless suggested the city and its pavements rather than the country. "What were you two talking about?" asked Ada, with a trace of vexed perplexity on her brow. for I imagined that my glance followed Miss Warren with some admiration and interest. "You must have heard all we said." "Where was the point of it?" "What I said hadn't any point, so do not blame yourself for not seeing it. Don't you like little Zillah? She seems a nice, quiet child." "Certainly I like her. She's my sister, but I detest children." "I can't think that you were detested when you were a child." "I don't remember. I might have been," she replied with a slight shrug. "Do you think that as a child you would enjoy being detested?" "Mother says it often isn't good for us to have what we enjoy." "Undoubtedly your mother is right." "Well, I don't see things in that way. If I like a thing, I want it, and if I don't like it, I don't want it, and I won't have it if I can help myself." "Your views are not unusual," I replied, turning away to hide my contracting brow. "I know of others who cherish like sentiments." "Well, I'm glad to meet with one who thinks as I do," she said complacently, and plucking a half-blown rose that hung near her, she turned its petals sharply down as if they were plaits of a hem that she was about to stitch. "Here is the first harmonic chord in the sweet congeniality of which I dreamed," I inwardly groaned, but I continued. "How is it that you like Zillah as your sister and not as a little girl?" "Oh, everybody likes their brothers and sisters after a fashion, but one doesn't care to be bothered with them when they are little. Besides, children rumple and spoil my dress." And she looked down at herself approvingly. "Now there's Emily Warren," continued my embodiment of June. "Mother is beginning to hold her up to me as an example. Emily Warren is half the time doing things that she doesn't like, and I think she's very foolish. She is telling Zillah a story over there under that tree. I don't think one feels like telling stories right after dinner." "Yes, but see how much Zillah enjoys the story." "Oh, of course she enjoys it. Why shouldn't she if it's a good one?" "Is it not possible that Miss Warren finds a pleasure in giving pleasure?" "Well, if she does, that is her way of having a good time." "Don't you think it's a sweet, womanly way?" "Ha ha ha! Are you already smitten with Emily Warren's sweet, womanly ways?" I confessed that I both blushed and frowned with annoyance and disappointment, but I answered lightly, "If I were, would I be one among many victims?" "I'm sure I don't know," she replied with her slight characteristic shrug, which also intimated that she didn't care. "Miss Warren, I suppose, is a relative who is visiting you?" "Oh, no, she is only a music teacher who is boarding with us. Mother usually takes 2 or 3 boarders through the summer months. That is, if they are willing to put up with our ways." "I suppose it's correct to quote scripture on Sunday afternoon. I'm sure your mother's ways are those of pleasantness and peace. Do you think she would take me as a boarder?" "I fear she'll think you would want too much city style." "That is just what I wish to escape from." "I think city style is splendid." "Why?" "Oh, the city is gay and full of life and people. I once took walks down Fifth Avenue when making a visit in town, and I would be perfectly happy if I could do so every day." "Perfectly happy? I wish I knew of something that would make me perfectly happy. Pardon me, I am only a businessman and can't be expected to understand young ladies very well. I don't understand why walking down Fifth Avenue daily would make you happy." "Of course not. A man can't understand a girl's feelings in such matters." "There is nothing in New York so beautiful as this June day in the country." "Yes, it's a nice day, but father says we need more rain dreadfully." "You have spoiled your rose." "There are plenty more." "Don't you like roses?" "Certainly. Who does not like roses?" "Let me give you another. See, here is one that has the hue of your cheeks." "I suppose a city pallor like Emily Warren's is more to your taste." "I am wholly out of humor with the city and do not like that which is colorless and insipid. I think the rose that I have just given you is very beautiful." "Thanks for your roundabout compliment," and she looked pleased. "I suppose your quiet life gives you much time for reading?" "I can't say that I enjoy father and mother's books." "I doubt whether I would myself, but you have your own choice." "I read a story now and then, but time slips away and I don't do much reading. We country girls make our own clothes, and you have no idea how much time it takes. Will you forgive me if I say that I think you make yours very prettily?" Again she looked decidedly pleased, and as if to reward me, she fastened the rose on her bosom. If she would only keep still, I thought, and I could simply look at her as at a draped statue, I could endure another half hour. But every word she speaks is like the note of that catbird which broke the spell of harmony this morning. I have not yet seen a trace of ideality in her mind, not a lovable trait that I have discovered beyond her remarkable beauty, which mocks one with its broken promise. What is the controlling yet perverse principle of her life which makes her seem an alien in her own home? I am glad she does not use the plain language to me, since by nature she is not a friend. Miss Yocombe interrupted my thoughts by saying, "I thought my dress would be much too simple and country-like for your taste. I can see myself that Emily Warren's dress has more style." Resolving to explore a little, I said, "I know a great many men in town." "Indeed?" she queried with kindling interest. "Yes, and some of them are fine artists, and the majority have cultivated their tastes in various ways, both at home and abroad. But I do not think many of them have any respect for what you mean by style. Shop boys, clerks, and Fifth Avenue exquisites give their minds to the arbitrary mode of the hour. But the men in the city who amount to anything rarely know whether a lady's gown is of the latest cut. They do know, however, whether it is becoming and ladylike. The solid men of the city have a keen eye for beauty and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to enjoy its various phases. But half of the time they are anathematizing mere style. I have seen fashion transform a pretty girl into as near an approach to a kangaroo as nature permitted. Now, I shall be so bold as to say that I think your costume this afternoon has far better qualities than mere style. It is becoming and in keeping with the day and season, and I don't care a fig whether it is the style or not." My perfect flower of womanhood grew radiant, and her lips parted in a smile of ineffable content. In bitter disappointment, I saw that my artifice had succeeded, and that I had touched the key note of her being. To my horror, she reminded me of a pleased, purring kitten that had been stroked in the right direction. "Your judgment is hasty and harsh," I charged myself in half-angry accusation, loath to believe the truth. "You do not know yet that a compliment to her dress is the most acceptable one that she can receive. She probably takes it as a tribute to her good taste, which is one of woman's chief prerogatives." I resolved to explore farther and continued, "A lady's dress is like the binding of a book. It ought to be suggestive of her character. Indeed, she can make it a tasteful expression of herself. Our eye is often attracted or repelled by a book's binding, when it has been made with a fine taste so that it harmonizes with the subject under consideration. We are justly pleased. But neither you nor I believe in the people who value books for the sake of their covers only. Beauty and richness of thought, treasures of varied truth, sparkling wit, droll humor, or downright earnestness are the qualities in books that hold our esteem. A book must have a soul, a life of its own as truly as you or I. And the costliest materials, the wealth of a kingdom, cannot make a true book any more than a perfect costume and the most exquisite combination of flesh and blood can make a true woman." I wondered if she were listening to me, for her face was taking on an absent look. Conscious that my homily was growing rather long, I concluded, "The book that reveals something new or puts old truths in new and interesting lights. The book that makes us wiser, that cheers, encourages, comforts, amuses, and makes a man forget his stupid, miserable self is the book we tie to, and so a man might well wish himself knotted to a woman who could do as much for him, and he would naturally be pleased to have her outward garb correspond with her spiritual beauty and worth." My fair ideal had also reached a momentous conclusion, for she said with the emphasis of a final decision, "I won't cut that dress after Emily Warren's pattern. I'll cut it to suit myself." I had been falling from a seventh heaven of hope for some time, but at this moment I struck reality with a thump that almost made me sick and giddy. The expression of my face reminded her of the irrelevancy of her remark, and she blushed slightly, but laughed it off, saying, "Pardon me that I followed my own thoughts for a moment rather than yours. These matters, no doubt, seem mere trifles to you gentlemen, but they are weighty questions to us girls who have to make a little go a great way. Won't you please repeat what you said about the lady who wrote a book for the sake of its binding? I think it's a pretty idea." I was so incensed that I answered as I should not have done. She was remarkably successful. Everyone looked at the binding, but were soon satisfied to look no farther. I was both glad and vexed that she did not catch my meaning, for she said with a smile, "It would make a pretty ornament." "It would not be to my taste," I replied briefly. "The beautiful binding would hold out the promise of a good book, which, not being fulfilled, would be tantalizing." "Do you know the lady well?" "Yes, I fear I do." "How strangely you look at me!" "Excuse me," I said, starting. "I fear I followed your example and was thinking of something else." But I let what I was thinking about slip out. It was indeed a revelation. My thoughts will not interest you, I fear. The experience of a man who saw a mirage in the desert came into my mind. "I don't see what put that into your head." "Nor do I now. The world appears to me entirely matter of fact." "I'm glad to hear you say that. Mother is always talking to me about spiritual meanings and all that. Now I agree with you. Things are just what they are. Some we like and some we don't like. What more is there to say about them? I think people are very foolish if they bother themselves over things or people they don't like. I hope Mother will take you to board, for I would like to have someone in the house who looks at things as I do." "Thanks. Woman's intuition is indeed unerring." "I declare, there comes Silas Jones with his new top buggy. You won't mind his making one of our party, will you?" "I think I will go to my room and rest a while, and thus I shall not be that chief of this world's evils, the odious third party." "I rather you wouldn't go," she said. "I don't care especially for him, and he does not talk half so nicely as you do. You needn't go on his account. Indeed, I like to have half a dozen gentlemen around me." "You are delightfully frank." "Yes, I usually say what I think." "And do as you please," I added. "Certainly. Why shouldn't I when I can? Don't you?" "But I came from the wicked city." "So does Emily Warren." "Is she wicked?" "I don't know. She keeps it to herself if she is. And, by the way, she is very quiet. I can never get her to talk much about herself. She appears so good that Mother is beginning to quote her as an example, and that, you know, always makes one detest a person. I think there is some mystery about her. I'm sorry you will go, for I've lots of questions I'd like to ask you now we are acquainted." "Pardon me, I'm not strong and must have a rest. Silas Jones will answer just as well." "Not quite," she said softly, with a smile designed to be bewitching. As I passed up the hall, I heard her say, "Silas Jones, I'm pleased to see thee." I threw myself on the lounge in my room in angry disgust. "Oh, nature!" I exclaimed. "What excuse have you for such perverseness? By every law of probability, by the ordinary sequence of cause and effect, this girl should have been what I fancied her to be. This, then, forsooth, is the day of my fate. It would be the day of doom did some malicious power chain me to this brainless, soulless, heartless creature. What possessed nature to make such a blunder, to begin so fairly and yet reach such a lame and impotent conclusion? To the eye, the girl is the fair and proper outcome of this home and beautiful country life. In reality, she is a flat contradiction to it all, reversing in her own character the native traits and acquired graces of her father and mother. As if controlled and carried forward by a hidden and malign power, she goes steadily against her surrounding influences that, like the winds of heaven, might have wafted her toward all that is good and true. Is not sweet, quaint Mrs. Yocombe her mother? Is not the genial, hearty old gentleman her father? Has she not developed among scenes that should ennoble her nature and enrich her mind with ideality? There is oriental simplicity and largeness in her parents' faith. Abraham, sitting at the door of his tent, could scarcely have done better. Hers is the simplicity of silliness. which reveals what a woman of sense, though no better than herself, would not speak of. It is exasperating to think that her eyes and fingers are endowed with a sense of harmony and beauty, so that she can cut a gown and adorn her lovely person to perfection, and yet be so idiotic as to make a spectacle of herself in her real womanhood. As far as I can make out, nature is more to blame than the girl. There is not a bat blinking in the sunlight more blind than she to every natural beauty of this June day. And yet her eyes are microscopic and sees a host of little things not worth seeing. A true womanly moral nature seems never to have infused into her being. She detests children. Her little sister shrinks from her. She speaks and surmises evil of the absent. To strut down Fifth Avenue in finery, to which she has given her whole soul, is her ideal of happiness. There, stop. She is the daughter of my kind host and hostess. The mystery of this world's evil is sadly exemplified in her defective character, from which sweet true womanliness was left out. I should pity her and treat her as if she were deformed. Poor Mrs. Yocombe! Even mother love cannot blind her to the truth that her fair daughter is a misshapen creature. After a little while I added wearily, I wish I had never seen her. I am worse for this day's mirage. And I closed my eyes in dull apathy. End of Book First, Chapter 4. Book First, Chapter 5 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 5. Mutual Discoveries. I must have slept for an hour or more, for when I awoke I saw through the window lattice that the sun was declining in the west. Sleep had again proved better than all philosophy or medicine, for it had refreshed me and given something of the morning's elasticity. I naturally indulged in a brief retrospect, conscious that while nothing had happened since the croaking printer's remark that I would care to print in the paper, experiences had occurred that touched me closer than would the news that all the Malays of Asia were running amok. I felt as if thrown back on my old life and work in precisely their old form. My expedition into the country and romance had been disappointing. It is true I had found rest and sleep, and for these I was grateful, and with these staunch allies I can go on with my work, which I now believe is the best thing the world has for me. I shall go back to it tomorrow, well content after this day's experience to make it my mistress. The bare possibility of being yoked to such a woman as in fancy I have wooed and won today makes me shiver with inexpressible dread. Her obtuseness, combined with her microscopic surveillance, would drive me to the nearest madhouse I could find. The whole business of love-making and marriage involves too much risk to a man who, like myself, must use his wits as a sword to carve his fortunes. I fought my way up alone so far, and may as well remain a freelance. The wealthy and those who are content to plod can go through life with a woman hanging on their arm. Rich I shall never be, and I'll die before I'll plod. My place is in the midst of the world's arena, where the forces that shall make the future are contending, and I propose to be an appreciable part of those forces. I shall go back the wiser and stronger for this day's folly, and infinitely better for its rest. And I marched down the moody stairway, feeling that I was not yet a crushed and broken man, and cherishing also a secret complacency that I had at last outgrown my leanings toward sentimentality. As I approached the door of the wide, low-browed parlor, I saw Miss Warren reading a paper. A second later, and my heart gave a bound. It was the journal of which I was the night editor, and I greeted its familiar aspect as the face of an old friend in a foreign land. It was undoubtedly the number that had gone to press the night I had broken down, and I almost hoped to see some marks of the catastrophe in its columns. How could I beguile the coveted sheet from Miss Warren's hands and steal away to a half-hour's seclusion? "What, Miss Warren!" I exclaimed, "reading a newspaper on Sunday?" She looked at me a moment before replying and then asked, "Do you believe in a Providence?" Thrown off my guard by the unexpected question, I answered, "Assuredly, I am not quite ready to admit that I am a fool, even after all that has happened?" There was laughter in her eyes at once, but she asked innocently, "What has happened?" I suppose my color rose a little, but I replied carelessly, "I have made some heavy blunders of late. You are adroit in stealing away from a weak position under a fire of questions, but your stratagem shall not succeed." I continued severely. "How can you explain the fact too patent to be concealed, that here in good Mrs. Yoakum's house and on a Sunday afternoon you are reading a secular newspaper?" "You have explained my conduct yourself," she said, assuming a fine surprise. "I?" "You, and most satisfactorily. You said you believed in a Providence. I have merely been reading what he has done, or what he has permitted, within the last 24 hours." I looked around for a chair and sat down, struck all of a heap, as the rural vernacular has it. "Is that your definition of news?" I ventured at last. "I'm not a dictionary. That's the definition of what I've been reading this afternoon." "Miss Warren, you may score one against me." The mischievous light was in her eyes, but she said suavely, "Oh, no, you shall have another chance. I shall begin by showing mercy, for I may need it, and I see that you can be severe." "Well, please let me take breath and rally my shattered wits before I make another advance. I understand you, then, that you regard newspapers as good Sunday reading?" "You prove your ability, Mr. Morton, by drawing a vast conclusion from a small and ill-defined premise. I don't recall making any such statement." "Pardon me, you are at disadvantage now. I ask for no better premise than your own action, for you are one, I think, who would do only what you thought right." "A palpable hit. I'm glad I showed you mercy. Still, it does not follow that because I read a newspaper, all newspapers are good Sunday reading. Indeed, there is much in this paper that is not good reading for Monday or any other day." "Ah!" I exclaimed, looking grave. "Then why do you read it?" "I have not. A newspaper is like the world, of which it is a brief record, full of good and evil. In either case, if one does not like the evil, it can be left alone." "Which do you think predominates in that paper?" "Oh, the good in the main. There is an abundance of evil too, but it is rather in the frank and undisguised record of the evil in the world. It does not seem to have got into the paper's blood and poisoned its whole life. It is easily skipped if one is so inclined. There are some journals in which the evil cannot be skipped. From the leading editorial to the obscurest advertisement, one stumbles on it everywhere. They are like certain regions in the South in which there is no escape from the snakes and malaria. Now, there are low places in this paper, but there is high ground also, where the air is good and wholesome, and where the outlook on the world is wide. That is the reason I take it." I was not aware that many young ladies looked in journals of this character beyond the records of deaths and marriages. We studied ancient history. Is it odd that we should have a faint desire to know what Americans are doing, as well as what the Babylonians did? "Oh, I do not decry your course as irrational. It seems rather too rational for a young lady." "I did not say that, but here is my excuse." And I took from a table near a periodical entitled The Young Lady's Own Weekly, addressed to Miss Ada Yoakum. "Have not young men their own weeklies also? Which of the two classes is the more weekly?" Ahem! I decline to pursue this phase of the subject any farther. To return to our premise, this journal. And I laid my hand on the old paper caressingly. "It so happens that I read it also, and thus learn that we have had many thoughts in common, though no doubt we would differ on some of the questions discussed in it. What do you think of its politics?" "I think they are often very bad." "That's delightfully frank," I said, sitting back in my chair a little stiffly. "I think they are very good. At any rate, they are mine." "Perhaps that is the reason they are so good." "Now, pardon me if I too am a trifle plain. Do you consider yourself as competent to form an opinion concerning politics as gray-headed students of affairs?" "Oh, certainly not. But do I understand that you accept unquestioningly the politics of the paper you read?" "Far from it. Rather that the politics of this paper commend themselves to my judgment." "And you think judgment an article not among a young woman's possessions?" Miss Warren, you may think what you please of the politics of this paper, but how comes it that you think about them at all? I'm sure that they interest but comparatively few young ladies." Her face suddenly became very grave and sad, and a moment later she turned away her eyes that were full of tears. "I wish you hadn't asked that question, but I will explain my seeming weakness," she said in a low, faltering voice. "I lost my only brother in the war. I was scarcely more than a child, but I can see him now, my very ideal of brave, loyal manhood. Should not I love the country for which he died? Politics, a word that men so often utter with contempt, has been hallowed to me since that moment." She looked away for a moment, swiftly pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, then turning toward me said with a smile and in her former tones, "Forgive me, I've been a bit lonely and blue this afternoon, for the day has reminded me of the past. I won't be weak and womanish any more. I think some political questions interest a great many women deeply. It must be so. We don't dote on scrambling politicians, but a man as a true statesman makes a grand figure." I was not thinking of statecraft or the craftsman. "By Jove!" I exclaimed mentally. "This girl is more beautiful than my perfect flower of womanhood. Night owl that I am just gaining the power to see her clearly as the sun declines." I know my face was full of honest sympathy as I said gently and reverently, "Tell me more of your brother. The thoughts of such men make me better." She shot a quick, grateful glance, looked down, trembled, shook her head as she faltered, "I cannot. Please don't. Speak of something far removed." The feeling was so deep and yet so strongly curbed that its repression affected me more deeply than could its manifestation. Her sorrow became a veiled and sacred mystery of which I could never be wholly unconscious again. And I felt that however strong and brilliant she might prove in our subsequent talk, I should ever see, back of all, the tender-hearted, sensitive woman. "Please forgive me. I was cruelly thoughtless," I said in a voice that trembled slightly. Then, catching up the paper, I continued with attempted lightness. "We have found this journal that we mutually read a fruitful theme. What do you think of its literary reviews?" Mirth and tears struggled for mastery in her eyes, but she answered with a voice that had regained its clear, bell-like tone. "In some I have seen indisputable proof of impartiality and freedom from prejudice." "In what did that proof consist?" "In the evident fact that the reviewer had not read the book." "You are severe," I said, coloring slightly. She looked at me with a little surprise, but continued, "That does not happen very often. It is clear that there are several contributors to this department, and I have come to look for the opinions of one of them with much interest. I am sure of a careful and appreciative estimate of a book from his point of view. His one fault appears to be that he sees everything from one perspective and does not realize that the same thing may strike other intelligent people very differently. But he's a fixed and certain quantity and a good point to measure from. I like him because he is so sincere. He sits down to a book as a true scientist does to a phase of nature, to really learn what there is in it, and not merely to display a little learning, sarcasm, or smartness. I always feel sure that I know something about a book after reading one of his reviews, and also whether I could afford to spend part of my limited time in reading it. I have singled out the same reviewer and think that your estimate correct. On another occasion, when we have more time, I am going to ask you how you like the musical critics' opinions, for on that subject you would be at home. What makes you think so? Miss Yocombe told me that you taught music in the city, and music is about the only form of recreation for which I have taken time in my busy life. There are many things concerning the musical tendencies of the day that I would like to ask you about, but I hear the clatter of the supper dishes. What do you think of the editorial page and its moral tendencies? That is a good Sunday theme. There is evidence of much ability, but there is a lack of earnestness and definite purpose. The paper is newsy and bright and in the main wholesome. It reflects public opinion fairly and honestly, but does little to shape it. It is often spicily controversial, sometimes tiresomely so. I do a good deal of skipping in that line. I wish its quarrels resulted more from efforts to right some wrong, And there is so much evil in our city, both in high and low places, that ought to be fought to the death. The editor has exceptional opportunities and might be the knight errant of our age, if in earnest and on the right side he can forge a weapon out of public opinion that few evils could resist. And he is in just the position to discover these dragons and drive them from their hiding places. If, for instance, the clever paragraphist in this column, whose province it seems is to comment at the last moment on the events of the day, whereas desirous of saying true, strong, earnest words, as bright and prophetic ones in which the news of the morrow is also outlined, why, Mr. Morton, what is the matter? Are you a witch? She looked at me a moment, blushed deeply, and asked hesitatingly, Are you the paragraphist? Yes, I said, with a burst of laughter. As truly as yours is the only witchcraft in which I believe, that of brains. Then, putting my finger on my lips, I added sotto voce, Don't betray me. Mr. Yocombe would set all his dogs on me if he knew I were an editor, and I don't wish to go yet. What have I been saying? She exclaimed with an appalled look. Lots of clever things. I never got so many good hints in the same time before. It wasn't fair in you to lead me on in the dark. Oh, there wasn't any dark, I assure you. Your words were coruscations. Never was the old journal so lighted up before. There were both perplexity and annoyance in her face as she looked dubiously at me. Instantly becoming grave, I stepped to her side and took her hand, as I said with the strongest emphasis, Miss Warren, I thank you. I have caught a glimpse of my work and calling through the eyes of a true, refined, and permit me to add, a gifted woman. I think I shall be the better for it, but will make no professions. If I'm capable of improvement, this column will show it. Her hand trembled in mine as she looked away and said, You are capable of sympathy. Then she went hastily to the piano. Before she could play beyond a bar or two, little Zillah bounded in, exclaiming, Emily Warren, Mother asked if thee and Richard Morton will come out to tea. I may be in error, but is not the piano one of the worldly vanities? I asked as she turned to comply. I did not expect to see one here. Mrs. Yocombe kindly took this in with me. I could scarcely live without one, so you see I carry the shop with me everywhere, and am so linked to my business that I can never be above it. But you carry the business up with you. The shop may be, and ought to be, thoroughly respectable. It is the narrow, mercenary spirit of the shop that is detestable. If you had that, you would leave your piano in New York, since here it would have no money value. You take a nice view of it. Is it not the true view? In mock surprise, she answered, Mr. Morton, I'm from New York. Did you ever meet a lady from that city who was not all that the poets claimed for womanhood? End of Book First, Chapter 5. Book First, Chapter 6, of A Day of Fate, by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 6, A Quaker Tea. Richard Morton, said Mrs. Yocombe genially, thee seems listening very intently to something Emily Warren is saying, so thee may take the seat beside her. Richard Morton, said Mr. Yocombe from the head of the table, has thee made the acquaintance of Emily Warren? No, sir, but I am making it. So am I, and she has been here a week. I should esteem that one of the highest of compliments, I said. Then, turning to her, I added in an aside, You found me out in half an hour. Am I such a sphinx? She asked Mr. Yocombe with a smile, while to me she said in a low tone, You are mistaken. You have had something to say to me almost daily for a year or more. I am not acquainted with the article, so I can't give an opinion, Mr. Yocombe replied with a humorous twinkle in his eye. If the resemblance is close, so much the better for the sphinxes. Now, father, thee isn't a young man that thee should be complimenting the girls, his wife remarked. I've persuaded Silas Jones to stay, said Ada, entering. Silas Jones, I hope thee and thy parents are well, Mrs. Yocombe answered with a courtesy somewhat constrained. Will thee take that seat by Ada? Let me make thee acquainted with Richard Morton and Emily Warren. We bowed, but I turned instantly to Miss Warren and said, "Do you note how delightfully Mrs. Yocombe unites our names? I take it as an omen that we may become friends in spite of my shortcomings. You should have been named first in the order of merit." "Mrs. Yocombe rarely makes mistakes," she replied. "That confirms my omen. Omens are often ominous. I'm prepared for the best." "Hush." And she bowed her head in the grace customary before meals in this house. I had noted that Mr. Yocombe's bow to Mr. Jones was slightly formal also. Remembering the hospitable traits of my host and hostess, I concluded that the young man was not exactly to their taste. Indeed, a certain jauntiness in dress that verged toward flashiness would not naturally predispose them in his favor. But Ada, although disclaiming any special interest in him, seemed pleased with his attentions. She was not so absorbed, however, but that she had an eye for me and expected my homage also. She apparently felt that she had made a very favorable impression on me and that we were congenial spirits. During the half hour that followed, I felt rather than saw that this fact amused Miss Warren exceedingly. For a few moments we sat in silence, but I fear my grace was as graceless as my morning worship had been. Miss Warren's manner was reverent. Were her thoughts also wandering, and whither? She certainly held mine, and by a constraint that was not unwelcome. When she lifted her expressive eyes, I concluded that she had done better than merely comply with a religious custom. "The spirit of this home has infected you," I said. "It might be well for you also to catch the infection." "I know it would be well for me, and wish to expose myself to it to the utmost. You are the only obstacle, I fear." "I?" "Yes, I will explain after supper." "To explain that you have good cause to ask for time." "Richard Morton, does thee like much sugar in thy tea?" Mrs. Yocombe asked. "No, yes, none at all, if you please." My hostess looked at me a little blankly, and Ada and Silas Jones giggled. "A glass of milk will help us both out of our dilemma," I said with a laugh. "An editor should be able to think of two things at once," Miss Warren remarked in a low aside. "That depends on the subject of his thoughts. But don't breathe that word here or I'm undone." "Richard Morton," said Mr. Yocombe, "I hope thee feels the better for mother's ministrations since we came home. Will thee pass thy plate for some more of the same kind?" "Mrs. Yocombe has done me good ever since I followed her into the meeting house," I replied. "I am indeed the better for her dinner, and I ought to be. I feared you would all be aghast at the havoc I made, but it is your kindness and hospitality that have done me the most good. I would not have believed yesterday afternoon that my fortunes could have taken so favorable a turn." "Why, what was the matter with you then?" asked Ada with wide-eyed curiosity, and little Zilla looked at me with a pitying and puzzled glance. "A common complaint in the city. I was committing suicide, and yesterday became conscious of the fact." "Mr. Morton must have hit on an agreeable method of suicide, since he could commit it unconsciously," Miss Warren remarked mischievously. "I read in Emily Warren's newspaper this afternoon," said Silas Jones with awkward malice, "of a young fellow who got a girl to marry him by pretending to commit suicide. He didn't hurt himself much, though." The incident amused Ada exceedingly, and I saw that Miss Warren's eyes were full of laughter. Assuming a shocked expression, I said, "I am surprised that Miss Warren takes a paper so full of insidious evil." Then, with the deepest gravity, I remarked to Silas Jones, "I have recently been informed, sir, on good authority, that each one instinctively finds and reads in a newspaper that which he likes or needs. I sincerely hope, my dear sir, that the example you have quoted will not lead you to adopt a like method." Ada laughed openly to her suitor's confusion, and the mouths of the others were twitching. With the complexion of the rose at his buttonhole, Mr. Jones said a trifle vindictively, "I thought the paragraph might refer to you, sir. You seem so slightly hurt." "I don't like to contradict you, but I cannot be this ingenious youth whose matrimonial enterprise so deeply interests you, since I am not married and I was hurt severely." "Thee had been overworking," said Mrs. Yocombe kindly. "Working foolishly, rather. I thought I had broken down, but sleep and your kindness have so revived me that I scarcely know myself. Are you accustomed to take in tramps from New York? That depends somewhat upon the tramps. I think the right leadings are given us. If good leadings constitute a friend, I am one today, for I have been led to your home. Now I'm moved to preach a little, said Mr. Yocombe. Richard Morton, does thee realize the sin and folly of overwork? If thee works for thyself, it is folly. If thee toils for the good of the world and art able to do the world any good, it is sin. If there are loved ones dependent on thee, thee may do them a wrong for which there is no remedy. Thee looks to me like a man who has been overdoing. Unfortunately, there is no one dependent on me, and I fear I have not had the world's welfare very greatly at heart. I have learned that I was becoming my own worst enemy, and so must plead guilty of folly. Well, thee doesn't look as if thee had sinned away thy day of grace yet. If thee'll take roast beef and common sense as thy medicine, thee'll see my years and vigor. Richard Morton, said his wife with a gentle gravity, never let anyone make thee believe that thee has sinned away thy day of grace. Mother, thee's very weak on the terrors of the law. These always for coaxing the transgressor out of the broad road. These latitudinarian, now. And these a little queer, father. Emily Warren, am I queer? You are very sound and sensible in your advice to Mr. Morton, she replied. One may very easily sin against life and health beyond the point of remedy. I should judge from Mr. Morton's words that he is in danger. Now, mother, thee sees that Emily Warren believes in the terrors of the law. Thee wouldn't be a very good one at enforcing them, Emily, said Mrs. Yocombe, nodding her head smilingly toward her favorite. The trouble is, said Miss Warren a little sadly, that some laws enforce themselves. I know of so many worn-out people in New York, both men and women, that I wish that Mr. Yocombe's words were printed at the head of all our leading newspapers. Yes, said Mr. Yocombe. If editors and newspaper writers were only as eager to quiet the people as they are to keep up the hubbub of the world, they might make their calling a useful one. It almost takes my breath to read some of our great journals. Do you not think laziness the one preeminent vice of the world? I asked. Not of native-born Americans. I think restlessness, nervous activity is the vice of our age. I am out of the whirl and can see it all the more clearly. Thee admits that thy city life was killing thee. I know it would kill me in a month. I would like to have a chance to be killed by it, said Ada with a sigh. Thy absence would be fatal to some in the country, I heard Silas Jones remark, and with a look designed to be very reproachful. Don't tell me that. Melissa Bunting would soon console thee. Thee stands city life quite well, Emily, said Mrs. Yocombe. Yes, better than I once did. I am learning how to live there and still enjoy a little of your quiet. But were it not for my long summers in the country, I fear it would go hard with me also. You have suggested my remedy, I said. My business does not permit much chance for rest unless it is taken resolutely, and like many other sinners, I have great reforms in contemplation. It must be a dreadful business that came so near killing you, Ada remarked, looking at me curiously. What can it be? Mrs. Yocombe glanced at her daughter reprovingly, but Miss Warren's eyes were dancing, and I saw she was enjoying my rather blank look immensely. I decided, however, that honesty and audacity would be my best allies, and at the same time I hoped to punish Ada a little through her curiosity. I must admit that it is a dreadful business. Deeds of darkness occupy much of my time, and when good honest men like your father are asleep, my brain and hand are busiest. Now you see what a suspicious character your father and mother have harbored in their unquestioning hospitality. The young lady looked at me with a thoroughly perplexed and half-alarmed expression. My gracious, she exclaimed, what do you do? You do not look as if inclined to mercy, I replied. Mr. Yocombe and Miss Warren believe in the terrors of the law, so I have decided to make a full confession to Mrs. Yocombe after supper. I think that I am one of the transgressors that she could coax. After a momentary and puzzled glance at my laughing critic, Mrs. Yocombe said, Emily Warren knows thy secret. "So you have told Emily Warren, but will not tell us?" Ada complained in a piqued tone and manner. "Indeed, you are mistaken. Miss Warren found me out by intuition. I am learning that there is no occasion to tell her things. She sees them." Mr. Yoakum's face wore a decidedly puzzled look, and contained also the suggestion of an apt guess. "Well," he said, "thee has shown the shrewdness of an editor, and a Yankee one at that." Miss Warren now laughed outright. "Thee thinks," he continued, "that if thee gets mother on thy side, thee's safe. I guess I'll adopt a common editorial policy, and sit safely on the fence till I hear what mother says to thy confession." "Are you laughing at me?" I asked Miss Warren with an injured air. "To think that one of your calling should have got into such a dilemma," she said in a low tone. "It's delicious." "My cheeks may become bronzed, but never brazen, Miss Warren. My guilelessness should touch your sympathies." "Well," said Ada with rather a spiteful look at Miss Warren, "I'm glad I've not got a prying disposition. I talked with you half the afternoon and did not find you out." Even Mrs. Yoakum laughed at this. "Now, Miss Warren," I said, turning to her with a triumphant look, "I hope you feel properly quenched. Is there any record of your crime or misfortune or whatever it may be in Miss Warren's newspaper?" asked Silas Jones with a slight sneer. "Yes, sir, of both, if the truth must be told," I replied. "That is the way she found me out." This unexpected admission increased the perplexity all around, and also added to Miss Warren's merriment. "Where's the paper?" said Ada quickly. At this peculiar proof of his daughter's indifference, Mr. Yoakum fairly exploded with laughter. He seemingly shared his wife's confidence in Miss Warren to the degree that the young lady's knowledge of my business, combined with her manner, was a guarantee against anything seriously wrong. Moreover, the young girl's laugh was singularly contagious. Its spontaneity and heartiness were irresistible, and I feared that her singing would not be half so musical. "Richard Morton," said Mrs. Yoakum, rising, "if thee wishes to free thy mind or conscience or heart, I will now give thee an opportunity. My fate is in your hands. If you send me back to my old life and work, I will go at once." "Ah!" exclaimed Miss Warren in mock gravity. "Now there is a touch of tragedy in your words. Must we all hold our breaths till you return, absolved or condemned?" "And were I condemned, would you breathe freely?" "Yes, indeed I would, if Mrs. Yoakum condemned you. But after my sense of justice was satisfied, I might be moved to pity." "And you think I may become a pitiable object?" "You would be indeed if Mrs. Yoakum condemned you." "Lead on!" I exclaimed with a gesture of mock tragedy. "This is the hour of destiny." End of Book First, Chapter 6. Book First, Chapter 7 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 7. A Friend. "Richard Morton," said Mrs. Yoakum as she sat down encouragingly near me in the low-studded parlor, "thee does not look into my eyes as if thee had a great burden on thy conscience." "I have a great fear in my heart," I said. "The two should go together," she remarked a little gravely, "and strength will be given thee to cast away both." The spirit of jesting left me at once, and I know that I looked into her kind motherly face very wistfully and appealingly. After a moment I asked, "Mrs. Yoakum, did you ever treat an utter stranger so kindly before?" "I think so," she said with a smile. "Emily Warren came to us an entire stranger, and already we love her very much." "I can understand that. Miss Warren is a genuine woman, one after your own heart. I was not long in finding that out, but I am a man of the world, and you must have noted the fact from the first." "Richard Morton, supposing thee is a sinner above all others in Galilee, where do I find a warrant for the I am better than thou spirit?" She said these words so gently and sincerely that they touched my very soul, and I exclaimed, "If evil had been my choice 1,000 years, you might win me from it." She shook her head gravely as she said, "Thee doesn't understand. Weak is the arm of flesh, but kindness and charity are omnipotent. Yes, if thee turns to omnipotence for them. But far be it from me to judge thee, Richard Morton. Because thee does not walk just where I am walking is no proof that thou art not a pilgrim. I must tell you in all sincerity that I am not. My brain, heart, and soul have been absorbed by the world, and not by its best things either. 15 years ago, when scarcely more than a child, I was left alone in it. I have feared it inexpressibly, and with good reason. I have fought it, and have often been worsted. At times I have hated it, but as I began to succeed, I learned to love it, and to serve it with an ambition that gave me so little respite that yesterday I thought that I was a broken and worn-out man. If ever the world had a slave, I am one. But there have been times during this June day when I earnestly wished that I might break my chains, and your serene, kindly face, that is in such blessed contrast to its shrewd, exacting, and merciless spirit, gave hope from the first. "So thee has been alone in the world since thee was a little boy," she said, in a tone that seemed the echo of my dead mother's voice. "Since I was 12 years of age," I replied after a moment and looking away. I could not meet her kind eyes as I added, "My mother's memory has been the one good, sacred influence of my life, but I have not been so true to it as I ought to have been. Nothing like so true." "Has thee no near friends or relatives?" "I have acquaintances by the hundred, but there is no one to whom I could speak as I have to you, whom I have known but a few hours. A man has intuitions sometimes as well as a woman." "How strange it all is," said Mrs. Yocombe with a sigh, and looking absently out of the window to where the sun glowed not far above the horizon. Its level rays lighted up her face, making it so beautiful and noble that I felt assured that I had come to the right one for light and guidance. "Every heart seems to have its burdens when the whole truth is known," she added meditatively. "I wonder if any are exempt. Thee seemed indeed a man of the world when jesting at the table, but now I see thy true self. Thee is right, Richard Morton. Thee can speak to me as to thy friend." "I fear your surmise is true, Mrs. Yocombe, for in 2 instances today have I caught glimpses of burdens heavier than mine." She looked at me hastily, and her face grew pale. I relieved her by quietly continuing, "Whether you have a burden on your heart or not, one thing I know to be true. The burdened in heart or conscience would instinctively turn to you. I am conscious that it is this vital difference between your spirit and that of the world which leads me to speak as I do. Except as we master and hold our own in the world, it informs us that we are of little account, one of millions, and our burdens and sorrows are treated as sickly sentimentalities. There is no isolation more perfect than that of a man of the world among people of his own kind, with whom manifestations of feeling are weaknesses, securing prompt ridicule, reticence, a shrewd alertness to the main chance of the hour, and the spirit of the entire proverb, every man for himself, become such fixed characteristics that I suppose there is danger that the deepest springs in one's nature may dry up, and no artesian shaft of mercy or truth be able to find anything in a man's soul save arid selfishness. In spite of all that conscience can say against me, and it can say very much, I feel sure that I have not yet reached that hopeless condition." "No, Richard Morton, thee has not." "I honestly hope I never may, and yet I fear it. Perhaps the turning point has come when I must resolutely look at my old life and its tendencies in the face, and as resolutely work out such changes as true manhood requires. If you will permit a metaphor, I feel like a shipmaster whom a long continued and relentless gale has driven into an unexpected and quiet harbor. Before I put to sea again, I would like to rest, make repairs, and get my true bearings. Otherwise, I may make shipwreck altogether. And so, impelled by my stress and need, I venture to ask if you will permit me to become an inmate of your home for a time, on terms similar to those that you have made with Miss Warren. That you may very naturally decline is the ground of the fear to which I referred." "Richard Morton," said the old lady heartily, Thee's welcome to stay with us as long as thee pleases, and to come whenever thee can. The leadings in this case are plain, and I shall pray the kind Heavenly Father that all thy hopes may be realized. One has been realized truly. You cannot know how grateful I am. Thee's welcome surely, and Father will tell thee so too. Come." And she led me out to the further end of the veranda, where Mr. Yocombe sat with Miss Warren, his daughters, and Silas Jones grouped near him. "Well," exclaimed Ada eagerly, "what is Mr. Morton's calling? It must indeed be a dreadful business, since you have had such a long and serious time." Mrs. Yocombe looked at me a little blankly. "I declare," I exclaimed, laughing, "I forgot to tell you." "Forgot to tell?" cried Ada. "Why, what on earth did you tell? There is nothing about you in this paper that I can find." Mr. Yocombe looked perplexed, and I saw Miss Warren's quick glance at Mrs. Yocombe, who smiled back reassuringly. "Father," she said, "Richard Morton wishes to stay with us for a time. I have told him that he was welcome, and that thee would tell him so too. I think thee will. Thee may ask him any questions thee pleases. I am satisfied." "Thee is mistress of thy home, mother, and if thee is satisfied, I am. Richard Morton, thee's welcome. Thee was wise to get mother on thy side." So I instinctively felt ever since I saw her at the meeting house door. "Perhaps mother gave thee a bit of a sermon?" "She has given me two things that a man can't be a man without: hope and courage." "Well, thee does kind of look as if thee had plucked up heart." "You too are catching the infection of this home," Miss Warren said in a low voice as she stood near me. "So soon? I feel that I shall need an exposure of several weeks. There is now but one obstacle in the way." "Ah, yes, I remember what you said. It's time you explained." "Not yet." And I turned and answered Ada's perplexed and frowning brow. "You will find me in that paper, Miss Ada, as one of its chief faults. I am one of its editors, and this fact will reveal to you the calling from which I and many others, no doubt, have suffered. Thus you see that, after all, I have revealed my secret to you only. To your mother I revealed myself. I hope, sir, you will not reverse your decision," I said to Mr. Yocombe. The old gentleman laughed heartily as he answered, "I have had my say about editors in general. Mother, and, I may add, something in thy own manner, has inclined me to accept present company. But I'll read thy paper since Emily Warren takes it, so thee'd better beware." I saw that Ada was regarding me with complacency and seemed meditating many other questions. I had fully decided, however, that while I should aim to keep her goodwill, I would not permit her to make life a burden by her inane chatter or by a sense of proprietorship in me. She must learn as speedily as possible that I was not one of her half-dozen young men. "And I hope thee will not find our quiet, homely ways irksome, since we cannot greatly change them," said my hostess. "I have a request to make, Mrs. Yocombe," I replied earnestly, "and I shall derive no pleasure or benefit from my sojourn with you unless you grant it. It is that your family life may go on just the same as if I were not here. As surely as I see that I am a source of restraint or extra care and trouble, you will drive me out into the wilderness again. You know why I wish to stay with you," I added meaningly. "We shall take thee at thy word," said Mrs. Yocombe with a smile on her lips, but a very wistful, kindly light in her eyes. "Reuben, tell Richard Morton the truth," said his father. "Would it give thee a great deal of trouble or much pleasure to take Dapple and drive to the village for friend Morton's valise?" The youth, who was a good-natured and manly boy to whom Sundays passed a trifle slowly, sprang up with such alacrity that I laughed as I said, "No need of words, Reuben, but I owe you a good turn all the same." Then turning to Miss Warren, I continued, "You have been here a week. Will your conscience permit you to teach me a little topography? It would be no worse than reading that newspaper." "Indeed, I think it might be better. It will be a useful task at least, for left to yourself you might get lost and make Mr. Yocombe no end of trouble. Did you not tell me, sir," to our host, "that on one occasion you had to hunt someone up with fish horns, lanterns, etc.? "Yes, and he was from New York, too," said Mr. Yocombe. "If I get lost, leave me to my fate. There will be one editor the less. Very true, but I'd rather have thee on thy paper than on my conscience. So, Emily Warren, thee look after him, and show him the right and proper ways, for I am now too old to enjoy a night hunt, even with the music of fish horns to cheer us on. I ask thee, Emily, for some of thine instead when thee comes back. End of Book First, Chapter 7. Book First, Chapter 8 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 8. The Mystery of Mysteries. Is it a task, then, to show me the right paths and proper ways? I asked as we strolled away, leaving Ada looking as if, in her curiosity to know more of the new species, a night editor, she wished Silas Jones in the depths of the Dead Sea. That may depend on how apt and interesting a scholar you prove. I'm a teacher, you know, and teaching some of my scholars is drudgery, and others a pleasure. So I'm put on my good behavior at once. You ought to be on your good behavior anyway. This is Sunday. Yes, and June. If a man is not good now, he'll never be. And yet such people as Mrs. Yocombe, nor will I accept present company, make me aware that I am not good. Far from it. I am glad Mrs. Yocombe made just that impression on you. Why? Because it proves you are a better man than your words suggest, and what is of more consequence, a receptive man. I should have little hope for anyone who came from a quiet talk with Mrs. Yocombe in a complacent mood, or merely disposed to indulge in a few platitudes on the sweetness and quaintness of her character, and some sentimentalities in regard to friends. If the depths of one's nature were not stirred, then I would believe that there were no depths. She is doing me much good, and giving me just the help I needed. I can honestly say that she did utter one sentence that did find soundings in such shallow depths as exist in my nature, and I ought to be a better man for it hereafter. She may have found you dreadfully bad, Mr. Morton, but I saw from her face that she did not find you shallow. If she had, you would not have touched her so deeply. I touched her? Yes, women understand each other, something you said, but do not think I'm seeking to learn what it was, moved her sympathies. Oh, she's kind and sympathetic toward every poor mortal. Very true, but she's intensely womanly, and a woman is incapable of a benevolence and sympathy that are measured out by the yard, so much to each one, according to the dictates of judgment. You were so fortunate as to move Mrs. Yocombe somewhat as she touched your feelings, and you have cause to be glad, for she can be a friend that will make life richer. I think I can now recall what excited her sympathies, and may tell you sometime, that is, if you do not send me away. I send you away? Yes, I told you that you were the one obstacle to my remaining. She looked at me as if perplexed and a little hurt. I did not reply at once, for her countenance was so mobile, so obedient to her thought and feeling, that I watched its varied expressions with an interest that constantly deepened. In contrast to Ada Yocombe's, her face was unusually pale, and yet it had not the sickly pallor of ill health, but the clear, transparent complexion that is between the brunette and the blonde. Her eyes were full, and the impression of largeness when she looked directly at you was increased by a peculiar outward curve of their long lashes. Whether her eyes could be called blue I could not yet decide, and they seemed to darken and grow a little cold as she now looked at me, but she merely said quietly, "I do not understand you. This was your chosen resting place for the summer, was it not, Miss Warren?" "Yes." "Well, then, what right have I, an entire stranger, to come blundering along like a June beetle and disturb your rest? You did not look forward to associations with night editors and like disreputable people when you chose this sheltered nook of the world and nestled under Mrs. Yocombe's wing. You have the prior right here." As I spoke, her face so changed that it reminded me of the morning of this eventful day when I first looked out upon its brightness, and as I ceased, her laugh rang out heartily. "So after all, your fate is in my hands." "It is. You have preempted this claim." Suppose I am a little non-committal and should say, you may spend the evening, you may stay till tomorrow. Would you be content? No, indeed, but I would have to submit. Well, this is rich. Who ever heard of an editor, and the shrewd, alert night editor at that, in such a dilemma? Do you realize what an unwise step you have taken? Mr. Yocombe justly complimented your shrewdness in getting Mrs. Yocombe on your side, and having won her over you were safe, and might have remained in this Eden as long as you chose. Now you place it within the power, the caprice even, of an utter stranger to send you out into the wilderness again. I said with a smile, I am satisfied that you differ from your mother Eve in one respect. Ah, in what respect? You are not the kind of woman that causes banishment from Eden. You know very little about me, Mr. Morton. I know that. She smiled and looked pleased in spite of herself. I think I'll let you stay till tomorrow, she said with an arch side glance, then added with a laugh, what nonsense we are talking, as if you had not as good a right to be here as I have. I beg your pardon, I spoke in downright sincerity. You found this quiet place first. In a large hotel, all kinds of people can meet almost as they do on Broadway, but here we must dwell together as one family, and I feel that I have no right to force on you any association without your leave, especially as you are here alone. In a certain sense, I introduce myself and compel you to meet me socially without your permission. You may have formed a very different plan for your summer's rest. It is rather rare for a music teacher to receive so much consideration. It bewilders me a little. Pardon me, I soon discovered that you possessed woman's highest rank. Indeed, am I a princess in disguise? You are more than many princesses have been, a lady, and as I said before, you are here alone. She turned and looked at me intently, and I felt that if I had not been sincere, she would have known it. It was a peculiar and, I eventually learned, a characteristic act. I am now inclined to think that she saw the precise attitude of my mind and feeling toward her, but my awakening interest was as far removed from curiosity as is our natural desire to have a melody completed, the opening strains of which are captivating. Her face quickly lost its aspect of grave scrutiny, and she looked away with a slight accession of color. Do you want to stay very much? She asked. Miss Warren, I exclaimed, and my expression must have been eager and glad. You looked at me then as you would at a doubtful stranger, and your glance was searching. You looked as only a woman can, as one who would see her way rather than reason it out. Now tell me in sincerity what you saw. You know from my manner what I saw, she said, smiling and blushing slightly. No, I only hoped. I have not a woman's eyesight. She bit her lip, contracted her wide, low brow for a moment, then turned and said frankly, I did not mean to be rude in my rather direct glance. Even though a music teacher, I have had compliments before, and I have usually found them as empty and insincere as the people who employed them. I am somewhat alone in the world, Mr. Morton, and I belong to that class of timid and rather helpless creatures whose safety lies in their readiness to run to cover. I have found truth the best cover for me, situated as I am. I aim to be just what I seem, neither more nor less, and I am very much afraid of people who do not speak the truth, especially when they are disposed to say nice things. And you saw. I saw that as bad as you are, I could trust you, she said, laughing, a fact that I was glad to learn since you are so bent on forcing your society upon us all for a time. Thank heaven, I exclaimed. I thought yesterday that I was bankrupt, but I must have a little of the man left in me to have passed this ordeal. Had I seen distrust in your eyes and consequent reserve in your manner, I should have been sorely wounded. No, she replied, shaking her head. When a man's character is such as to excite distrust, he could not be so sorely wounded as you suggest. I'm not sure of that, I said. I think a man may know himself to be weak and wicked, and yet suffer greatly from such consciousness. Why should he weakly suffer? Why not simply do right? I can endure a certain amount of honest wickedness, but there is a phase of moral weakness that I detest. And for a moment her face wore an aspect that would have made anyone wronging her tremble, for it was pure, strong, and almost severe. I do believe, I said, that men are more merciful to the foibles of humanity than women. You are more tolerant, perhaps. Ah, there's Dapple. And she ran to meet the spirited horse that was coming from the farmyard. Reuben, driving, sat confidently in his light open wagon, and his face indicated that he and the beautiful animal he could scarcely restrain shared equally in their enjoyment of young, healthful life. I was alarmed to see Miss Warren run forward, since at the moment Dapple was pawing the air. A second later she was patting his arched neck and rubbing her cheek against his nose. He looked as if he liked it. Well, he might. "Oh, Reuben," she cried, "I envy you. I haven't seen a horse in town that could compare with Dapple." The young fellow was fairly radiant as he drove away. She looked after him wistfully and drew a long sigh. "Ah," she said, "they do me good after my city life. There's life for you, Mr. Morton. Full, overflowing, innocent life in the boy and in the horse. Existence, motion, is to them happiness. It seems a pity that both must grow old and weary. My hand fairly tingles yet from my touch of Dapple's neck. He was so alive with spirit. What is it that animates that great mass of flesh and blood, bone and sinew, making him so strong, yet so gentle? At a blow he would have dashed everything to pieces, but he is as sensitive to kindness as I am. I sometimes half think that Dapple has as good a right to a soul as I have. Perhaps you are inclined toward Turkish philosophy and think so too. I should be well content to go to the same heaven that receives you and Dapple. You are very fearless, Miss Warren, thus to approach a rearing horse." Her answer was a slight scream, and she caught my arm as if for protection. At the moment I spoke, a sudden turning in the lane brought us face to face with a large matronly cow that was quietly ruminating and switching away the flies. She turned upon us her large, mild, Juno-like eyes, in which one might imagine a faint expression of surprise, but nothing more. My companion was trembling, and she said hurriedly, "Please let us turn back or go some other way." "Why, Miss Warren," I exclaimed, "what is the matter?" "That dreadful cow! Cows are my terror." I laughed outright as I said, "Now is the time for me to display courage and prove that an editor can be the knight errant of the age. Upon my soul, Miss Warren, I shall protect you, whatever horn of this dilemma I may be impaled upon." Then advancing resolutely toward the cow, I added, "Madam, by your leave, we must pass this way." At my approach, the dreadful cow turned and ran down the lane to the pasture field in a gait peculiarly feminine. "Now you know what it is to have a protector," I said, returning. "I'm glad you're not afraid of cows," she replied complacently. "I shall never get over it. They are my terror." "There is one other beast," I said, "that I am sure would inspire you with equal dread." "I know you are going to say a mouse. Well, it may seem very silly to you, but I can't help it. I'm glad I wasn't afraid of Dapple, for now you can think me a coward only in streaks. It does appear to me irresistibly funny that you, who alone and single-handed have mastered this great world so that it is under your foot, should have quailed before that inoffensive cow, which is harmless as the milk she gives. A woman, Mr. Morton, is the mystery of mysteries, the one problem of the world that will never be solved. We even do not understand ourselves. For which truth I am devoutly thankful. I imagine that instead of a week, as Mr. Yocum said, it would require a lifetime to get acquainted with some women. I wish my mother had lived. I'm sure that she would have been a continuous revelation to me. I know that she had a great deal of sorrow, and yet my most distinct recollection of her is her laugh. No earthly sound ever had for me so much meaning as her laugh. I think she laughed when other people would have cried. There's a tone in your laugh that has recalled to me my mother again and again this afternoon. I hope it is not a source of pain," she said gently. "Far from it," I replied. "Memories of my mother give me pleasure, but I rarely meet with one to whom I would even think of mentioning her name." "I do not remember my mother," she said sadly. "Come," I resumed hastily, "you admit that you have been dull and lonely today. Look at that magnificent glow in the west. So assuredly ended in brightness the lives of those we loved, however clouded their day may have been at times. This June evening, so full of glad sounds, is not the time for sad thoughts. Listen to the robins, to that saucy oriole yonder on the swaying elm branch. Beyond all, hear that thrush. Can you imagine a more delicious refinement of sound? Let us give way to sadness when we must, and escape from it when we can. I would prefer to continue up this shady lane, but it may prove too shadowy and so color our thoughts. Suppose we return to the farmyard where Mr. Yocombe is feeding the chickens, and then look through the old garden together. You are a country woman, for you have been here a week, and so I shall expect you to name and explain everything. At any rate, you shall not be blue any more today if I can prevent it. You see, I am trying to reward your self-sacrifice in letting me stay till tomorrow. You are so considerate that I may let you remain a little longer. What is that fable about the camel? If once he gets his head in, he next puts his foot in it is the sequel, perhaps, she replied, with the laugh that was becoming to me like a refrain of music that I could not hear too often. End of Book First, Chapter 8. Book First, Chapter 9 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 9. Old Plod. Emily Warren, why does thee bring Richard Morton back so soon? Asked Mr. Yocombe, suspending for a moment the sweep of his hand that was scattering the grain. You are mistaken, sir, I said. I brought Miss Warren back. I thought she would enjoy seeing you feed the poultry, the horses, and especially the cows. These more self-denying than I'd have been, he resumed with his humorous twinkle. Don't tell Mother, but I wouldn't mind taking a walk with Emily Warren myself on a June evening like this. I will take a walk with you whenever you wish, laughed Miss Warren, but I'll surely tell Mrs. Yocombe. Oh, I know I'd get found out, said the old man, shaking his head ruefully. I always do. I'm sure you would if Miss Warren were here, I added. I'm at a loss to know how early in the day she found me out. Well, I guess thee's a pretty square sort of a man. If thee'd been stealing sheep, Emily Warren wouldn't laugh at thee so approvingly. I'm finding out that she rather likes the people she laughs at. At least, I take that view, for she laughs at me a great deal. I knew from Emily Warren's laugh that thee hadn't anything very bad to tell Mother. I admit that, at the time, I enjoyed being laughed at, a rather rare experience. You needn't either of you plume yourself that you are irresistibly funny. I laugh easily. Mr. Yocombe, why do you feed the chickens so slowly? I have noticed it before. Now Reuben and Hiram, the man, throw the corn all down at once. They are in more of a hurry than I am. I don't like to do anything in a hurry, least of all to eat my dinner. Now, why should these chickens, turkeys, and ducks gobble everything right down? The corn seems to taste good to them. So after a handful, I wait till they have had a chance to think how good the last kernel was before they get another. You see, I greatly prolong their pleasure. And in these intervals you meditate on Thanksgiving Day, I suppose, she said. Emily Warren, thee's a good Yankee. I admit that that young gobbler there did suggest a day on which I'm always very thankful, and with good reason. I had about concluded before thee came that, if we were both spared, i.e., that gobbler and I, till next November, I would probably survive him. How can you have the heart to plan against that poor creature's life so coolly? See how he turns his round, innocent eyes toward you as if in gratitude. If he could know that the hand that feeds him would chop off his head, what a moral shock he would sustain. That upturned beak should be to you like a reproachful face. Emily Warren, we expect thee to eat thy Thanksgiving dinner with us, and that young gobbler will probably be on the table. Now, what part of him will thee take on that occasion? A piece of the breast, if you please. Richard Morton, is not Emily Warren as false and cruel as I am? Just about. Is thee not afraid of her? I would be if she were unfriendly. Oh, thee thinks everybody in this house is friendly. Emily Warren, thee must keep up our good name, he added with a mischievous nod toward her. Mr. Yocombe, you are forgetting the chickens altogether. There are some staid and elderly hens that are going to bed in disgust. You have kept them waiting so long." "See how quick they'll change their minds," he said as he threw down a handful of corn. "Now, isn't that just like a hen?" he added, and then hastened back. "And just like a woman also, I'm sure you want to suggest," said Miss Warren. "I suppose thee never changes thy mind." "I'm going to change the subject. Poultry with their feathers on don't interest me very much. The male birds remind me of a detestable class of conceited men that one must see daily in the city, whose gallantry is all affectation, and who never for a moment lose sight of themselves or their own importance. That strutting gobbler there, Mr. Morton, reminds me of certain eminent statesmen whom your paper delights to honor, and I imagine that that ridiculous creature embodies their idea of the American eagle. Then the hens have such a simple, unthinking aspect. They act as if they expect to be crowed over as a matter of course, and thus typify the followers of these statesmen, who are so preeminent in their own estimation. Their exalted perches seem to be awarded unquestioningly." "So you think, Miss Warren, that I have the simple, unthinking aspect typified by the physiognomy of these hens?" "Mr. Morton, I was generalizing. We always accept present company. Remember, I disagree with your paper, not you. But why you look up to these human species of the gobbler is something I can't understand, and being only a woman, that need not seem strange to you. Since I must tell you the truth on all occasions, nolens volens, you have hit on a subject wherein I differ from my paper. Human phases of the gobbler are not pleasant." "But the turkey phase is, very," said Mr. Yocombe, throwing a handful of corn down before his favorite, which, like certain eminent statesmen, immediately looked after his own interests. "Mr. Yocombe, please let me help you feed the horses," said Miss Warren, leading the way into the barn, where on one side were mows for hay and grain, and on the other stalls for several horses. The sleek and comfortable animals seemed to know the young girl, for they thrust out their black and brown noses toward her and projected their ears instead of laying them back viciously as when I approached. And one old plow horse who had been much neglected until Miss Warren began to pet him gave a loud, ecstatic whinny. "Oh, you big, honest old fellows!" she exclaimed, caressing one and another. "I'd rather teach you than half my pupils." "In which half do you place me?" I asked. "You? Oh, I forgot. I was to teach you topography. I will assign you by and by after you have had a few lessons." "A man ought to do as well as a horse, so I hope to win your favor." "I wish all men did as well as Mr. Yocombe's horses. They evidently feel they have the family name and respectability to keep up. Mr. Yocombe, what is it that smells so sweetly?" "That is the red top clover we cut last week." "Oh, isn't it good? I wouldn't mind having some myself," and she snatched down a fragrant handful from the mow. "Here, old Plod," she said, turning to the plow horse. "The world has rather snubbed you, as it has honest Worth before. Mr. Yocombe, you and Reuben are much too fond of gay horses. Shall I tell Reuben that thee'd rather ride after old Plod, as thee calls him?" "No, I thank you. I'll go on as I've begun. I'm not changeable." "Now, friend Morton, is not Emily Warren as bad as I am about gay horses?" "I'm inclined to think she is about as bad as you are in all respects." "Emily Warren, thee needn't put on any more airs. Richard Morton thinks thee isn't any better than I am, and there's nothing under the sun an editor doesn't know." "I wish he were right this time," she said, with a laugh and a sigh curiously blended. "It seems to me, Mr. Yocombe, that you have grown here in the country like your clover hay, and are as good and wholesome. In New York it is so different, especially if one has no home life. You breathe a different atmosphere from us in more respects than one. This fragrant old barn appears to me more of a sanctuary than some churches in which I have tried to worship, and its dim evening light more religious." "According to your faith," I said, "no shrine has ever contained so precious a gift as a manger." "According to our faith, if you please, Mr. Morton." By an instinct that ignored a custom of the Friends but exemplified their spirit, the old man took off his hat as he said, "Yes, friend Morton, according to our faith. The child that was cradled in a manger tends to make the world innocent. The old barn had indeed become a sanctuary, I thought in the brief silence that followed. Miss Warren stepped to the door, and I saw a quick gesture of her hands to her eyes. Then she turned and said in her piquant way, "Mr. Yocombe, our talk reminds me of the long grace in Latin which the priests said before meals, and which the hungry people couldn't understand. The horses are hinting broadly that oats would be more edifying. If it were Monday, I'd wager you a plum that they would all leave your oats to eat clover hay out of my hand." "We'll arrange about the bet tomorrow, and now try the experiment," said Mr. Yocombe, relapsing into his genial humor at once. I was learning, however, that a deep, earnest nature was hidden by this outward sheen and sparkle. Filling his 4-quart measure from the cobwebbed bin, he soon gave each horse his allowance. "Now, Richard Morton, thee watch her and see that she doesn't coax too much or come it over them with any unlawful witchery. Take the hay thyself, Emily, and we'll stand back." I went to the further end of the barn near old Plod and stood where I could see the maiden's profile against the light that streamed through the open door. Never shall I forget the picture I then saw. The tall, ample figure of the old Quaker stood in the background, and his smile was broad and genial enough to have lighted up a dungeon. Above him rose the odorous clover, a handful of which Miss Warren held out to the horse in the first stall. Her lips were parted, her eyes shining, and her face had the intent, eager interest of a child, while her attitudes and motions were full of unstudied and unconscious grace. The first horse munched stolidly away at his oats. She put the tempting wisp against his nose, at which he laid back his ears and looked vicious. She turned to Mr. Yocombe, and the old barn echoed to a laugh that was music itself, and she said, "You have won your plume if it is Sunday. I shall try all the other horses, however, and thus learn to value correctly the expressions of affection I have received from these long-nosed gentlemen." One after another they munched on, regardless of the clover. Step by step she came nearer to me, smiling and frowning at her want of success. My heart thrilled at a beauty that was so unconventional and so utterly self-forgetful. The blooming clover, before it fell at the sweep of the scythe, was the fit emblem of her then. She looked so young, so fair and sweet. "They are as bad as men," she exclaimed, "who will forgive any wrong rather than an interruption at dinner." She now stood at my side before old Plod, that thus far, in his single-minded attention to his oats, had seemingly forgotten her presence. But as he lifted his head from the manger and saw her, he took a step forward and reached his great brown nose toward her, rather than for the clover. In brief, he said in his poor dumb way, "I like you better than hay or oats." The horse's simple, undisguised affection for some reason touched the girl deeply, for she dropped the hay and threw her arm around the horse's head, leaning her face against his. I saw a tear in her eye as she murmured, "You have more heart than all the rest put together. I don't believe any one was ever kind to you before, and you've been a bit lonely like myself." Then she led the way hastily out of the barn, saying, "Old Plod and I are sworn friends from this time forth, and I shall take your advice, old Plod." I was soon at her side and asked, "What advice did old Plod give you?" For some inexplicable reason she colored deeply, then laughed as she said, "It's rarely wise to think aloud, but impulsive people will do it sometimes. I suppose we all occasionally have questions to decide that to us are perplexing and important, though of little consequence to the world. Come, if we are to see the old garden, we must make the most of the fading light. After my interview with old Plod, I can't descend to cows and pigs. So goodbye, Mr. Yocombe." End of Book First, Chapter 9. Book First, Chapter 10 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 10. A Bit of Eden. "This is my first entrance into Eden," I said, as we passed through the rustic gate made of cedar branches and between posts green with American ivy. "Like another man, you won't stay here long. Like Adam, I shall certainly go out when you do." That will be before very long, since I have promised Mr. Yocombe some music. Even though a bohemian editor, as you may think, I am conscious of a profound gratitude to some beneficent power, for I never could have chosen so wisely myself. I might have been in Sodom and Gomorrah. For New York, in contrast, seems a union of both, receiving reports of crimes and casualties of the day. But I am here with this garden in the foreground and music in the background. You don't know anything about the music, and you may yet wish it so far in the background as to be inaudible. I admit that I will be in a dilemma when we reach the music, for no matter how much I protest, you will know just what I think. Yes, you had better be honest. Come, open for me the treasuries of your ripe experience. You have been a week in the country. I know you will give me a rosebud, a rare old-fashioned one, if you please, with a quaint, sweet meaning. For I see that such abound in this garden, and I am wholly out of humor with the latest mode in everything. Recalling your taste for homely, honest worth, as shown by your passion for old Plod, I shall seek a blossom among the vegetables for you. Ah, here is one that is sweet, white, and pretty, and I plucked a cluster of flowers from a potato hill. By the way, what flower is this? I asked demurely. She looked at it blankly for a moment, then remarked with a smile, "You have said that it was sweet, white, and pretty. Why inquire further?" Miss Warren, you have been a week in the country and don't know a potato blossom. Our relations may be changed, she said, and you become the teacher. Oh, here comes Zillah. We will settle the question according to Scripture. Does it not say, a little child shall lead them? Who are you so glad to see, little one, Miss Warren or me? I don't know thee very well yet, she said shyly. Do you know Miss Warren very well? Oh, yes, indeed. How soon did you come to know her well? The first day when she kissed me. I think that's a very nice way of getting acquainted. Won't you let me kiss you good night when you get sleepy? She looked at me with a doubtful smile and said, I'm very afraid thy mustache will tickle me. The birds were singing in the orchard near, but there was not a note that to my ear was more musical than Miss Warren's laugh. I stooped down before the little girl as I said, Suppose we see if a kiss tickles you now, and if it don't now, you won't mind it then, you know. She came hesitatingly to me and gave the coveted salute with a delicious mingling of maidenly shyness and childish innocence and frankness. Ah, I exclaimed. Eden itself contained nothing better than that. To think that I should have been so honored, I who have written the records of enough crimes to sink a world. Perhaps if you had committed some of them, she wouldn't have kissed you. If I had to live in a 99-story tenement house, as so many do, I think I would have committed them all. Well, I may come to it. Life is a risky battle to such as I, but I'm in heaven now. You do seem very happy, she said, looking at me wistfully. I am very happy. I have given myself up wholly to the influences of this day, letting them sway me, lead me whithersoever they will. If this is a day of destiny, no stupid mulishness of mine shall thwart the happy combination of the stars. That the fates are propitious I have singular reason to hope. Yesterday I was a broken and dispirited man. This evening I feel the influence of all this glad June life. Good Mrs. Yocombe has taken me in hand. I'm to study topography with a teacher who has several other bumps besides that of locality, and Zillah is going to show us the Garden of Eden. Is this like the Garden of Eden? The little girl asked, looking up at me in surprise. Well, I'm not sure that it's just like it, but I'm more than content with this garden. In one respect, I think it's better. There are no snakes here. Now, Zillah, lead where you please. I'm in the following mood. Do you know where any of these birds live? Do you think any of them are at home on their nests? If so, we'll call and pay our respects. When I was a horrid boy, I robbed a bird's nest, and I often have a twinge of remorse for it. Do you want to see a robin's nest? Asked Zillah excitedly. Yes, indeed. Then come and walk softly when I do. There's one in that lilac bush there. If we don't make a noise, perhaps we can see Mother Robin on the nest. Shh. Shh. Very softly. Now lift me up as Father did. There, don't you see her? I did for a moment, and then the bird flew away on a swift, silent wing. But from a neighboring tree the paternal robin clamored loudly against our intrusion. Nevertheless, Zillah and I peeped in. "Oh, the queer little things," she said. "They seem all mouth and swallow." "Mrs. Robin undoubtedly thinks them lovely. Miss Warren, you are not quite tall enough, and since I can't hold you up like Zillah, I'll get a box from the tool house. Isn't this the jolliest housekeeping you ever saw? A father, mother, and 6 children, with a house 6 inches across and open to the sky. Compare that with a Fifth Avenue mansion." "I think it compares very favorably with many mansions on the avenue," she said, after I returned with a box and she had peered for a moment into the roofless home. "I thought you always spoke the truth," I remarked, assuming a look of blank amazement. "Well, prove that I don't." "Do you mean to say that you think that a simple house of which this nest is the type compares favorably with a Fifth Avenue mansion?" "I do." "What do you know about such mansions?" "I have pupils in some of the best of them." "I hear the voices of many birds, but you are the rara avis of them all," I said, looking very incredulous. "Not at all. I am simply matter of fact. Which is worth the more, a furnished house or the growing children in it?" "The children ought to be." "Well, many a woman has so much house and furniture to look after that she has no time for her children. The little brown mother we have frightened away can give nearly all her time to her children. And, by the way, they may take cold unless we depart and let her shelter them again with her warm feathers. Besides, the protesting paterfamilias on the pear tree there is not aware of our good will toward him and his, and is naturally very anxious as to what we human monsters intend. The mother bird keeps quiet, but she is watching us from some leafy cover with tenfold his anxiety. You will admit, however, that the man bird is doing the best he can." "Oh, yes, I have a broad charity for all of his kind." "Well, I am one of his kind, and so shall take heart and bask in your general goodwill. Stop your noise, old fellow, and go and tell your wife that she may come home to the children. I differ from you, Miss Warren, as I foresee I often shall. You are not matter of fact at all. You are unconventional, unique. Why not say queer and give your meaning in good plain English?" "Because that is not my meaning. I fear you are worse, that you are romantic. Moreover, I am told that girls who dote on love in a cottage all marry rich men if the chance comes." She bit her lip, colored, and seemed annoyed, but said after a moment's hesitation, "Well, why shouldn't they if the rich men are the right men?" "Oh, I think such a course eminently proper and thrifty. I'm not finding fault with it in the least. They who do this are a little inconsistent, however, in shunning so carefully that ideal cottage, over which, as young ladies, they had mild and poetic raptures. Now, I can't associate this kind of thing with you. If you had drawings or leadings, as Mrs. Yocombe would say, toward a Fifth Avenue mansion, you would say so in effect. I fear you are romantic, and are under the delusion that love in a cottage means happiness. You have a very honest face, and you looked into that nest as if you liked it." "Mr. Morton," she said, frowning and laughing at the same time, "I'm not going to be argued out of self-consciousness. If we don't know what we know, we don't know anything. I insist upon it that I am utterly matter-of-fact in my opinions on this question. State the subject briefly in prose. Does a family exist for the sake of a home, or a home for the sake of a family? I know of many instances in which the former of these suppositions is true. The father toils and wears himself out, often gambles, speculating some call it, and not unfrequently cheats and steals outright in order to keep up his establishment. The mother works and worries, smooths her wrinkled brow to curious visitors, burdens her soul with innumerable deceits, and enslaves herself that her house and its belongings may be as good or a little better than her neighbor's. The children soon catch the same spirit, and their soul becomes absorbed in wearing apparel. They are complacently ignorant concerning topics of general interest and essential culture, but would be mortified to death if suspected of being a little off on good form and society's latest whims and mode. It is a dreary thraldom to mere things in which the soul becomes as material, narrow, and hard as the objects which absorb it. There is no time for that which gives ideality and breadth. Do you realize that your philosophy would stop half the industries of the world? Do you not believe in large and sumptuously furnished houses? Yes, for those who have large incomes. One may live in a palace and yet not be a slave to the palace. Our home should be as beautiful as our taste and means can make it, but like the nest yonder, it should simply serve its purpose, leaving us the time and means to get all the good out of the world at large that we can. A sudden cloud of sadness overcast her face as she continued, after a moment, half in soliloquy. The robins will soon take wing and leave the nest. So must we. How many have gone already? But the robins follow the sun in their flight, I said gently, and thus they find skies more genial than those they left. She gave me a quick appreciative smile as she said, "That's a pleasant thought." "Your home must be an ideal one," I remarked unthinkingly. She colored slightly and laughed as she answered, "I'm something like a snail. I carry my home, if not my house, around with me. A music teacher can afford neither a palace nor a cottage." I looked at her with eager eyes as I said, "Pardon me if I am unduly frank, but on this day I'm inclined to follow every impulse and say just what I think, regardless of the consequences. You make upon me a decided impression of what we men call comradeship. I feel as if I had known you weeks and months instead of hours. Could we not have been robins ourselves in some previous state of existence and have flown on a journey together? I feel as if I had known you weeks and months instead of hours. Mrs. Yocum had better take you in hand and teach you sobriety. Yes, this June air, laden with the odors of these sweet old-style roses and grape blossoms, intoxicates me. These mountains lift me up. These birds set my nerves tingling like one of Beethoven's symphonies played by Thomas's orchestra. In neither case do I know what the music means, but I recognize a divine harmony. Never before have I been conscious of such a rare and fine exhilaration. My mood is the product of an exceptional combination of causes, and they have culminated in this old garden. You know, too, that I am a creature of the night, and my faculties are always at their best as darkness comes on. I may seem to you obtuseness itself, but I feel as if I had been endowed with a spiritual and almost unerring discernment in my sensitive and highly wrought condition. I know that the least incongruity or discord in sight or sound would jar painfully. Yes, laugh at me if you will, but nevertheless I'm going to speak my thoughts with no more restraint than these birds are under. I'm going back for a moment to the primitive condition of society, where there were no disguises. You are the mystery of this garden, you who come from New York, where you seem to have lived without the shelter of home life, to have obtained your livelihood among conventional and artificial people, and to whom the false, complicated world must be well known. And yet you make no more discord in this garden than the first woman would have made. You are in harmony with every leaf, with every flower and every sound, with that child playing here and there, with the daisies in the orchard, with the little brown mother, whose children you feared might take cold. Hush, I said, with a deprecatory gesture. I will speak my mind. Never before in my life have I enjoyed the utter absence of concealment. In the city one must use words to hide thoughts more often than to express them. But here in this old garden I intend to reproduce for a brief moment one of the conditions of Eden, and to speak frankly as the first man could have spoken. I am not jesting either, nor am I irreverent. I say in all sincerity, you are the mystery of this garden, you who come from New York, and from a life in which your own true womanhood has been your protection. And yet if, as of old, God should walk in this garden in the cool of the day, it seems to me you would not be afraid. Such is the impression, given without reserve, that you make on me, you whom I have just seen as it were. As she realized my sincerity, she looked at me with an expression of strong perplexity and surprise. "Truly, Mr. Morton," she said slowly, "you are in a strange, unnatural mood this evening." "I seem so," I replied, "because absolutely true to nature. See how far astray from Eden we all are. I have merely for a moment spoken my thoughts without disguise, and you look as if you doubted my sanity." "I must doubt your judgment," she said, turning away. Then why should such a clearly defined impression be made on me? For every effect there must be a cause. She turned upon me suddenly, and her look was eager, searching, and almost imperious in its demand to know the truth. "Are you as sincere as you are unconventional?" she asked. I took off my hat as I replied with a smile. "A garden, Miss Warren, was the first sacred place of the world, and never were sincerer words spoken in that primal garden." She looked at me a moment wistfully and even tearfully. "I wish you were right," she said, slowly shaking her head. "Your strange mood has infected me, I think, and I will admit that to be true is the struggle of my life. But the effort to be true is often hard, bitterly hard in New York. I admit that for years truthfulness has been the goal of my ambition. Most young girls have a father and mother and brothers to protect them. I have only the truth, and I cling to it with the instinct of self-preservation." "You cling to it because you love it. Pardon me, you do not cling to it at all. Truth has become the warp and woof of your nature. Ah, here is your emblem, not growing in the garden, but leaning over the fence as if it would like to come in. And yet, among all the roses here, where is there one that excels this flower?" And I gathered for her 2 or 3 sprays of sweetbriar. "I won't mar your bit of Eden by a trace of affectation," she said, looking directly into my eyes in a frank and friendly manner. "I'd rather be thought true than thought a genius, and I will make allowance for your extravagant language and estimate on the ground of your intoxication. You surely see double. And yet I am pleased that in your transcendental mood I do not seem to make discord in this old garden. This will seem to you a silly admission after you leave this place and recover your everyday senses. I'm sorry already I made it, but it was such an odd conceit of yours." And her heightened color and glowing face proved how she relished it. It was an exquisite moment to me. The woman showed her pleasure as frankly as a happy child. I had touched the keynote of her character as I had that of Ada Yoakum's a few hours before. And in her supreme individuality, Emily Warren stood revealed before me in the garden. She probably saw more admiration in my face than she liked, for her manner changed suddenly. "Being honest doesn't mean being made of glass," she said brusquely. "You don't know anything about me, Mr. Morton. You have simply discovered that I have not a leaning toward prevarication. That's all your fine words amount to. Since I must keep up a reputation for telling the truth, I'm obliged to say that you don't remind me of Adam very much." "No, I probably remind you of a night editor, ambitious to be smart in print." She bit her lip, colored a little. "I wasn't thinking of you in that light just then," she said. And Adam is not my ideal man." "In what light did you see me?" "It is growing dusky, and I won't be able to see you at all soon." "That's evasion." "Come, Mr. Morton, I hope you do not propose to keep up Eden customs indefinitely. It's time we returned to the world to which we belong." "Zillah!" called Mrs. Yoakum, and we saw her coming down the garden walk. "Bless me, where is the child?" I exclaimed. "When you began to soar into the realms of melodrama and forget the garden you had asked her to show you, she sensibly tried to amuse herself. She is in the strawberry bed, Mrs. Yoakum." "Yes," I said. "I admit that I forgot the garden. I had good reason to do so." "I think it is time we left the garden. You must remember that Mrs. Yoakum and I are not night editors and cannot see in the dark." "Mother!" cried Zillah, coming forward. "See what I have found!" And her little hands were full of ripe strawberries. "If it wasn't getting so dark, I could have found more, I'm sure," she added. "What, giving them all to me?" Miss Warren exclaimed as Zillah held out her hands to her favorite. "Wouldn't it be nicer if we all had some?" "Who held you up to look into the robin's nest?" I asked reproachfully. "Thee may give Richard Morton my share," said the little girl, trying to make amends. I held out my hand and Miss Warren gave me half of them. "Now these are mine," I said to Zillah. "Yes." "Then I'll do what I please with them." I picked out the largest and stooping down beside her continued. "You must eat these or I won't eat any." "These very like Emily Warren," the little girl laughed. Thee gets around me before I know it. I'll give you all the strawberries for that compliment. No, thee must take half. Mrs. Yocombe, you and I will divide too. Could there possibly be a more delicious combination? And Miss Warren smacked her lips appreciatively. The strawberry was evolved by a chance combination of forces, I remarked. Undoubtedly, added Miss Warren. So was my Geneva watch. I like to think of the strawberry in this way, said Mrs. Yocombe. There are many things in the scriptures hard to understand, so there are in nature, but we all love the short text, God is love. The strawberry is that text repeated in nature. Mrs. Yocombe, you could convert infidels and pagans with a gospel of strawberries, I cried. There are many Christians who prefer tobacco, said Mrs. Yocombe, laughing. That reminds me, I exclaimed, that I have not smoked today. I fear I shall fall from grace tomorrow, however. Yes, I imagine you will drop from the clouds by tomorrow, Miss Warren remarked. By the way, what a magnificent cloud that is, rising above the horizon in the southwest. It appears like a solitary headland in an azure sea. Ah, she said in satirical accent. Mrs. Yocombe, Miss Warren has been laughing at me ever since I came. I may have to claim your protection. No, thee and father are big enough to take care of yourselves. Emily Warren, is thee and Richard Morton both lost? Called Mr. Yocombe from the piazza. I can't find mother either. If somebody don't come soon, I'll blow the fish horn. We're all coming, answered Mrs. Yocombe, and she led the way toward the house. You have not given me a rose yet, I said to Miss Warren. Must you have one? A man never uses the word must in seeking favors from a lady. Adroit policy. Well, what kind of a one do you want? I told you long ago. Oh, I remember, an old-fashioned one with a pronounced meaning. Here is a York and Lancaster bud. That has a decided old-style meaning. It means war, does it not? Yes. I won't take it. Yes, I will, too, I said a second later, and I took the bud from her hand. You know the law of war, I added. To the victor belong the spoils. She gave me a quick glance, and after a moment said, a trifle coldly, That remark seems bright, but it does not mean anything. It often means a great deal. There, I'm out of the garden and in the ordinary world again. I wonder if I shall ever have another bit of Eden in my life. Oh, indeed you shall. I will ask Mr. Yocombe to give you a day's weeding and hoeing there. What will you do in the meantime? Sit under the arbor and laugh at you. Agreed. But suppose it was hot and I grew very tired, what would you do? I fear I would have to invite you under the arbor. You fear? Well, I would invite you if you had been of real service in the garden. That would be Eden unalloyed. Since I am not intoxicated, I cannot agree with you. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Book 1, Chapter 11 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 1, Chapter 11. Moved. Mr. Yocombe, I said as we mounted the piazza, what is the cause of the smoke rising above yonder mountain to the east of us? I have noticed it several times this afternoon, and it seems increasing. That mountain was on fire on Saturday. I hoped the rain of last night would put it out, but it was a light shower, and the fire is under headway again. It now seems creeping up near the top of the mountain, for I think I see a faint light. I do distinctly. The mountain begins to remind me of a volcano. The moon will rise before very long, and you may be treated to a grand sight if the fire burns, as I fear it will. This is a day of fate, I said, laughing, and almost any event that could possibly happen would not surprise me. It has seemed a very quiet day to me, said the old gentleman. Neither mother nor anyone on the high seat had a message for us this morning, and this afternoon I took a very long nap. If thee had not come and stirred us up a little, and Emily Warren had not laughed at us both, I would call it almost a dull day, as far as any peaceful day can be dull. Such days, however, are quite to my mind, and they'll like them better when thee sees my age. I'm inclined to think, I replied, that the great events of life would rarely make even an item in a newspaper. Mrs. Yocombe looked as if she understood me, but Miss Warren remarked with a mischievous glance, "Personals are generally read. Editors gossip about others, not themselves." "You admit that they gossip." "That one did little else seems to be your impression." "News and gossip are different things, but I'm glad your conscience so troubles you that you exaggerate my words." "Emily Warren, thee can squabble with Richard Morton all day tomorrow after thy amiable fashion, but I'm hankering after some of thy music." "I will keep you waiting no longer, sir, and would have come before, but I did not wish you to see Mr. Morton while he was in a very lamentable condition." "Why, what was the matter with him?" asked Ada, who had just joined us in the lighted hall. "He seems to have very queer complaints." "He admits that he was intoxicated, and he certainly talked very strangely." "Miss Ada, did I talk strangely or wildly this afternoon?" "No, indeed, I think you talked very nicely, and I told Silas Jones that I never met a gentleman before who looked at things so exactly as I did." This was dreadful. I saw that Miss Warren was full of suppressed merriment, and was glad that Mrs. Yocombe was in the parlor lighting the lamps. "I suppose Mr. Jones was glad to hear what you said," I remarked, feeling that I must say something. "He may have been, but he did not look so." "Mr. Yocombe, you have your daughter's testimony that I was sober this afternoon, and since that time I have enjoyed nothing stronger than milk and the odor of your old-fashioned roses. If I was in a lamentable condition in the garden, Miss Warren was the cause, and so is wholly to blame." "Emily Warren, does thee know that thy mother Eve made trouble in a garden?" "I've not the least intention of taking Mr. Morton out of the garden. He may go back at once, and I have already suggested that you would give him plenty of hoeing and weeding there." "I'm not so sure about that. I fear he'd make the same havoc in my garden that I'd make in his newspaper." "Then you think an editor has no chance for Eden?" "Thee had better talk to mother about that. If there's any chance for thee at all, she'll give thee hope. Now, Emily Warren, we are all ready. Sing some hymns that will give us all hope. No, sing hymns of faith." Ada took a seat on the sofa and glanced encouragingly at me, but I found a solitary chair by an open window where I could look out across the valley to the burning mountain and watch the stars come out in the darkening sky. Within, I faced Miss Warren's profile and the family group. I had not exaggerated when I told Miss Warren that I was conscious of a fine exhilaration. Sleep and rest had banished all dragged and jaded feelings. For hours my mind had been free from a sense of hurry and responsibility, which made it little better than a driving machine. In the mental leisure and quiet which I now enjoyed, I had grown receptive, highly sensitive indeed, to the culminating scenes of this memorable day. Even little things and common words had a significance that I would not have noted ordinarily, and the group before me was not ordinary. Each character took form with an individuality as sharply defined as their figures in the somewhat dimly lighted room. And when I looked without into the deepening June night, it seemed an obscure and noble background, making the human life within more real and attractive. Miss Warren sat before her piano quietly for a moment, and her face grew thoughtful and earnest. It was evident that she was not about to perform some music, but that she would unite with her sincere and simple friends, Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe, in giving expression to feelings and truths that were as real to her as to them. How perfectly true she is, I thought, as I noted the sweet, childlike gravity of her face. Then, in a voice that proved to be a sympathetic, pure soprano, well trained, but not at all great, she sang, "My faith looks up to thee." Their faith seemed very real and definite, and I could not help feeling that it would be a cruel and terrible thing if that pronoun "thee" embodied no living and loving personality. The light in their faces, like that of a planet beaming on me through the open window, appeared but the inevitable reflection of a fuller, richer spiritual light that now shone full upon them. One hymn followed another, and Reuben, who soon came in, seemed to have several favorites. Little Zillah had early asked for those she liked best, and then her head had dropped down into her mother's lap, and Miss Warren's sweet tones became her lullaby, her innocent sleeping face making another element in a picture that was outlining itself deeply in my memory. Ada, having found that she could not secure my attention, had fallen into something like a reverie. Very possibly she was planning out the dress that she meant to cut to suit herself, but in their repose her features became very beautiful again. Her face to me, however, was now no more than a picture on the wall, but the face of the childlike woman that was so wise and gifted, and yet so simple and true, had for me a fascination that excited my wonder. I had seen scores of beautiful women. I lived in a city where they abounded, but I had never seen this type of face before. The truth that I had not was so vivid that it led to the thought that, like the first man, I had seen in the garden the one woman of the world, the mistress of my fate. A second later, I was conscious of a sickening fear. To love such a woman and yet not be able to win her. How could one thereafter go on with life? Beware, Richard Morton, on this quiet June evening, in this home of peace and the peaceful, and with hymns of love and faith breathed sweetly into your ears, you may be in the direst peril of your life. From this quiet hour may come the unrest of a lifetime. Then hope whispered of better things. I said to myself, I did not come to this place. I wandered hither, or was led hither, and to every influence of this day I shall yield myself. If some kindly power has led me to this woman of crystal truth, I shall be the most egregious fool in the universe if I do not watch and wait for further possibilities of good. How sweet and luminous her face seemed in contrast with the vague darkness without. More sweet and luminous would her faith be in the midst of the contradictions, obscurities, and evils of the world. The home that enshrined such a woman would be a refuge for a man's tempted soul, as well as a resting place for his tired body. Sing, tell me the old, old story, said Mr. Yocombe in his warm, hearty way. Was I a profane wretch, because the thought would come that if I could draw, in shy, hesitating admission, another story as old as the world, it would be heavenly music? Could it have been that it was my intent gaze and concentrated thought that made her turn suddenly to me after complying with Mr. Yocombe's request? She colored slightly as she met my eyes, but said quietly, Mr. Morton, you have expressed no preference yet. I have enjoyed everything you have sung, I replied, and I quietly sustained her momentary and direct gaze. She seemed satisfied and smiled as she said, Thank you, but you shall have your preference also. Miss Warren, you have sung some little time, and perhaps your voice is tired. Do you play Chopin's 12th Nocturne? That seems to me like a prayer. I'm glad you like that, she said with a pleased quick glance. I play it every Sunday night when I am alone. A few moments later, and we were all under the spell of that exquisite melody which can fitly give expression to the deepest and tenderest feelings and most sacred aspirations of the heart. Did I say all? I was mistaken. Ada's long lashes were drooping, and her face was heavy with sleep, and it suggested flesh and blood only. Miss Warren's eyes, in contrast, were moist, her mouth tremulous with feeling, and her face was a beautiful transparency, through which shone those traits which already made her, to me, preeminent among women. I saw Mrs. Yocombe glance from one girl to the other, then close her eyes, while a strong expression of pain passed over her face. Her lips moved, and she was undoubtedly speaking to one near to her, though so far seemingly from most of us. A little later there occurred one or two exquisite movements in the prayer harmony, and I turned to note their effect on Mrs. Yocombe, and was greatly struck by her appearance. She was looking fixedly into space, and her face had assumed a rapt, earnest, seeking aspect, as if she were trying to see something half hidden in the far distance. With a few rich chords the melody ceased. Mr. Yocombe glanced at his wife, then instantly folded his hands and assumed an attitude of reverent expectancy. Reuben did likewise. At the cessation of the music, Ada opened her eyes, and by an instinct or habit seemed to know what to expect. for her face regained the quiet repose it had worn at the meeting house in the morning. Miss Warren turned toward Mrs. Yocombe and sat with bowed head. For a few moments we remained in perfect silence. Then there was a faint flash of light, followed after by an interval of a low, deep reverberation. The voices in nature seemed heavy and threatening. The sweet, gentle monotone of the woman's voice as she began to speak was divine in contrast. Slowly she enunciated the sentences. "What I do thou knowest not now, but thou shalt know hereafter." After a pause she continued, "As the dear young friend was playing, these words were borne in upon my mind. They teach the necessity of faith. Thanks be to the God of heaven and earth that he who spake these words is so worthy of the faith he requires. The disciple of old could not always understand his Lord, no more can we. We often shrink from that which is given in love, and grasp at that which would destroy. Though but little, weak, erring children, we would impose on the all-wise God our way instead of meekly accepting his way. Surely the one who speaks has a right to do what pleases his divine will. He is the sovereign one, the Lord of lords, and though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. But though it is a king that speaks, he does not speak as a king. He is talking to his friends. He is serving them with a humility and meekness that no sinful mortal has surpassed. He is proving by the plain, simple teaching of actions that we are not merely his subjects, but his brethren, his sisters, and that with him we shall form one household of faith, one family in God. He is teaching the sin of arrogance and the folly of pride. He is proving for all time that serving, not being served, is God's patent of nobility. We should not despise the lowliest, for none can stoop so far as he stooped. Every few moments her low, sweet voice had, as an accompaniment, distant peals of thunder that after every interval rolled nearer and jarred heavier among the mountains. More than once I saw Miss Warren start nervously and glance apprehensively at the open window where I sat, and through which the lightning gleamed with increasing vividness. Ada maintained the same utterly quiet, impassive face, and it seemed to me that she heard nothing and thought nothing. Her eyes were open. Her mind was asleep. She appeared an exquisite, breathing combination of flesh and blood, and nothing more. Reuben looked at his mother with an expression of simple affection, but one felt that he did not realize very deeply what she was saying. But Mr. Yocombe's face glowed with an honest faith and strong approval. "The master said," continued Mrs. Yocombe after one of the little pauses that intervened between her trains of thought, "What I do thou knowest not now." There he might have stopped. Presuming is the subject that asks his king for the why and wherefore of all that he does. The king is the highest of all, and if he be a king in truth, he sees the furthest of all. It is folly for those beneath the throne to expect to see so far, or to understand why the king, in his far-reaching providence, acts in a way mysterious to them. Our king is kingly, and he sees the end from the beginning. His plans reach through eternities. Why should he ever be asked to explain to such as we? Nevertheless, to the fishermen of Galilee, and to us, he does say, "Thou shalt know hereafter." The world is full of evil. We meet its sad mysteries on every side, in every form. It often touches us very closely. For a moment some deep emotion choked her utterance. Involuntarily I glanced at Ada. Her eyes were drooping a little heavily again, and her bosom rose and fell in the long, quiet breath of complete repose. Miss Warren was regarding the suffering mother with the face of a pitying angel. "And its evils are evil," resumed the sad-hearted woman, in a tone that was full of suppressed anguish. "At least, they seem so, and I don't understand them. I can't understand them, nor why they are permitted. But he has promised that good shall come out of the evil, and has said, 'Thou shalt know hereafter.' O blessed hereafter, when all clouds shall have rolled away, and in the brightness of my Lord's presence, every mystery that now troubles me shall be made clear. Dear Lord, I await thine own time. Do what seemeth good in thine own eyes." And she meekly folded her hands and bowed her head. For a moment or two there was the same impressive silence that fell upon us before she spoke. Then a louder and nearer peal of thunder awakened Zillah, who raised her head from her mother's lap and looked wonderingly around as if someone had called her. Never had I witnessed such a scene before, and I turned toward the darkness that I might hide the evidence of feelings that I could not control. A second later I sprang to my feet, exclaiming, "Wonderful!" Miss Warren came toward me with apprehension in her face, but I saw that she noted my moist eyes. I hastened from the room, saying, "Come out on the lawn, all of you, for we may now witness a scene that is grand indeed." End of Book First, Chapter 11. Book First, Chapter 12 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 12. One of Nature's Tragedies. I had been so interested in Mrs. Yoakum's words, their effect on the little group around her, and the whole sacred mystery of the scene, that I had ceased to watch the smoking mountain with its increasingly lurid apex. In the meantime, the fire had fully reached the summit, on which stood a large dry tree, and it had become a skeleton of flame. Through this lurid fire and smoke the full moon was rising, its silver disk discolored and partially obscured. This scene alone, as we gathered on the piazza and lawn below it, might well have filled us with awe and wonder, but a more impressive combination was forming. Advancing from the southwest, up the starlit sky, which the moon was brightening momentarily, was a cloud whose blackness and heaviness the vivid lightning made only more apparent. "I am an old man," said Mr. Yoakum, "but I never saw anything so grand as this before." "Mother, Mother," said little Zillah, "I'm afraid. Please take me upstairs and put me to bed." And the mother, to whom the scene in the heavens was a glorious manifestation of the God she loved rather than feared, denied herself of what was almost like a vision for the sake of the child. "It's awful," said Ada. "I won't look at it any longer. I don't see why we can't have nice quiet showers that one can go to sleep in." And she disappeared within the house. Reuben sat down on the piazza in his quiet, undemonstrative way. Miss Warren came down and stood close to Mr. Yoakum's side, as if she half unconsciously sought the good man's protection. Incessant lightnings played from some portion of the cloud, zigzagging in fiery links and forkings, while at brief intervals there would be an exceptionally vivid flash, followed more and more closely by heavier and still heavier explosions. But not a leaf stirred around us. The chirp of a cricket was sharply distinct in the stillness. The stars shone serenely over our heads, and the moon, rising to the left out of the line of the smoke and fire, was assuming her silvery brightness, and at the same time rendering the burning mountain more lurid from contrast. "Herbert, Herbert, now I know how brave you were," I heard Miss Warren exclaim in a low, awed tone. I saw by the frequent flashes that she was very pale and that she was trembling. "You mean your brother," I said gently. With her eyes fixed on the threatening and advancing cloud as if fascinated by it, she continued in the same tone that was full of indescribable dread. "Yes, yes, I never realized it so fully before, and yet I have lain awake whole nights, going by awful necessity over every scene of that terrible day. He stood in his place in the line of battle on an open plain, and he watched battery after battery come down from the heights above and open fire. He stood there till he was slain, looking steadily at death. This cloud that is coming makes me understand the more awful storm of war that he faced. Oh, I wish this hadn't happened," and there was almost agony in her tone. "I'm not as brave as he was, and every nearer peal of thunder shakes my very soul." Mr. Yoakum put his hand tenderly on her shoulder as he said, "My dear, foolish little child, as if thy Father in heaven would hurt thee." "Miss Warren," I said earnestly, "I have too little of Mr. and Mrs. Yoakum's faith, but it seems impossible that anything coming from heaven could harm you." She drew closer to Mr. Yoakum's side, but still looked at the cloud with the same wide-eyed dread, as if spellbound by it. To me, she resumed in her former tone, that only became more hurried and full of fear as the tempest approached. These awful storms are no part of heaven. They are wholly of earth, and seem the counterparts of those wild outbreaks of human passion from which I and so many poor women in the past have suffered. And a low sob shook her frame. I wish I had more of good Mr. Yoakum's spirit, for this appalling cloud seems to me the very incarnation of evil. Why does God permit such things? With a front as calm and serene as that of any ancient prophet could have been, Mr. Yoakum began repeating the sublime words. The voice of thy thunder was in the heavens. The lightnings lightened the world. Oh, no, no, cried the trembling girl. The God I worship is not in the storm or in the fire, but in the still small voice of love. You may think me very weak to be so moved, but truly I cannot help it. My whole nature shrinks from this. I took her hand as I warmly said, I do understand you, Miss Warren. Unconsciously, you have fully explained your mood and feeling. It's in truth your nature, your sensitive, delicate organism that shrinks from this wild tumult that is coming. In the higher moral tests of courage, when the strongest man might falter and fail, you would be quietly steadfast. She gave my hand a quick, strong pressure, and then withdrew it as she said, I hope you are right. You interpret me so generously that I hope I may some day prove you right. I need no proof. I saw your very self in the garden. How strange it all is, she resumed with a manner that betokened a strong nervous excitability. Can this be the same world, these the same scenes that were so full of peace and beauty an hour ago? How tremendous is the contrast between the serene, lovely June day and evening just past and this coming tempest, whose sullen roar I already hear with increasing dread. Mr. Morton, you said in jest that this was a day of fate. Why did you use the expression? It haunts me, oppresses me. Possibly it is. I rarely give way to presentiments, but I dread the coming of this storm inexpressibly. Oh! And she trembled violently as a heavier peal than we had yet heard filled the wide valley with awful echoes. Not even a sparrow shall fall to the ground without your father. We are safe, my child. God will shield thee more lovingly than I. And he drew her closer to him. I know what you say is true, and yet I cannot control this mortal fear and weakness. No, Miss Warren, you cannot, I said. Therefore, do not blame yourself. You tremble as these trees and shrubs will be agitated in a few moments, because you cannot help it. You are not so moved. No, nor will that post be moved, I replied with a reckless laugh. I must admit that I am very much excited, however, for the air is full of electricity. I can't help thinking of the little robins in a home open to the sky. Her only answer was a low sob. But not for a moment did she take her wide, terror-stricken gaze from the cloud, whose slow, deliberate advance was more terrible than gusty violence would have been. The phenomena had now become so awful that we did not speak again for some moments. The great inky mass was extending toward the eastward and approaching the fire burning on the mountain top, and the moon rising above and to the left of it. And from beneath its black shadow came a heavy, muffled sound that every moment deepened and intensified. Suddenly, as if shaken by a giant's hand, the treetops above us swayed to and fro. Then the shrubbery along the paths seemed full of wild terror and writhed in every direction. Hitherto the moon had shone on the cloud with as serene a face as that with which Mr. Yoakum had watched its approach. But now a scud of vapor swept like a sudden pallor across her disk, giving one the odd impression that she had just realized her peril, and then an abyss of darkness swallowed her up. For a few moments longer the fire burned on, and then the cloud with its torrents settled down upon it, and the luridly luminous point became opaque. The night now alternated between utter darkness and a glare in which every leaf and even the color of the tossing roses were distinct. After the first swirl of wind passed, there fell upon nature round us a silence that was like breathless expectation, or the cowering from a blow that cannot be averted, and through the stillness the sound of the advancing tempest came with awful distinctness, while far back among the mountains the deep reverberations scarcely ceased a moment. Broken masses of vapor, the wild skirmish line of the storm, passed over our heads, blotting out the stars. The trees and shrubbery were bending helplessly to the gust, and Miss Warren could scarcely stand before its violence. The great elm swayed its drooping branches over the house as if to protect it. The war and whirl of the tempest was all about us. The coming rain reminded one of the resounding footsteps of an innumerable host, and great drops fell here and there like scattering shots. "Come in, my child," said Mr. Yocombe. "The storm will soon be past, and thee and the robins shall yet have quiet sleep tonight. I've seen many such wild times among the mountains, and nothing worse than clearer skies and better grain followed. You will hear the robins singing." A blinding flash of lightning, followed by such a crash as I hope I may never hear again, prevented further reassuring words, and he had to half support her into the house. I had never been in a battle, but I know that the excitement which mastered me must have been akin to the grand exaltation of conflict, wherein a man thinks and acts by moments as if they were hours and years. Well he may, when any moment may end his life. But the thought of death scarcely entered my mind. I had no presentiment of harm to myself, but feared that the dwelling or outbuildings might be struck. Almost with the swiftness of lightning came the calculation. Estimating distance and time, the next discharge of electricity will be directly over the house. If there's cause, which God forbid, may I have the nerve and power to serve those who have been so kind. As I thought, I ran to an open space which commanded a view of the farmhouse. Scarcely had I reached it before my eyes were blinded for a second by what seemed a ball of intense burning light shot vertically into the devoted home. "Oh God!" I gasped. "It is the day of fate." For a moment I seemed paralyzed, but the igniting roof beside the chimney roused me at once. "Reuben!" I shouted. A flash of lightning revealed him still seated quietly on the piazza as if he had heard nothing. I rushed forward and shook him by the shoulder. "Come, be a man, help me, quick!" And I half dragged him to a neighboring cherry tree against which I had noticed that a ladder rested. By this time he seemed to recover his senses, and in less than a moment we had the ladder against the house. Within another moment he had brought me a pail of water from the kitchen. "Have 2 more pails ready," I cried, mounting the low sloping roof. The water I carried and the rain, which now began to fall in torrents, extinguished the external fire, but I justly feared that the woodwork had been ignited within. Hastening back at perilous speed, I said to Reuben, who stood ready, "Take one of the pails and lead the way to the attic and the rooms upstairs." The house was strangely and awfully quiet as we rushed in. I paused a second at the parlor door. Miss Warren lay motionless upon the floor, and Mr. Yocombe sat quietly in his great armchair. A sickening fear almost overwhelmed me, but I exclaimed loudly, "Mr. Yocombe, rouse yourself! I smell fire! The house is burning!" He did not move nor answer, and I followed Reuben, who was halfway up the stairs. It took but a few seconds to reach the large old-fashioned garret, which already was filling with smoke. "Lead the way to the chimney!" I shouted to Reuben in my terrible excitement. "Do not waste a drop of water. Let me put it on when I find just where the fire is." Through the smoke I now saw a lurid point. A stride brought me thither, and I threw part of the water in my pail up against it. The hissing and sputtering proved that we had hit on the right spot, while the torrents falling on the roof so dampened the shingles that further ignition from without was impossible. "We must go down a moment to breathe," I gasped, for the smoke was choking us. As we reached the story in which were the sleeping apartments, I cried, "Great God, why don't some of the family move or speak?" Hitherto Reuben had realized only the peril of his home, but now he rushed into his mother's room, calling her in a tone that I shall never forget. A second later he uttered my name in a strange, odd tone as I entered hesitatingly. Little Zillah apparently lay asleep in her crib, and Mrs. Yocombe was kneeling by her bedside. "Mother," said Reuben in a loud whisper. She did not answer. He knelt beside her, put his arm around her, and said close to her ear, "Mother, why don't you speak to me?" She made no response, and I saw that she leaned so heavily forward on the bed as to indicate utter unconsciousness. The boy sprang up and gazed at me with wild questioning in his eyes. "Reuben," I said quickly, "she's only stunned by the lightning. Will you prove yourself a man and let me help in what must be done? Life may depend upon it." "Yes," eagerly. "Then help me lift your mother on the bed. Strong and gentle now. That's it." I put my hand over her heart. "She is not dead," I exclaimed joyously, "only stunned. Let us go to the attic again, for we must keep shelter this wild night." We found that the smoke had perceptibly lessened. I dashed the other pail of water on the spot that had been burning, then found that I could place my hand on it. We had been just in time, for there was light woodwork near that communicated with the floor, and the attic was full of dry lumber, and herbs hanging here and there would have burned like tinder. Had these been burning, we could not have entered the garret, and as it was, we breathed with great difficulty. The roof still resounded to the fall of such torrents that I felt that the dwelling was safe unless it had become ignited in the lower stories, and it was obviously our next duty to see whether this was the case. "Reuben," I said, "fill the pails once more while I look through the house and see if there's fire anywhere else. It's clear that all who were in the house were stunned, even you slightly on the piazza, so don't give way to fright on their account. If you do as I bid, you may do much to save their lives, but we must first make sure the house is safe. If it isn't, we must carry them all out at once." He comprehended me and went for the water instantly. I again looked into Mrs. Yoakum's room. It was impregnated with a strong sulphurous odor, and I now saw that there was a discolored line down the wall adjoining the chimney, and that little Zilla's crib stood nearer the scorching line of fire than Mrs. Yoakum had been. But the child looked quiet and peaceful, and I hastened away. My own room was dark and safe. I opened the door of Miss Warren's room, and a flash of lightning, followed by complete darkness, showed that nothing was amiss. I then opened another door and first thought the apartment was on fire, it was so bright, but instantly saw that 2 lamps were burning and that Ada lay dressed upon the bed with her face turned toward them. By this common device she had sought to deaden the vivid lightning. Her face was white as the pillow on which it rested. Her eyes were closed, and from her appearance she might have been sleeping or dead. Even though almost overwhelmed with dread, I could not help noting her wonderful beauty. In my abnormal and excited condition of mind, however, it seemed a natural and essential part of the strange, unexpected experiences of the day. I was now convinced that there was no fire in the second story, and the thought of Miss Warren drew me instantly away. I already had a strange sense of self-reproach that I had not gone to her at once, feeling as if I had discarded the first and most sacred claim. I met Reuben on the stairway and told him that the second story was safe, and asked him to look through the first story and cellar, and then to go for a physician as fast as the fleetest horse could carry him. End of Book First, Chapter 12. Book First, Chapter 13 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 13. The Lightning and a Subtler Flame. On entering the parlor, I found Mr. Yoakum standing up and looking around in a dazed manner. He did not seem to know me, and in my deep anxiety I did not heed him. Kneeling beside Miss Warren, I found that her pulse was very feeble. I lifted her gently upon the sofa and threw open a window so that the damp, gusty wind, full of spray from the rain, might blow in upon her. Mr. Yoakum laid his hand heavily on my shoulder and asked in a thick voice, "What does it all mean?" I saw that he was deathly pale and that he tottered. Taking his arm, I supported him to a lounge in the hall and said, "Mr. Yoakum, you were taken ill. You must lie down quietly till the physician comes." He seemed so confused and unable to think that he accepted my explanation. Indeed, he soon became so ill from the effect of the shock that he could not rise. Again I knelt at Miss Warren's side and began chafing her hands, but the cool wind and spray did the most to revive her. She opened her eyes, looked at me fixedly for a few moments, and then tried to rise. "Please keep quiet," I said, "till I bring you some brandy." And I hastened to my room, tore open my valise, and was soon moistening her lips from a small flask. After swallowing a little, she regained self-possession rapidly. "What happened?" she asked. "I fear you swooned." She passed her hand over her brow and looked around as if in search of someone, then said, "Where is Mrs. Yocombe?" "She is in her room with Zillah." "Please let me go to her." And she again essayed to rise. "Miss Warren," I said gently, "I have no right to ask a favor of you, but I will thank you very much if you will just remain quietly on this sofa till you are better. You remember we had a frightful storm. I never knew such heavy thunder." "Ah, there it is again," she said, shuddering, as a heavy peal rolled away to the north. "Miss Warren, you said once today that you could trust me. You can. I assure you the storm is past. There is no more danger from it. But there is danger unless you do as I bid you. Remain quietly here till you have recovered from your nervous prostration. I happen to have some knowledge in a case of this kind, and I know that much depends on your being quiet for an hour or more. You need not be alarmed if you do as I bid you. I will see to it that someone is within call all the time." And I tried to speak cheerfully and decisively. She smiled as she said, "Since you have assumed the role of doctor, I'll obey, for I know how arbitrary the profession is." Then she again reclined wearily on the sofa, and I went out, closing the door. I found Reuben beside his father, who certainly needed care, for the terrible nausea which attends recovery from a severe shock from electricity had set in. "Reuben," I urged, "do go for the doctor. I'll do everything for your father that I can, but we must have a good physician at once. Go in your buggy as fast as you can drive in the dark. Can't you take a lantern and bring the doctor with you? First tell him what has happened so he can bring the proper remedies. Be a man, Reuben. Much depends on you tonight." Within 5 minutes I heard the swift feet of Dapple splash out upon the road. The night was growing still and close, and the gusts occurred at longer intervals. The murky cloud had covered the sky, utterly obscuring the moonlight, and there was a steady and heavy fall of rain. After Reuben had gone, a terrible sense of isolation and helplessness oppressed me. I remembered strange tales of lightning and its effects that I had heard. Would the mother and her 2 daughters survive? Was Mr. Yocombe seriously ill? But I found that the anxiety which tortured me most was in behalf of the one who gave the best promise of speedy recovery, and it was my chief hope that she would remain quietly where I had left her till the physician arrived. I had pretended to a far greater knowledge than I possessed, since in truth I had very little experience in illness. If Miss Warren should leave the parlor and thus learn that the farmhouse might become the scene of an awful tragedy, the effect upon her would probably be disastrous in the extreme. These and like thoughts were coursing swiftly through my mind as I waited upon Mr. Yocombe and sought to give him relief. "Ice!" he gasped. "It's in the cellar." I snatched up the candle that Reuben had left burning on the hall table and went for it. The place was strange, and I was not as quick and deft as many others would have been, and so was absent some moments. Great was my surprise and consternation when I returned, for Miss Warren stood beside Mr. Yocombe, holding his head. "Why are you here?" I asked, and my tone and manner betokened deep trouble. "I'm better," she said quietly and firmly. "Miss Warren," I remonstrated, "I won't answer for the consequences if you don't go back to the parlor and remain there till the doctor comes. I know what I'm about." "You don't look as if master of the situation. You are haggard. You seem half desperate." "I'm anxious about you, and if—" "Mr. Morton, you are far more anxious about others. I've had time to think. A swoon is not such a desperate affair. You guessed rightly. A thunderstorm prostrates me, but as it passes I am myself again." After aiding Mr. Yocombe to recline feebly on the lounge, she came to the table where I was breaking the ice and said in a low tone, "Something very serious has happened." I could not look at her. I dared not to even speak, for I was oppressed with the dread of a worse tragedy. With her morbid fear of lightning, she might lose all her reason if now, in her weak, unnerved condition, she saw its effect on Mrs. Yocombe and Ada. "Mother," moaned Mr. Yocombe, Why don't Mother come?" "She's with Zillah upstairs," I faltered. "Zilla's ill." "Then why does not Ada come to her father?" Miss Warren questioned, looking at me keenly. I felt that disguise was useless. "Mr. Morton, your hand so trembles that you can scarcely break the ice. Something dreadful has happened. There's the smell of smoke and fire in the house. Tell me, tell me." And she laid her hand appealingly on my arm. "Oh, Miss Warren," I groaned. "Let me shield you if further harm should come to you tonight." "Further harm will come unless you treat me as a woman, not as a child," she said firmly. "I know you mean it kindly, and no doubt I have seemed weak enough to warrant any amount of shielding." At this moment there came a peal of thunder from the passing storm, and she sank shudderingly into a chair. As it passed, she sprang up and said, "I can't help that, but I can and will help you. I understand it all. The house has been struck, and Zillah, Ada, and Mr. Yocum have been hurt. Let me feed Mr. Yocum with the ice." "Are you sure he should have ice? I would give him brandy first if I had my way, but you said you knew." "Miss Warren, I don't know. I'm in mortal terror in behalf of the family, but my chief dread has been that you would come to know the truth, and now I can't keep it from you. If you can be brave and strong enough to help me in this emergency, I will honor you and thank you every day of my life." "Mother, Mother, why doesn't Mother come?" Mr. Yocum called. Miss Warren gave me a swift glance that was as reassuring as sunlight, and then went quietly into the parlor. A moment later she was giving Mr. Yocum brandy and water and quieting him with low, gentle words. "You remember, Mr. Yocum," she said, "that Zillah was greatly frightened by the storm. You would not have the mother leave the child just yet. Mr. Morton, will you go upstairs and see if I can be of any assistance? I will join you there as soon as I have made Mr. Yocum a little more comfortable." And she went to the parlor and brought out another pillow, and then threw open the hall door in order that her patient might have more air, for he respired slowly and laboriously. Her words seemed to quiet him, and he gave himself into her hands. I looked at her wonderingly for a moment, then said in a low tone, "You are indeed a woman and a brave one. I recognize my superior officer and resign command at once." She shook her head as she gave me a glimmer of a smile, but urged in a whisper, "Hasten, we must not lose a moment." I swiftly mounted the stairs, relieved of my chief anxiety. Through the open door I saw Ada's fair white face. She had not stirred. I now ventured in and spoke to her, but she was utterly unconscious. Taking her hand, I was overjoyed to find a feeble pulse. "It may all yet be well. God grant it," I muttered. "He will," said Miss Warren, who had joined me almost immediately. "This is not a day of fate, I trust." And she began moistening Ada's lips with brandy and trying to cause her to swallow a little, while I chafed her pretty hands and rubbed brandy on her wrists. It seems to me as if an age, crowded with events, had elapsed since I started on my aimless walk this morning, I said half in soliloquy. "That you were directed hither will be cause for lasting gratitude. Was not the house on fire?" "Yes, but Reuben was invaluable. He was out on the piazza and so was not hurt." "Was Mrs. Yocum hurt?" she asked, looking at me in wild alarm. "Please do not fail me," I entreated. "You have been so brave thus far. Mrs. Yocum will soon revive, I think. You were unconscious at first." She now realized the truth that Mrs. Yocum was not caring for Zillah and hastened to their room, impelled by an overmastering affection for the woman who had treated her with motherly kindness. I followed her and assured her that her friend was living. It needed but a moment to see that this was true, but little Zillah scarcely gave any sign of life. Both were unconscious. The young girl now looked at me as if almost overwhelmed and said in a low, stuttering tone, "This is awful, far worse than I feared. I do wish the doctor was here." "He must be here soon. I know you won't give way. In great emergencies a true woman is great. You may save." A thunder peal from the retreating storm drowned my words. She grew white and would have fallen had I not caught her and supported her to a chair. "Give me a few moments," she gasped, "and I'll be myself again. This shock is awful. Why, we would have all burned up had you not put the fire out." And her eyes dilated with horror. "We have no time for words," I said brusquely. Here, take this brandy, and let us do everything in our power to save life. I scarcely know what to do, but something must be done. If we can only do the right thing, all may yet be well." In a moment the weakness passed, and she was her brave, quiet self once more. "I won't fail you again," she said resolutely as she tried to force a little brandy between Mrs. Yoakum's pallid lips. "You are a genuine woman," I replied heartily as I chafed Mrs. Yoakum's wrists with the spirits. "I know how terrible the ordeal has been for you, and most young ladies would have contributed to the occasion nothing but hysterics." "And you feared I would?" "I feared worse. You are morbidly timid in a thunderstorm, and I dreaded your learning what you now know beyond measure." "You were indeed burdened," she said, looking at me with strong sympathy. "No matter. If you can keep up and suffer no ill consequences from this affair, I believe that the rest will come through all right. After all, they are affected only physically, but you—" "I have been a little weak-minded, I know it, but if it doesn't thunder any more, I'll keep up. Ever since I was a child, the sound of thunder paralyzed me. Thank God, Mrs. Yoakum is beginning to revive. I will leave her in your care and see if I can do anything for Mr. Yoakum. I thus show that I trust you fully." As I passed out, I heard a faint voice call, "Mother." Going to the door of Ada's room, I saw that she was conscious and feebly trying to rise. As I entered, she looked at me in utter bewilderment, then shrank with instinctive fear from the presence of a seeming intruder. I saw the impulse of her half-conscious mind and called Miss Warren, who came at once, and her presence seemed reassuring. "What is the matter?" she asked, with the same thick utterance I had noted in Mr. Yoakum's voice. It seemed as if the organs of speech were partially paralyzed. "You have been ill, my dear, but now you are much better. The doctor will be here soon," Miss Warren said soothingly. She seemed to comprehend the words imperfectly and turned her wondering eyes toward me. "Oh, that the doctor would come!" I groaned. "Here you have two on your hands, and Mr. Yoakum is calling." "Who's that?" asked Ada, feebly pointing to me. "You remember Mr. Morton," Miss Warren said quietly, bathing the girl's face with cologne. "You brought him home from meeting this morning." The girl's gaze was so fixed and peculiar that it held me a moment and gave the odd impression of the strong curiosity of one waking up in a new world. Suddenly she closed her eyes and fell back faint and sick. At that moment, above the sound of the rain, I heard the quick splash of a horse's feet and hastened down to greet the doctor. In a few hasty words, I added such explanation of the catastrophe as Reuben's partial account rendered necessary, and by the time I had finished, we were at Mrs. Yoakum's door. Mr. Yoakum seemed sufficiently at rest to be left for a while. "This is Miss Warren," I said. "She will be your invaluable assistant, but you must be careful of her, since she too has suffered very severely, and, I fear, is keeping up on the strength of her brave will mainly." The physician, fortunately, was a good one, and his manner gave us confidence from the start. "I think I understand the affair sufficiently," he said, "and the best thing you can do for my patients, and for Miss Warren also, Mr. Morton, is to have some strong black coffee made as soon as possible. That will now prove an invaluable remedy, I think." "I'll show you where the coffee is," Miss Warren added promptly. Unfortunately, perhaps fortunately, Mrs. Yoakum let the woman who assisted her go away for the night. Had she been here, she might have been another burden. Even though I had but a moment or two in the room, I saw that the doctor was anxious about little Zillah. As Miss Warren waited on me, I said earnestly, "What a godsend you are!" "No," she replied with a tone and glance that to me were sweeter and more welcome than all the June sunshine of that day. "I was here, and you were sent." Then her eyes grew full of dread, reminding me of the gaze she had bent on the storm before which she had cowered. "The house was on fire," she said. "We were all helpless, unconscious. You saved us. I begin to realize it all." "Come, Miss Warren, you are now seeing double. Here, Reuben," I said to the young fellow who came dripping in from the barn. "I want to introduce you in a new light. Miss Warren doesn't half know you yet, and I wish her to realize that you are no longer a boy, but a brave, level-headed man, that even when stunned by lightning could do as much as I did." "Now, Richard Morton, I didn't do half as much as thee did. How's mother?" And he spoke with a boy's ingenuousness. "Doing well under the care of the doctor you brought," I said. "And if you will now help me make this dying fire burn up quickly, she will have you to thank more than anyone else when well again." "I'm going to thank you now," Miss Warren exclaimed, seizing both of his hands. "God bless you, Reuben. You don't realize what you have done for us all." The young fellow looked surprised. "I only did what Richard Morton told me," he protested, "and that wasn't much." "Well, there's a pair of you," she laughed. The fire put itself out and Dapple went after the doctor. Then, as if overwhelmed with gratitude, she clasped her hands and looked upward as she said in low, thrilling tones, "Thank God! Oh, thank God! What a tragedy we have escaped!" "Yes," I said, "it might have been a day of fate indeed. Life would have been an unendurable burden if what you feared had happened. What's more, I would have lost my faith in God had a home and such its inmates been destroyed. The thought of it makes me sick," and I sank into a chair. "We must not think of it," she cried earnestly, "for there's much to be done still. There, I've helped you all I can here. When the coffee's ready, call me and I'll come for it. Get on dry clothes as soon as you can, Reuben, for you can be of great service to us upstairs. I'm astonished at you, Mr. Morton. You haven't any nerve at all. You who have dealt in conflagrations, murders, wars, pestilence, earthquakes, writing them up in the most harrowing, blood-curdling style, you have absolutely turned white and faint because the inmates of a farmhouse were shocked. I won't believe you are an editor at all unless you call me within 5 minutes." Whether because her piquant words formed just the spur I needed, or because she had a mysterious power over me which made her will mine, I threw off the depression into which I had reacted from my overwhelming excitement and anxiety, and soon had my slow kindling fire burning furiously, dimly conscious in the meantime that deep in my heart another and subtler flame was kindling also. End of Book First, Chapter 13. Book First, Chapter 14 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 14. Kindling a Spark of Life. I soon had coffee made that was as black as the night without. Instead of calling Miss Warren, I took a tray from the dining room and carried it with several cups upstairs. "Bring it here," called the doctor. I entered Mrs. Yoakum's room and found that she had quite fully revived, and that Reuben had supported his father thither also. He reclined on the lounge, and his usually ruddy face was very pale. Both he and his wife appeared almost helpless, but the doctor had succeeded in arresting, by the use of ice, the distressing nausea that had followed consciousness. They looked at me in a bewildered manner as I entered, and could not seem to account for my presence at once, nor did they apparently try to do so long, for their eyes turned toward little Zillah with a deeply troubled and perplexed expression, as if they were beginning to realize that the child was very ill, and that events of an extraordinary character had happened. "Let me taste the coffee," said the doctor. "Ah, that's the kind, black and strong. See how it will bring them around." And he made Mr. and Mrs. Yoakum each swallow a cup of it. "Miss Warren," he called, "give some of this to Miss Ada if she is quiet enough to take it. I cannot leave the child." Miss Warren came at once. Her face was clouded and anxious, and she looked with eager solicitude toward the still unconscious Zillah, whose hands Reuben was chafing. "I think Miss Ada will soon be better," she replied to the doctor's inquiring glance, and she went back to her charge. "Take some yourself," said the physician to me in a low tone. "I fear we are going to have a serious time with the little girl." "You do not realize," I urged, "that Miss Warren needs keeping up almost as truly as any of them." "You'll have to take care of her then," said the doctor hastily. "She seems to be doing well herself and doing well for others. Take her some coffee and say that I said she must drink it." I knocked at Ada's door and called, "Miss Warren, the doctor says you must drink this coffee." "In a few moments," she answered, and after a little time she came out. "Where's your cup?" she asked. "Have you taken any?" "Not yet, of course." "Why, of course? If you want me to drink this, you must get some at once." There may not be enough. I don't know how much the doctor may need. Then get a cup, and I'll give you half of this. Never, I answered promptly. Do as the doctor bade you. She went swiftly to Mrs. Yoakum's room and filled another cup. I pledge you my word I won't touch a drop till you have taken this. You don't realize what you have been through, Mr. Morton. Your hand so trembled that you could scarcely carry the cup. You are all unnerved. Come, she added gravely, you must be in a condition to help, for I fear Zillah is in a critical condition. I'm not going to break down, I said resolutely. Give it to Reuben. Poor fellow, he was very wet. She looked at my clothes and then exclaimed, Why, Mr. Morton, don't you know you are wet through and through? Am I? And I looked down at my soaked garments. I don't believe you have a dry thread on you. I've been too excited to think of it. Of course, I got wet on the roof, but what's a summer shower? Your coffee's getting cold. So is yours. You have the doctor's orders. I would be glad if my wishes weighed a little with you, she said appealingly. There, Miss Warren, if you put it that way, I'd drink gall and vinegar, and I gulped down the coffee. She vanished into Ada's room, saying, You must take my word for it that I drink mine. I shall sip it while waiting on my patient. Having insisted on Reuben's taking some also, I returned to the kitchen and made a new supply. Mr. and Mrs. Yoakum's extreme prostration, both mental and physical, perplexed me. Their idolized child was still unconscious, and yet they could only look in wondering and perplexed anxiety. I afterward learned that a partial paralysis of every faculty, especially of memory, was a common effect of a severe shock of electricity. It was now evident that Miss Warren, from some obscure cause, escaped harm from lightning. The words I had employed to reassure her turned out to be true. She had merely swooned, and thus, on recovery, had full possession of all her faculties. I would be glad if my wishes weighed a little with you, she had said. In wonder at myself, I asked, What weighs more with me? By what right is this maiden, whom I have met but today, taking such absolute control of my being? Am I overwrought, morbid, fanciful, deluded by an excited imagination into beliefs and moods that will vanish in the clear sunlight and clearer light of reason? Or has the vivid lightning revealed with absolute distinctness the woman on whom I can lean in perfect trust, and yet must often sustain in her pathetic weakness? The world would say we are strangers, but my heart and soul and every fiber of my being appear to recognize a kinship so close that I feel we never can be strangers again. It is true the lightning fuses the hardest substances, making them one. However, I am beginning to think that my hitherto callous nature has been smitten by a diviner fire. If so, heaven grant that I'm not the only one struck. Well, it's a queer world. When I broke down last Friday night and sat cowering before the future in my editorial sanctum, I little dreamed that on Sunday night I should be making coffee in a good old Quaker's kitchen, and, what is still more strange, making a divinity out of a New York music teacher. A moment later I added, That's a stupid way of putting it. I'm not making a divinity out of her at all. She is one, and I've had the wit to recognize the truth. Are her gentlemen friends all idiots that they have not? What? Talking to yourself, Mr. Morton? I fear the events of this day are turning your head. And Miss Warren entered. Speak of an angel. You know the saying. Indeed, the only word I heard as I entered was idiot. Pardon me, you overheard the word idiots, so can gather nothing from that. No, your mutterings are dark indeed. I see no light or sense in them. But the doctor came to Ada's door and asked me for more coffee. How is Miss Ada? Doing nicely. She'll sleep soon, I think. I do hope little Zillah is recovering. Yes, Reuben put a radiant face within the door a few minutes since and said that Zillah was coming to, as he expressed it. Ada is doing so well that I feel assured about the others. Now that she is becoming quiet, I think I can leave her and help with Zillah. And you're not exhausting yourself. I've not yet reached the stage of muttering delirium. Mr. Morton, will you permit me to suggest that you go to your room and put on dry clothes? You are not fit to be seen. Moreover, there is a mark athwart your nose that gives to your face a sinister aspect. not becoming in one whose deeds of darkness this night will bear the light of all coming time. It might be appropriate in a printing office, but I don't intend to have little Zillah frightened. Oh, I'm so glad and grateful that we have all escaped. There, that will do. Give me the tray. Beg your pardon, I shall carry it up myself. What on earth would I have done without you in this emergency? Come, Mr. Morton, I'm not used to being disobeyed. Yes, you did look as helpless as only a man can look when there's illness, and there's no telling what awful remedies you might have administered before the doctor came. I think I shall take the credit of saving all our lives, since you and Reuben won't. She pushed open the door of Mrs. Yoakum's room, and her face changed instantly. Little Zillah lay on the bed and was still unconscious. Mrs. Yoakum had been moved into an armchair, and every moment comprehension of the truth grew clearer, and her motherly solicitude was intensified. Reuben evidently was frightened, and the doctor's brow was knitted into a frown of perplexity. We thought she was coming to, said Reuben to Miss Warren, but she's gone back worse than ever. Mr. Morton, I wish you to give to all a cup of that coffee and take some yourself, said the physician in a quiet but authoritative voice. Mr. Yoakum, you must not rise. You will be ill again, and I now need all the help I can get with this child. We must try artificial respiration, spraying the chest with cold water, and every possible means. Would to God that I could help thee, cried Mrs. Yoakum. You can by keeping absolutely quiet. Mr. Morton, you must become as a brother or one of the family. I am one with them tonight, I said earnestly. Let me help you in any way. You three must rub her with flannel and spirits while I lift her arms slowly up and down to try to induce respiration. The poor little limp body, how sacred it seemed to me. We worked and worked till the perspiration poured from our faces. Every expedient was tried until the physician at last desisted and stood back for a moment in anxious thought. Then, in a tone broken with anguish, Mr. Yoakum exclaimed, Would to God the bolt had fallen on my head and not on this dear little lamb. In bitter protest against it all, I cried, The bolt has fallen on your heart, Mr. Yoakum. How is it that God has thunderbolts for lambs? Richard Morton, these unjust, began Mrs. Yoakum in a voice that she tried to render quiet and resigned. Who art thou to judge, God? What I do thou knowest not now, but thou shalt know. Oh, my child, broke out her wailing cry, and motherhood triumphed. Reuben was sobbing over his sister with all the abandon of boyish grief, but Miss Warren stood before the little form apparently lifeless, with clasped hands and dilated eyes. I won't give her up, she exclaimed passionately and darted from the room. I followed wonderingly. She was already in the kitchen and had found a large tub. Fill this with hot water, she said to me. No, let me do it. I'll trust no one. Yes, you may carry it up, but please be careful. I'll bring some cold water to temper it. Doctor, she exclaimed, re-entering the room. We must work till we know there is no chance. Yes, and after we know it, is not hot water good? Anything is good that will restore suspended circulation, he replied. We'll try it, but wait a moment. I've employed a nice test, and if there's life, I think this little expedient will reveal it. He held the child's hand, and I noted that a string had been tied around one of the small white fingers, and that he intently watched the part of the finger beyond the string. I comprehended the act at once and recognized the truth that there would be little hope of life if this test failed. If there was any circulation at all, the string would not prevent the blood flowing out through the artery, but it would prevent its return, and therefore, if there was life, a faint color would manifest itself in the finger. I bent over and held my breath in eager scrutiny. The child's alive, I exclaimed. By a quick, impressive gesture, the physician checked my manifestation of feeling and excitement as he said, Yes, she's alive, and that's about all. We'll try a plunge in the hot bath, and then friction and artificial respiration again. We set to work once more with double zeal under the inspiration of Miss Warren's words and manner, but especially because assured that life still lingered. In less than a quarter of an hour there was a perceptible pulse, At last she was able to swallow a little stimulant, and the faint spark of life, of which we scarcely dared to speak lest our breath might extinguish it, began to kindle slowly. When at last she opened her eyes, Miss Warren turned hers heavenward with a fullness of gratitude that must have been sweet to the fatherly heart of God if the words be true, like as a father pitieth his children. Mrs. Yocombe threw herself on her knees by the bedside, sobbing, "Thank God! Thank God!" Reuben was growing wild with joy, and the father, overwhelmed with emotion, was struggling to rise when the doctor said in low, decided tones, "Hush! Nothing must be said or done to excite or surprise her. Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe, as you love your child, control yourselves. You, Mr. Morton, would seem strange to her, and with Reuben had better leave us now. Miss Warren will help me, and I think all will be well." "Don't overtax Miss Warren," I urged, lingering anxiously at the door a moment. She gave me a smiling, reassuring nod, as much to say that she would take care of herself. "God bless her," I murmured as I sought my room. "I believe she has saved the child." End of Book First, Chapter 14. Book First, Chapter 15 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book First, Chapter 15. My Fate. Having lighted the lamp in my room, I looked around it with a delicious sense of proprietorship. Its quaint, homely comfort was just to my taste, and now appeared doubly attractive. Chief of all, it was a portion of the home I had had some part in saving, and we instinctively love that which ministers to our self-complacency. An old house seems to gain a life and being of its own, and I almost imagined it conscious of gratitude that its existence had not been blotted out. Mrs. Yocombe's cordial invitation to come and stay when I could gave me at the time a glad sense that I had found a country refuge to which I could occasionally escape when in need of rest. I felt now, however, as if the old walls themselves would welcome me. As to the inmates of the home, I feared that their grateful sense of the services I was so fortunate as to render might make their boundless sense of obligation embarrassing to me. It would be their disposition to repay an ordinary favor tenfold, and they would always believe that Reuben and I had saved their lives, and the old home which no doubt had been long in their family. Well, I'll never complain of fortune again, I thought, since I've been permitted to do for these people what I have, and I threw myself down on the lounge, conscious of the warm, comfortable glow imparted by dry clothes and the strong coffee, still more conscious of an inner satisfaction that the threatening events of the night had ended just as I could have wished. Since it was to be, thank God I was here and able to act for the best, I murmured. The June sunshine and the lightning have thrown considerable light on my future. I said to Emily Warren, "What could I have done without you in this emergency?" With still greater emphasis, I feel like asking, "What would life be without you?" It seems absurd that one person should become essential to the life of another in a few brief hours, and yet, why absurd? Is it not rather in accord with the deepest and truest philosophy of life? Is the indissoluble union of two lives to result from long and careful calculations of the pros and cons? In true marriage, it seems to me, the soul should recognize its mate when meeting it. It thus may be seen that I was no exception to that large class who accept or create a philosophy pleasing to it, and there is usually enough truth in any system to prevent its being wholly unreasonable. I heard a step in the hall, and as I had left my door open so that at any sound I could spring up, I was so fortunate as to intercept the object of my thoughts. Her face was full of deep content, but very pale. To the eager questioning of my manner, she replied, "The doctor says Zillah is doing as well as we could expect. Oh, I'm so glad." "Miss Warren, you don't know how pale you are. When are you going to rest? I've been lying down, and my conscience troubled me as I thought of you still working." "I never imagined that night editors had such tender consciences," she said with a low laugh, and she vanished into Ada's room. I knew she wouldn't stay long, and remained at the end of the hall looking out of the window. The lightning flashes had grown faint and distant, but they were almost incessant, and they revealed that the clouds were growing thin toward the west, while near the horizon a star glimmered distinctly. "Miss Warren," I called as she came out of Ada's room, "I've a good omen to show you. Do you see that star in the west? I think the morning will be cloudless." "But those flashes prove that the storm is causing fear and loss to other and distant homes." "Not at all. It is, no doubt, causing better grain and clearer skies, as Mr. Yocombe said. Such an experience as we have had tonight, while having its counterparts not infrequently take the world over, is by no means common." "Oh, I hope we may have no more heavy thunderstorms this summer. They are about the only drawback to this lovely season." "You are perfectly safe so long as you remain here," I laughed. "You know the lightning never strikes twice in the same place." "I hope to stay here, but for better reasons than that." "So do I." "I should think you would. You certainly are no longer homeless. Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe will adopt you in spite of yourself as soon as they realize it all. The string of the latch will always hang outside of the door for you, I can tell you, and a nice place it will be for a city man to come." "And for a city woman, too. Mrs. Yocombe had adopted you before all this had happened, and I don't believe she'll forget that you really saved little Zilla's life." "The dear little thing!" she exclaimed, tears starting to her eyes. "How pathetic her little unconscious form was!" "To me," I replied earnestly, "it was the most exquisite and sacred thing I ever saw. I don't wonder you felt as you did when you said, 'I won't give her up,' for it seemed at the moment almost as if my life depended on her life, so powerful was her hold on my sympathy. The doctor spoke truer than he thought, for it seems as if the lightning had fused me into this family, and my grief would have been almost as great as Reuben's had little Zilla not revived. I feel as if it would have broken my heart," and her tears fell fast. Dashing them away, she said, "I cry as well as laugh too easily, and I'm often so provoked that I could shake myself. I must say that I think we're all becoming well acquainted for people who have met so recently." "Oh, as for you," I replied, "I knew you well in some previous state of existence and have just met you again." "Mr. Morton," she said, turning on me brusquely, "I shall not be quite sure as to your entire sanity till you have had a long sleep. You have seemed a little out of your head on some points ever since our extended acquaintance began. You have appeared impressed or oppressed with the hallucination that this day—is it today or tomorrow?" "It's today for a little while longer," I replied, looking at my watch. "Well, then, that today was a day of fate, and you made me nervous on the subject." "Then I'm as sane as you are." "No, I hadn't any such nonsense in my mind till you suggested it, but having once entertained the idea, it haunted me." "Yes, and it haunts you still," I said eagerly. "What time is it, Mr. Morton?" "It lacks but a few moments of midnight." "No," she said laughingly, "I don't believe anything more will happen today. And as soon as the old clock downstairs strikes 12, I think the light of reason will burn again in your disordered mind. Good night." Instead of going, however, she hesitated, looked at me earnestly a moment, then asked, "You said you found me unconscious?" "Yes." "How did you revive me?" "I carried you to the sofa under the window, which I opened. I then chafed your hands, but I think the wind and spray restored you. I don't remember fainting before, and, oh, well, this whole experience has been so strange that I can't realize it." "Don't try to. If I'm a little out of my head, your soul will be out of your body if you don't take better care of yourself. You might as well be killed by lightning as over fatigue. That doctor seems to think you are made of India rubber." I've laughed to myself more than once at your injunctions to the doctor since Zilla revived. We've had such a narrow escape. I feel as if I ought not to laugh again for a year, but I can't help it. I won't thank you as I meant to. It might make you vain. Good night." And she gave my hand a quick, strong pressure and went swiftly back to Mrs. Yocombe's room. Had my hand clasped only flesh and blood, bone and sinew? No, indeed. I felt that I had had within my grasp a gratitude and friendly regard that was so full and real that the warm-hearted, impulsive girl would not trust herself to express it in words. Her manner, however, was so frank and unconstrained that I knew her feelings to be only those of gratitude and friendly regard, seeing clearly that she entertained no such thoughts as had come unbidden to me. In spite of my fatigue, the habit of my life, and the strong coffee would have banished all thought of sleep for hours to come if there had been no other cause. But the touch of a little hand had put more glad awakening life within me than all the stimulants of the world. I went downstairs and looked through the old house to see that all was right, with as much solicitude as if it were indeed my own home. Excepting the disorder I had caused in the kitchen and hall, it had the midnight aspect of quiet and order that might have existed for a century. "I would not be afraid of the ghosts that came back to this home," I muttered. "Indeed, I would like to see Mr. and Mrs. Yoakum's ancestors. And, now I think of it, some one of them should wear a jaunty, worldly hat to account for Ada. By Jove, but she was beautiful as she lay there with her perfect physical life suspended instantaneously. If the lightning would only create a woman within the exquisite casket, the result would well repay what we have passed through. Her mother would say, as I suppose, that another and subtler fire from heaven were needed for such a task." As I came out into the hall, the great clock began to strike in the slow, dignified manner befitting its age. 1, 2, 3, 12. The day of fate had passed. I knew that Emily Warren was laughing at me softly to herself as she and the physician watched with the patients in Mrs. Yoakum's room. I was in no mood to laugh, for every moment the truth was growing clearer that I had met my fate. I looked into the parlor in which a lamp was burning and conjured up the scene I had witnessed there. I saw a fair young face with eyes turned heavenward, and again heard the words, "My faith looks up to thee." Their faith had been sorely tried. The burning bolt from heaven seemed a strange response to that faith, the crashing thunder a wild, harsh echo to the girl's sweet, reverent tones. "Is it all chance?" I queried, "or all inexorable law? Who or what is the author of the events of this night?" As if in answer, Mrs. Yoakum's text came into my mind. "What I do thou knowest not now, but thou shalt know hereafter." "Well," I muttered, "perhaps there is as much reason in their philosophy as in any other. Somebody ought to be in charge of all this complex life and being." I went out on the piazza. The rain was still falling, but softly and lightly. A freshening breeze was driving the thin, lingering clouds before it, and star after star looked out as if lights were being kindled in the western sky. The moon was still hidden, but the vapor was not dense enough to greatly obscure her rays. In the partial light the valley seemed wider, the mountains higher, and everything more beautiful in contrast with the black tempest that had so recently filled the scene. I sat down on the piazza to watch with those who were watching with the child. I made up my mind that I certainly should not retire until the physician departed, and in my present mood I felt that my Midsummer Night's Dream would be to me more interesting than that of Will Shakespeare. Hour after hour passed almost unnoted. The night became serene and beautiful. The moon, like a confident beauty, at last threw aside her veil of clouds and smiled as if assured of welcome. Raindrops gemmed every leaf, and when the breeze increased, myriads of them sparkled momentarily through the silver light. As morning approached, the air grew so sweet that I recognized the truth that the new flowers of a new day were opening, and that I was inhaling their virgin perfume. I rose and went softly to the ivy-covered gateway of the old garden, and the place seemed transfigured in the white moonlight. Even the kitchen vegetables lost their homely, prosaic aspect. I stole to the lilac bush and peered at the home that had been roofless through all the wild storm. My approach had been so quiet that the little brown mother sat undisturbed, with her head under her wing, but the paternal robin from an adjacent spray regarded me with unfeigned surprise and alarm. He uttered a note of protest, and the mother bird instantly raised her head and fixed on me her round, startled eyes. I stole away hastily, smiling to myself as I said, "Both families will survive unharmed and both nests are safe." I went to the spot where I had stood with Emily Warren. At the time I had half jestingly, half earnestly indulged my fancy to reproduce a bit of Eden-like frankness. Under the influence of the hour and my mood, I was able to conjure up the maiden's form almost as if she were a real presence. I knew her far better now. With her I had passed through an ordeal that would test severely the best and strongest. She had been singularly strong and very weak, but the weakness had left no stain on her crystal truth, and her strength had been of the best and most womanly kind. As in the twilight, so in the white moonlight, she again made perfect harmony in the transfigured garden. "There is but one woman in the world for me," I murmured, "as truly as there was only one for the first lonely man. I know not how it is with her, but I hope. Oh, what would life now be to me without this hope, that she cannot have inspired this absolute conviction that she is essential to my being, without some answering sympathy in her own woman's heart. But whether this is true or not, or whether it ever can be true, I have met my fate." As I returned from the garden, I saw that dawn was coming, and I sat down and watched it brighten with the feeling that a new and happy life was also coming. The end of Book First. End of Book First, Chapter 15. Book Second, Chapter 1 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book Second, Chapter 1 The Day After. The epochs of one's life are not divided according to the calendar, nor are they measured by the lapse of time. Within a few brief hours I had reached a conclusion that left no shadow of doubt on my mind. As I sat there in the beautiful June dawn, I turned a page in my history. The record of future joys and ills would have to be kept in double entry, for I felt with absolute conviction that I could entertain no project and decide no question without instinctively and naturally consulting the maiden who had quietly and as if by divine right obtained the mastery of my soul. But a day since I would have said that my present attitude was impossible, but now it seemed both right and inevitable. The doubt, the sense of strangeness and remoteness that we justly associate with a comparative stranger had utterly passed away, and in their place was a feeling of absolute trust and rest. I could place in her hands the best treasures of my life without a shadow of hesitancy, so strongly had I been impressed with her truth. And yet it was all a beautiful mystery over which I could have dreamed for hours. I had not shunned society in the past, and had greatly admired other ladies. Their voices had been sweet and low, as a woman's tones should be, and their glances gentle and kind, but not one of them had possessed the power to quicken my pulse or to disturb the quiet slumber of my heart. But this woman spoke to me as with authority from heaven. "My whole being," I murmured, "bows down to her by a constraint that I could scarcely resist. And no queen in the despotic past ever had a more loyal subject than I have become. To serve her, even to suffer for her, and to stand between her and all evils the world could inflict, are privileges that I covet supremely. My regard is not a sudden passion, for passion is selfish and inconsiderate. My love is already united with honor and reverence, and my strongest impulse is to promote her happiness before my own. The thought of her is an inspiration toward a purer, better manhood than I have yet known. Her truth and innate nobility produce an intense desire to become like her, so that she may look into my eyes and trust also. I scarcely know how long my bright-hued dream would have lasted, but at length the door of Mrs. Yoakum's room opened and steps were on the stairs. A moment later the physician came out, and Miss Warren stood in the doorway. "They are all sleeping quietly," he said, in answer to my inquiry. "Yes, all danger in Zilla's case is now past, I think, but she's had a serious time of it. Poor little thing." "There's no need of your walking home tonight," protested Miss Warren. "We can make you comfortable here, and Reuben will gladly drive you over in the morning." "It's morning now," he said, smiling. And I'll enjoy the walk in the fresh air. I'll call again before very long. Good day." And he walked lightly down the path as if all were very satisfactory to him. "What are you doing here, Mr. Morton?" Miss Warren asked, assuming an expression of strong surprise. "Helping to watch." "What a waste! You haven't done Zillah a bit of good." "Didn't you know I was here?" "Yes, but I hope you don't think that I need watching." "I was within call." "So you would have been if sleeping. I could have blown the great tin horn if it had been necessary to waken you, and you had remained undisturbed by other means." "Oh, well then, if it made no difference to you, I'll merely say I'm a night editor and kept awake from habit." "I didn't say it made no difference to me," she answered. "You ought to have known better than to have made that speech." "Miss Warren," I urged anxiously, "you look white as a ghost in this mingling of moonlight and morning. When will you rest?" "When the mind and heart are at rest, a tired body counts for little. So you're not afraid of ghosts?" I looked at her intently as I replied, "No, I would like to be haunted all my life." It was not wholly the reflection of the dawn that tinged the pallor of her face as I spoke these words. After a moment's hesitation, she apparently dismissed the thought and maintained her old frank manner. "Oh, how beautiful, how welcome the morning is!" she exclaimed, coming out on the piazza. "To think that this is the same world that we saw last night. It's almost impossible." "Mr. Yoakum's words will yet prove true," I said, "and clearer skies and better grain will be the result of the storm." "Oh, I'm so glad, so very glad," she murmured. "This morning is like a benediction," and its brightness and beauty glowed in her face. "I can tell you something that will please you greatly," I continued. "I have visited the little home in the garden that was open to last night's sky. The father and mother robins are well, and I'm sure all the little ones are too, for the mother robin had her head under her wing, a thing impossible, I suppose, if anything was amiss with the children." "Oh, I'm so glad," she again repeated, and there was a joyous, exquisite thrill in her tones. At that moment there came a burst of song from the top of the pear tree in the garden, and we saw the head of the little household greeting the day. Almost as sweetly and musically my companion's laugh trilled out. So it wasn't the day of fate after all. Impelled by an impulse that for the moment seemed irresistible, I took her hand as I said earnestly, "Yes, Miss Warren, for me it was, whether for a lifetime of happiness or of disappointment." At first she appeared startled and gave me a swift, searching glance. Then a strong expression of pain passed over her face. She understood me well, for my look and manner would have been unmistakable to any woman. She withdrew her hand as she said gently, "You are overwrought from watching, from all that's happened. Let us both forget that such rash words were spoken." "Do not think it," I replied slowly and deliberately. "I have learned to know you better since we have met than I could in months or years amid the conventionalities of society. In you I recognize my fate as vividly and distinctly as I saw you in the lightning's gleam last night. Please hear and understand me," I urged as she tried to check my words by a strong gesture of dissent. "If you had parents or guardians, I would ask them for the privilege of seeking your hand. Since you have not, I ask you, at least give me a chance. I can never prove worthy of you, but by years of devotion I can prove that I appreciate you." "Oh, I'm so sorry, so very sorry you feel so," she said, and there was deep distress in her tones. "I was in hopes we should be lifelong friends." "We shall be," I replied quietly. She looked at me hesitatingly a moment, then said impulsively, "Mr. Morton, you are too honorable a man to seek that which belongs to another. There," she added, flushing deeply, "I've told you what I've acknowledged to no one, scarcely to myself." I know that the light of hope faded out of my face utterly, for I felt ill and faint. If in truth she belonged to another, her absolute truth would make her so loyal to him that future hope would not be only vain but an insult which she would be the first to resent. "I understand you too well," I began despondently. "To say another word, Miss Warren, I wish, it seems rather odd I should have felt so toward you when it was no use. It was as inevitable as our meeting." The world and all that's in it is an awful muddle to me, but God bless you, and if there's any good God, you will be blessed." I shivered as I spoke and was about to leave the piazza hastily when her eager and entreating tones detained me. "Mr. Morton, you said that in spite of all we should be friends. Let me claim my privilege at once. I'm sure I'm right in believing that you're overwrought and morbid from the strange experiences you have just passed through. Do not add to your exhaustion by starting off on another aimless walk today. Though you may think it might lead you to a better fate, it cannot bring you to those who care so deeply for you. We'll be merry, true-hearted friends after we've had time to rest and think it all over." "True-hearted, anyway," I said emphatically. "What's more, I'll be sane when we meet again. Entirely matter-of-fact indeed, since I already foresee that I shall be troubled by no more days of fate. Goodbye now. Go and sleep the sleep of the just. I'll rest quietly here." And I held out my hand. She took it in both of hers and said gently, "Mr. Morton, I believe you saved our lives last night." "I had some hand in it, yes. That should be happiness enough. I'll make it answer, but never speak of it again." "When I cease to think of it, I shall cease to think at all," she said in strong emphasis, and with a lingering wistful glance she passed slowly in and up the winding stairway. I watched her as I would a ship that had left me on a desolate rock. She is one that could not change if she would, I thought. It's all over. No matter, possibly I saved her life. I sat down again in a rustic chair on the piazza, too miserable and disheartened to do more than endure the pain of my disappointment. Indeed, there was nothing else to do, for seemingly I had set my heart on the impossible. Her words and manner had made but one impression, that she had given her love and faith to an earlier and more fortunate suitor. It would be strange if it were otherwise, I muttered. I was the idiot in thinking that her gentleman friends were blind. But I protest against a world in which men are left to blunder so fatally. The other day I felt broken down physically. I now know that I'm broken and disabled in all respects. The zest and color have wholly gone out of life. If I ever go back to my work, I shall find my counterpart in the most jaded and dispirited stage horse in the city. Miss Warren will have no more occasion to criticize light, smart paragraphs. Indeed, I imagine that I shall soon be restricted to the obituary notices, and I now feel like writing my own. Confound these birds, what makes them sing so? Nature's a heartless jade anyway. Last night she would have burned us up with lightning, and this morning there would have been not a whit less of song and sunshine. Oh, well, it's far better that my hopes are in ashes than this house should be. I, and all there is of me, is a small price to pay for this home and its inmates. And if I saved her little finger from being scorched, I should be well content. But why the devil did I feel so toward her when it was of no use? That fact irritates me. Is my whole nature a lie? And are its deepest intuitions and most sacred impulses false guides that lead one out into the desert to perish? In the crisis of my life, when I had been made to see that past tendencies were wrong, and I was ready for any change for the better, my random, aimless steps led to this woman, and, as I said to her, the result was inevitable. All nature seemed in league to give emphasis to the verdict of my own heart. But the moment I reached the conviction that she was created for me and I for her, I am informed that she was created for another. I must therefore be one of the odd ones for whom there is no mate. Curse it all, I rather feel as if another man were going to marry my wife, and I must admit that I have a consuming curiosity to see him. But this can't be. Her heart must have recognized the true kinship in this other man. Blast him! No, bless him if she marries him. For she's the last one in the world to enter into merely legal relations, unsanctioned by the best and purest instincts of her womanly nature. It's all the devil's own muddle. And no better conclusion did I reach that dismal morning, the most dismal I can remember, although the hour abounded in beauty and the glad, exuberant life that follows a summer rain. I once heard a preacher say that hell could be in heaven and heaven in hell. I thought him a trifle irreverent at the time, but now I half believed him right. My waking train of thought ended in a stupor in which I do not think I lost for a moment the dull consciousness of pain. I was aroused by a step upon the gravel path, and, starting up, saw the woman who served Mrs. Yocombe in the domestic labors of the farmhouse. She stopped and stared at me a moment, and then was about to continue around the house to the kitchen entrance. "Wait a moment, my good woman," I said, "and you'll now have a chance to prove yourself a good woman, and a very helpful and considerate one, too. The house was struck by lightning last night." "Lord a massy!" she ejaculated, and she struck an attitude with her hands on her hips and stared at me again, with her small eyes and capacious mouth opened to their utmost extent. "Yes," I continued, "and all were hurt except Reuben. The doctor has been here, and all are now better and sleeping. So please keep the house quiet and let us sleep till the doctor comes again. Then have a good fire so that you can get ready at once whatever he orders for the patients." "Lord a massy!" she again remarked very emphatically, and scuttled off to her kitchen domains in great excitement. I now felt that my watch had ended, and that I could give the old farmhouse into the hands of one accustomed to its care. Therefore I wearily climbed the stairs to my room and threw myself dressed on the lounge. After a moment or two, Miss Warren's door opened, and her light step passed down to the kitchen. She, too, had been on the watch for the coming of the domestic, and, if aware that I had seen the woman, did not regard me as competent to enlighten her as to her duties for the day. The kitchen divinity began at once. "Lord a massy, Miss Em'ly, what a time yours all had! The strange man told me there hain't no danger now, is there?" In response to some remark from Miss Warren, she continued in shrill volubility. "Yes, he told me yours all struck but Reuben. I found him a-sittin' on the stoop and a-lookin' all struck of a heap himself. Is that the way lightnin' 'fects folks? He looked as white as a ghost and as if he didn't keer if he was one afore night. 'Twas amazin'." And here Miss Warren evidently silenced her. I heard the murmur of her voice as she gave a few brief directions, and then her steps returned swiftly to her room. "She can be depended upon," I sighed, "to do all she thinks right. She must have been wearied beyond mortal endurance and worried by my rash and unlooked-for words. And yet she kept up till all need is past. Every little act shows that I might as well try to win an angel of heaven as sue against her conscience. She is so absolutely true." "You're right, old woman. I was struck, and I wish it had been by lightning only." Just when I exchanged waking thoughts for hateful dreams I do not remember, at last I started to my feet, exclaiming, "It's all wrong. He shall not marry my wife." And then I sat down on the lounge and tried to extricate myself from the shadows of sleep, and thus become able to recognize the facts of the real world that I must now face. Slowly the events of the previous day and night came back, and with them a sense of immeasurable loss. The sun was low in the west, thus proving that my unrefreshing stupor had lasted many hours. The clatter of knives and forks indicated preparations for supper in the dining room below. I dreaded meeting the family and all words of thanks, as one would the touching of a diseased nerve. More than all, I dreaded meeting Miss Warren again, feeling that we both would be under a wretched constraint. My evil mood undoubtedly had physical causes, for my mouth was parched, my head throbbed and ached, and I felt so ill in body and mind, so morbid and depressed, that I was ready to escape to New York without seeing a soul, were the thing possible. The door opened softly, and I saw Reuben's ruddy, happy face. "Oh, I'm so glad thee's awake," he said. "They're all doing well. Ada's got well so fast that she actually looks better than Emily Warren. Even Zilla's quite bright this evening, only she's so weak she can't sit up much, but the doctor says it'll wear away. Thee doesn't look very extra, and no wonder, thee did so much. Father, Mother, and Emily Warren have been talking about thee for the last 2 hours, and Ada can't ask questions enough about thee and how thee found her. She says the last thing she saw was thee on the lawn, and thee was the first thing she saw when she came to, and now she says she can't help seeing thee all the time. Emily Warren said that we must let thee sleep as long as thee would, for that, she said, was what thee needed most of all." "She's mistaken," I muttered, starting up. "Reuben," I continued aloud, "you're a good, brave fellow. I'll come down to supper as soon as I can fairly wake up. I feel as stupid as an owl at midday, but I'm exceedingly glad that all are doing well." When he left me, I thought, well, I will keep up for 2 or 3 hours and then can excuse myself. Tomorrow I can return to New York, since clearly this will be no place for me. Miss Warren thinks that a little sleep will cure me, and that I will be sane and sensible now that I am awake. She will find me matter of fact indeed, for I feel like a bottle of champagne that has stood uncorked for a month. But may the devil fly away with me if I play the forlorn lackadaisical lover and show my wounds. I bathed my face again and again, and made as careful a toilet as circumstances permitted. In their kind-hearted simplicity, they had evidently planned a sort of family ovation, for as I came out on the piazza, they were all there except Miss Warren, who sat at her piano playing softly. But as Mr. Yocombe rose to greet me, she turned toward us, and through the open window could see us and hear all that passed. The old gentleman still bore marks of his shock and the illness that followed, but there was nothing weak or limp in his manner as he grasped my hand and began warmly. Richard Morton, last night I said thee was welcome. I now say this home is as truly thine as mine, thee saved mother and the children from. And here his voice was choked by emotion. Mrs. Yocombe seized my other hand, and I saw that she was moved now if ever, for her face was eloquent with kindly, grateful feeling. Please don't, I said so sharply as to indicate irritation, for I felt that I could not endure another syllable. Then, slapping Reuben brusquely on the shoulder, I added, Reuben was quite as helpful as I, thank him. Any tramp from New York would try to do as much as I did, and might have done better. Ah, here is Zillah. And I saw that the little girl was propped up on pillows just within the parlor window, where she could enjoy the cool evening air without too great exposure. If she'll give me another kiss, we'll call it all square and say no more about it. And I leaned over the window sill. The child put her arms around my neck and clung to me for a moment. There could have been no better antidote for my mood of irritable protest against my fate than the child's warm and innocent embrace. And for a moment it was balm indeed. There, I cried, kissing her twice. Now I'm overpaid. Raising my eyes, I met those of Miss Warren as she sat by her piano. Yes, she said with a smile. After that, I should think you would be more than content. I certainly ought to be, I replied, looking at her steadily. Zillah's very grateful, Miss Warren continued. She knows that you watched with her till morning. So did other night owls, Zillah, and they were quite as useful as I was. She reached up her hand and pulled me down. Mother said, she began. You needn't tell a stranger what Mother said, and I put my finger on her lips. Thee's no more of a stranger than Emily Warren, said the little girl reproachfully. I can't think of thee without thinking of her. I raised my eyes in a quick flash toward the young lady, but she had turned to the piano, and her right hand was evoking a few low chords. Miss Warren can tell you, I said, laughing, that when people have been struck by lightning, they often don't think straight for a long time to come. Crooked thinking sometimes happens without so vivid a cause, Miss Warren responded without looking around. Zillah's right in thinking that thee can never be a stranger in this home, said Mrs. Yocombe warmly. Mrs. Yocombe, please don't think me insensible to the feelings which are so apparent. Should I live centuries, the belief that I have served you and yours after your kindness would still be my pleasantest thought. But you overrate what I have done. It was such obvious duty that anyone would have done the same, or else his ears should have been cropped. It gives me a miserably mean feeling to have you thank me so for it. Please don't any more. We forget, said Miss Warren, advancing to the window, that Mr. Morton is versed in tragedies and has daily published more dreadful affairs. Yes, and has written paragraphs about them that no doubt seem quite as lurid as the events themselves, suggesting that I gloated over disasters as so much material. Mr. Morton, isn't it nearly as bad to tell fibs about oneself as about other people? My depravity will be a continuous revelation to you, Miss Warren, I replied. With a low laugh, she answered, I see you make no secret of it, and she went back to her piano. I had bowed cordially to Ada as I joined the family group, and had been conscious all the time of her rather peculiar and fixed scrutiny, which I imagined suggested a strong curiosity more than anything else. "Well, Richard Morton," said Mr. Yocombe, as if the words were irrepressible, "thee knows a little of how we feel toward thee, if thee won't let us say as much as we would like. I love this old home in which I was born and have lived until this day. I could never build another home like it if every leaf on the farm were a banknote. But I love the people who live here far more. Richard Morton, I know how it would have all ended, and thee knows. The house was on fire, and all within were helpless and unconscious. I've seen it all today, and Reuben has told us. May the Lord bless thee for what thou hast done for thee and mine. I'm not going to burden thee with our gratitude, but truth is truth, and we must speak out once for all to be satisfied. Thee knows, too, that when a friend has anything on his mind, it's got to come. Hasn't it, Mother? Richard Morton, thee has saved us all from a horrible death." "Yes, Mr. Morton," said Miss Warren, coming again to the window and laughing at my crimson face and embarrassment. "You must face that truth. There's no escaping it. Forgive me, Mr. Yocombe, for laughing over so serious a subject, but Reuben and Mr. Morton amuse me greatly. Mr. Morton already says that any tramp from New York would have done the same. By easy transition, he will soon begin to insist that it was some other tramp. I now understand evolution." "Emily Warren, thee needn't laugh at Richard Morton," said Reuben a little indignantly. "Thee owes more to him than to any other man living." She did not turn to the piano so quickly now, but that I saw her face flush at the unlooked-for speech. "That you are mistaken, Reuben. No one knows better than Miss Warren herself," I replied irritably. She turned quickly and said in a low tone, "You are right, Mr. Morton. Friends do not keep a debit and credit account with each other. I shall not forget, however, that Reuben is right also, even though I may seem to sometimes," and she left the room. I was by the open window, and I do not think any one heard her words except Zillah, and she did not understand them. I stood looking after her, forgetful of all else, when a hand laid upon my arm caused me to look around, and I met Ada's gaze, and it was as fixed and intent as that of a child. "She doesn't owe thee any more than I do," she said gravely. "I wish I could do something for thee." "Why do you say thee to me now? You always said you before," I asked. "I don't know. It seems as if I couldn't say you to thee any more," and a delicate color stole into her face. "We all feel as if thee were one of us now," explained Mrs. Yocombe gently. "And I trust that life will henceforth seem to Ada a more sacred thing and worthy of more sacred uses." And she passed into the house to prepare for supper. Mr. Yocombe followed her, and Reuben went down to the barn. "If you live to grow like your mother, Miss Ada, you will be the most beautiful woman in the world," I said frankly, for I felt as if I could speak to her almost as I would to Zillah. Her eyes drooped and her color deepened as she shook her head and murmured, "I'd rather be Emily Warren than any other woman in the world." Her words and manner so puzzled me that I thought she had not fully recovered from the effects of the shock, and I replied in an offhand way, "After a few weeks of teaching stupid children to turn noise into music, you would gladly be yourself again." She paid no heed to this remark, but, with the same intent, exploring look, asked, "Thee was the first one I saw when I came to last night?" "Yes, and you were much afraid of me." "I was foolish. I fear mother's right, and I've always been foolish." "Your manner last night was most natural. I was a stranger and a hard-looking customer, too, when I entered your room." "I hope I didn't look very, very bad." "You looked so like a beautiful piece of marble that I feared you were dead." "Thee wouldn't have cared much." "Indeed I would, if you knew how anxious I was about Zillah." "Ugh!" she interrupted with an expression of strong disgust. "I might have been a horrid, blackened thing if it hadn't been for thee." "Oh, hush!" I cried. "I merely threw a couple of pails of water on the roof. Please say no more about it." She passed her hand over her brow and said hesitatingly, "I'm so puzzled. I feel so strangely. It seems an age since yesterday." "You've had a very severe shock, Miss Ada." "Yes, that may be it, but it's so strange that I was afraid of thee." Why, Miss Ada, I was wet as a drowned rat and had a black mark across my nose. I would have made an ideal burglar. That oughtn't to have made any difference. Thee was trying to save my life. But you didn't know it. I don't believe I know anything rightly. I feel so strange, just as if I had waked up and hadn't got anything clear. But I know this much, in spite of what Reuben said, she added impulsively. Emily Warren doesn't owe thee any more than I do. And she turned like a flash and was gone. Poor child, I muttered. She hasn't recovered so fully as the others. I had been holding one of Zilla's hand during the interview, and she now pulled me down and whispered, What's the matter with thee, Richard Morton? Heaven grant you may never know, little one. Goodbye. I had scarcely left the piazza, however, before Mrs. Yocombe called. Richard Morton, thee must be famished. Come to supper. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 1. Book 2nd, Chapter 2 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 2. It Was Inevitable. I ought to have had a ravenous appetite, but I had none at all. I ought to have been glad and thankful from the depths of my heart, but I was so depressed that everything I said was forced and unnatural. My head felt as if it were bursting, and I was enraged with myself and the wretched result of my bright dream. Indeed, I found myself inclined to a spirit of recklessness and irritation that was well nigh irresistible. Miss Warren seemed as wholly free from any morbid, unnatural tendencies as Mr. Yocombe himself, and she did her utmost to make the hour as genial as it should have been. At first I imagined that she was trying to satisfy herself that I had recovered my senses, and that my unexpected words spoken in the morning were the result of a mood that was as transient as it was abnormal. I think I puzzled her. I certainly did not understand myself any better than did poor Ada, whose mind appeared to be in solution from the effects of the lightning, and I felt that I must be appearing worse than idiotic. Miss Warren, resolutely bent on banishing every unnatural constraint, asked Mr. Yocombe, How is my genuine friend, old Plod? Did the lightning wake him up? No, he plods as heavily as ever this morning. Thee only can wake him up. You've no idea what a compliment that is, she said with a low laugh. Old Plod inspires me with a sense of confidence and stability that is very reassuring in a world full of lightning flashes. Yes, I said, he is as safe as a horse block and quite as exhilarating. Give me Dapple. She looked at me quietly and keenly and colored slightly. She evidently had some association in her mind with the old plow horse that I did not understand. Exhilaration scarcely answers as a steady diet, Mr. Morton. Little chance of its lasting long, I replied, even in a world overcharged with electricity. I prefer calm, steady sunshine to these wild alterations. I doubt it. Calm, steady sunshine would make the world as dry and monotonous as a desert. That's true, Richard Morton, said Mr. Yocombe. I like peace and quiet more than most men, but even if we had all burned up last night, this part of the world would have been wonderfully better for the storm. I reckon it was worth $1 million or more to the county. That's the right way to look at it, Mr. Yocombe, I said carelessly. The greatest good to the greatest number, individuals are of no account. Your philosophy may be true, but I don't like it, Miss Warren protested. A woman doesn't generalize. Thy philosophy is only half true, Richard Morton. God cares for each one of his children, and every one in my house counts for much to me. There's no getting ahead of thee, Mother. If we want to talk here, say, Richard Morton, we must go off by ourselves. I think God showed his love for us in a queer way last night, said Ada abruptly. Both her father and mother looked pained at this speech, and Mrs. Yocombe said gravely, Thee'll see things in the true light some day, I hope. The lightning bolt may have been a message from heaven to thee. It seems to me that Zilla got more of the message than I did, and she didn't need any, said the matter-of-fact Ada. At any rate, I hope Richard Morton may be here if I ever get another message. I shall surely be struck next time, I laughed a trifle bitterly. For according to Mrs. Yoakum's view, I need a message more than any of you. It was evident that neither Ada nor I was in a frame of mind that Mrs. Yoakum could commend. As you suggested, Mr. Morton, if some other tramp from New York had been present, what a thrilling narrative you could write for your paper, Miss Warren began. Seemingly she had had enough of clouds the previous evening and was bent on clear skies tonight. She found me incorrigible, however, for I said briefly, "Oh, no, it would only make an item among the crimes and casualties." Undaunted, she replied, "And such might have been its appropriate place had not the doctor arrived so promptly. The casualty had already occurred, and I'm quite sure you would have finished us all with original remedies if left to yourself." "I agree with you, Miss Warren. Blunders are worse than crimes, and I've a genius for them." "Well, I'm not a genius in any sense of the word. Miss Ada and I look at things as they are. One would think, Mr. Morton, accepting your view of yourself, that you could supply your paper with all the crimes and casualties required as the result of the genius you claim." "Stupid blunders would make stupid reading." "Oh, that column in your paper is very interesting, then." "Why shouldn't it be? I've never had the bad taste to publish in it anything about myself." "I fail to find any logic in that remark. Have you a conscience, Mr. Morton?" "The idea of an editor having a conscience! I doubt whether you have ever seen New York, Miss Warren. You are so unsophisticated." "Emily, thee shouldn't be afraid of lightning when thee and Richard Morton are so ready to flash back and forth at one another. My words are only heat lightning, very harmless, and Mr. Morton's partake of the aurora in character. They are cool and distant." "I hope they are not so mysterious," I replied. "Their cause is, quite." "I think I understand the cause," said Mrs. Yoakum as we rose from the table, and she came and took my hand. "Richard Morton, thee has fever. Thy hands are hot and thy temples are throbbing." I saw that Miss Warren was looking at me with an expression that was full of kind, regretful interest, but with the perversity of a child that should have been shaken, I replied recklessly, "I've taken cold, I fear. I sat on the piazza like an owl last night, and I learned that an owl would have been equally useful there. I fear I'm going to be ill, Mrs. Yoakum, and I think I had better make a precipitate retreat to my den in New York." "Who'll take care of thee in thy den?" she asked, with a smile that would have disarmed cynicism itself. "Oh, they can spare a devil from the office occasionally," I said carelessly, but I felt that my remark was brutal. In answer to her look of pained surprise, I added, "Pardon me that I used the vile slang of the shop. I meant one of the boys employed in the printing rooms. Mrs. Yoakum, I have now satisfied you that I'm too much of a bear to deserve any gentler nurse. I truly think I had better return to town at once. I've never been very ill, and I have no idea how to behave. It's already clear that I wouldn't prove a meek and interesting patient, and I don't want to lose your good opinion." "Richard Morton, if thee should leave us now, I should feel hurt beyond measure. Thee's not thyself, or thee wouldn't think of it." "Richard Morton, thee cannot go," said Mr. Yoakum in his hearty way. "If thee knew mother as I do, thee'd give right in. I don't often put my foot down, but when I do, it's like old South Mountain there. Ah, here comes the doctor. Dr. Bates, if thee doesn't prescribe several weeks of quiet life in this old farmhouse for friend Morton, I'll start right off to find a doctor who will." "Please stay and I'll gather wild strawberries for thee," said Ada in a low tone. She had stolen close to my side and still had the wistful, intent look of a child. "You might do worse," Dr. Bates remarked. "You'll never make him believe that," laughed Miss Warren, who evidently believed in tonic treatment and counter-irritants. "He would much prefer sultry New York and a nymph from the printing rooms." "Thee may drive Dapple all thee wishes if thee'll only stay," said Reuben, his round boyish face shadowed with unwonted anxiety. We were standing in the hallway, and Zillah heard our talk, for her little figure came tottering out of the parlor in her trailing wrapper, and her eyes were full of tears. "Richard Morton, if thee doesn't stay, I'll cry myself sick." I caught her up in my arms and carried her back to the sofa and whispered in her ear, "I'll stay, Zillah. I'll do anything for you." The child clapped her hands gleefully as she exclaimed, "Now I've got thee. He's promised me to stay, Mother." "Yes," said the physician after feeling my pulse. "You certainly must, and you ought to be in bed this moment. Your pulse indicates a very high fever. What's more, you seem badly run down. I shall put you under active treatment at once. That is, if you'll trust me." "Go ahead, doctor," I said, "and get me through one way or the other before very long. Because these friends are so good and kind is no reason why I should become a burden to them." And I sank down on the sofa in the hall. "Thee'll do us a great wrong if thee ever thinks that, Richard Morton," said Mrs. Yocombe earnestly. "Ada, thee see that his room is ready. I'm going to take thee in hand myself," and she bustled off to the kitchen. "You couldn't be in better hands, Mr. Morton," said the physician. "And Mrs. Yocombe can do more for you than I can. I'll try and help a little, however, and will prescribe for you after I've seen Zillah." And he and Mr. Yocombe went into the parlor, while Reuben, with a triumphant chuckle, started for the barn. Now that I was alone for a moment, Miss Warren, who had been standing in the doorway and a little aloof, came to me, and her face was full of trouble as she said hurriedly in a low tone, "I fear I'm to blame for this. You'll never know how sorry I am. I do owe you so much. Please get well quickly, or I'll—" and she hesitated. "You are the only one who did not ask me to stay," I said reproachfully. "I know it. I know, too, that I'd be ill in your place if I could." "How could I help loving you?" I said impetuously. "There, forgive me," I added hastily as I saw her look of pain and almost fright. "Remember, I'm ill, delirious it may be, but whatever happens, also remember that I said I wouldn't change anything. Were it all to do over again, I'd do the same. It was inevitable. I'm sane enough to know that. You are not in the least to blame." She hung on my last words as if I were giving her absolution from a mortal sin. "It's all a mistake. Oh, if you but knew how I regret." Steps were approaching. I shook my head with a dreary glimmer of a smile. "Goodbye," I said in a whisper and wearily closed my eyes. Everything soon became very confused. I remember Mr. Yocombe's helping me to my room. I saw Ada's intent, wistful look as I tried to thank her. Mrs. Yocombe's kind motherly face changed into the features of my own mother, and then came a long blank. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2, Chapter 3, Returning Consciousness. I seemed to waken as if from a long, troubled sleep. At first I was merely conscious that I was awake and wondered how long I had slept. Then I was glad I was awake and that my confused and hateful dreams, of which no distinct memory remained, had vanished. The only thing I could recall concerning them was an indefinite and oppressive sense of loss of some kind, at which I had vaguely and impotently protested. I knew I was awake, and yet I felt too languid to open my eyes. I was little more than barely conscious of existence, and I rather enjoyed this negative condition of complete inertia. The thought floated through my mind that I was like a newborn child that knows nothing, fears nothing, thinks nothing, but simply breathes. And I felt so tired and gone that I coveted an age of mere respiration. But thought slowly kindled in a weak, fitful fashion. I first became slightly curious about myself. Why had I slept so profoundly? Why was I so nerveless and stupid after such a sleep? Instead of answering these questions, I weakly wandered off into another train of thought. My mind seems a perfect blank, I said to myself. I don't remember anything. I don't know where I am, and I don't much care, nor do I know what my experience will be when I fully rouse myself. This is like beginning a new existence. What shall be the first entry on the blank page of my wakening mind? Perhaps I had better rouse up and see whether I am truly alive. And yet I did not rise, but just lay still, heavy with a strange, painless inertia over which I puzzled in a vague, weak way. At last I was sure I heard a child crying. Then there was a voice that I thought I had heard before, trying to hush and reassure the child, and I began to think who they were, and yet I did not seem to care enough to open my eyes to see. I next heard something like a low sob near me, and it caused a faint thrill among my sluggish nerves. Surely I had heard that sound before, and curiosity so far asserted itself that I opened my eyes and looked wonderingly around. The room was unfamiliar, and yet I was certain I had seen it on some previous occasion. Seated at a window, however, was a lady who soon absorbed my whole weak and wavering attention. My first thought was, how very pretty she is. Then, what is she looking at so steadfastly from the window? After a moment, I mentally laughed at my stupidity. She's looking at the sunset. What else should she be looking at? Can I have slept all day? I saw her bosom heave with another convulsive sob, and that tears fast followed each other down her cheeks. I seemed to have the power of noting everything distinctly, but I couldn't understand or account for what I saw. Who was that sweet-faced girl? Beyond a doubt I had seen her before, but where? Why was she crying? Why was she in my room? Then I thought, it must be all imaginary. I doubt whether I am awake yet. If she were only smiling instead of crying, I would like to dream on forever. How strangely familiar her face is. I must have seen it daily for years, and yet I can't recognize it. The loud whinny of a horse seemed to give my paralyzed memory an impetus and suggestion, by means of which I began to reconstruct the past. That's old Plod, I exclaimed mentally. And why, that's Miss Warren sitting by the window. I remember now. We were in the barn together, and I was jealous of the old horse. How absurd! Then we were in the garden, and she was laughing at me. How like a dream it all is. It seemed as if she were always laughing, and that the birds might well stop singing to listen. Now she is crying here in my room. I half believe it's an apparition, and that if I speak it will vanish. Perhaps it is a warning that she's in trouble somewhere, and that I ought to go to her help. How lovely she looks, with her hands lying in her lap, forgetful of the work they hold, and her tearful eyes fixed on the glowing west. Her face is very pale in contrast. Surely she's only a shadow, and the real maiden is in need of my aid, and I made an effort to rise. It seemed exceedingly strange that I could scarcely lift my hand, but my slight movement caused her to look around, and in answer to my gaze of eager inquiry, she came softly and hesitatingly toward me. "Miss Warren," I said, "can it be you in very truth?" "Yes," she replied, with a sudden and glad lighting up of her face. "But please don't talk." "How you relieve me," I tried to say joyfully, but I found I could only whisper. "What the mischief makes my voice so weak? Do you know that I had the odd impression that you were an apparition and had come to me as a token that you were in trouble, and I tried to rise, to go to your aid. Then it seemed yourself that looked around, but you are in trouble. Why can't I get up and help you?" She trembled and by her gesture tried to stop my words. "Will you do what I ask?" she said in a low, eager tone. I smiled as I replied, "Little need of your asking that question." "Then please try to get well speedily. Don't talk, but just keep every little grain of strength. Oh, I'm so glad you are in your right mind. You have been very ill, but will soon get well now if only careful. I'll call Mrs. Yocombe." "Please don't go," I whispered. "Now that I know you, it seems so natural that you should be here. So I've been ill, and you have taken care of me." And I gave a deep sigh of satisfaction. "I did not know you at first, idiot, but old Plod whinnied, and then it all began to come back." At the word old Plod, she turned hastily toward the door. Then, as if mastered by an impulse, she returned and said, in a tone that thrilled even my feeble pulse, "Oh, live, in mercy live, or else I can never forgive myself." "I'll live, never fear," I replied with a low laugh. "I'm not such a fool as to leave a world containing you." A rich glow overspread her face. She smiled, Then suddenly her face became very pale, and she even seemed frightened as she hastily left the room. A moment later, Mrs. Yocombe came in, full of motherly solicitude. "Kind Mrs. Yocombe," I murmured, "I am glad I'm in such good hands." "Thank God, Richard Morton," she said in low, fervent tones. "Thee's going to get well, but don't speak a word." Was that Zillah crying? Yes, she was heartbroken about thee being so sick, but she'll laugh now when I tell her thee's better. Take this and sleep again. Bless her kind heart, I said. Mrs. Yocombe laid her finger on my lips. I saw her pour out something, which I swallowed unquestioningly, and after a moment sank into a quiet sleep. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 3. Book 2nd, Chapter 4 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 4 In the Dark. Yes, Mrs. Yocombe, good nursing and nourishment are all that he now requires, were the reassuring words that greeted my waking later in the evening. I opened my eyes and found that a physician was feeling my pulse. I turned feebly toward my kind hostess and smilingly whispered, "There's no fear of my wanting these where you are, Mrs. Yocombe, but don't let me make trouble. I fear I've made too much already." "The only way thee can make trouble, Richard, is to worry about making trouble. The more we can do for thee, the better we shall be pleased. All thee's got to do is to get well and take thy time about it." "That's just like you. How long have I been ill?" "That's none of thy business at present. One thing at a time. The doctor has put thee in my hands, and I'm going to make thee mind." "I've heard that men were perfect bears when getting well," I said. "Thee can be a bear if thee feels like it, but not another word tonight, not another syllable. Am I not right, doctor?" "Yes, I prescribe absolute quiet of mind and body. That and good living will bring you around in time. You've had a narrow graze of it, but if you will mind Mrs. Yocombe, you will yet die of old age. Good night." My nurse gave me what she thought I needed and darkened the room, but it was not so dark but that I saw a beautiful face in the doorway. "Miss Warren!" I exclaimed. "It was Ada," said Mrs. Yocombe quietly. "She's been very anxious about thee." "You are all so kind. Please thank her for me," I replied eagerly. "Mother, may I speak to Richard Morton?" asked a timid voice from the obscurity of the hallway. "Not tonight, Ada, tomorrow. Forgive me if I disobey you this once," I interrupted hastily. "Yes, Miss Ada, I want to thank you." She came instantly to my side, and I held out my hand to her. I wondered why hers throbbed and trembled so strangely. "It's I who should thank thee. I can never thank thee enough. Oh, I feared I might never have a chance." "There, Ada, thee mustn't say another word. Richard's too weak yet." Her hand closed tightly over mine. "Goodbye," she breathed softly and vanished. Mrs. Yocombe sat down with her knitting by a distant and shaded lamp, too weak to think or to realize aught except that I was surrounded by an atmosphere of kindness and sympathy. I was well content to lie still and watch through the open window the dark foliage wave to and fro, and the leaves grow distinct in the light of the rising moon, which, though hidden, I knew must be above the eastern mountains. I had the vague impression that very much had happened, but I would not think. Not for the world would I break the spell of deep quietude that enthralled every sense of my body and every faculty of my mind. "Mrs. Yocombe," I said at last, "it must be you who creates this atmosphere of perfect peace and restfulness. The past is forgotten, the future a blank, and I see only your serene face. A subdued light seems to come from it, as from the shaded lamp. Thee is weak and fanciful, Richard. The doctor said thee must be quiet." I wish it were possible to obey the doctor forever, and that this exquisite rest and oblivion could last. I am like a ship becalmed on a summer sea in a summer night. Mind and body are both motionless. Sleep, Richard Morton, and when rested and well, may gales from heaven spring up and carry thee homeward. Fear not even rough winds, if they bear thee toward the only true home. Now thy only duty is to rest. You are not going to sit up tonight, Mrs. Yocombe." She put her finger on her lips. "Hush," she said. "Oh, delicious tyranny," I murmured. "The ideal government is that of an absolute and friendly power." I had a vague consciousness of being wakened from time to time and of taking something from Mrs. Yocombe's hand and then sinking back into an enthrallment of blessed and refreshing slumber. With every respiration, life and health flowed back. At last, as after my first long sleep in the country, I seemed to hear exquisite strains of music that swelled into richer harmony until what seemed a burst of song awoke me. Opening my eyes, I looked intently through the open window and gladly welcomed the early day. The air was fresh, and I felt its exhilarating quality. The drooping branches of the elm swayed to and fro, and the mountains beyond were bathed in light. I speedily realized that it was the song of innumerable birds that had supplied the music of my waking dream. For a few moments I gazed through the window with the same perfect content with which I had watched the foliage grow distinct in the moonlight the previous evening, and then I looked around the room. I started slightly as I encountered the deep blue eyes of Ada Yocombe fixed on me with an intent, eager wistfulness. "Can I do anything for thee, Richard Morton?" she asked, rising from her chair near the door. "Mother asked me to stay with thee a while and to let her know if thee woke and wanted anything." "With you here this bright morning, how could I want anything more?" I asked with a smile, for her young, beautiful face comported so well with the early morning of the summer day as to greatly please both my eye and fancy. The color of the early morning grew richer in her face as she replied, "I'm glad thee doesn't want me to go away, but I must go and have thy breakfast brought up." "No, stay. Tell me all that's happened. I seem to have forgotten everything so strangely. I feel as if I had known you all a long time, and yet that can't be, for only the other day I was at my office in New York." "Mother says thee's too weak to talk yet, and that I must not answer questions. She says thee know thee's been sick, and thee know thee's getting well, and that must do till thee's much stronger." "Oh, I feel ever so much stronger. Sleep and the good things your mother has given me has made a new man of me." "Mother says thee has never been sick, and that thee doesn't know how to take care of thyself, and that thee'll use thy strength right up if we don't take good care of thee." "And are you going to take care of me?" "Yes, if thee pleases, I'll help mother." "I should be hard to please were I not glad. I shall have so nice a time getting well that I shall be tempted to play sick." I'll wait on thee as long as thee'll let me, for no one owes thee more than I do." "What in the world do you owe me?" I asked, much perplexed. "If you are going to help me get well and will come to my room daily with a face like this summer morning, I shall owe you more than I can ever repay." "My face would have been black enough but for thee, but I'm glad thee thinks I look well. They are all saying I look pale and am growing thin, but if thee doesn't think so, I don't care," and she seemed aglow with pleasure. "It would make a sick man well to look at you," I said, smiling. "Please come and sit by me and help me to get my confused brain straight once more. I have the strangest sense of not knowing what I ought to know well. You and your kind father and mother brought me home from meeting. Your mother says I might stay here and rest. Miss Warren was here. She was singing in the parlor. Where is Miss Warren?" "She has gone out for a walk," said the girl a little coldly. Her manner perplexed me, and together with my thought of Miss Warren, there came a vague sense of trouble, of something wrong. I tried to raise my hand to my brow as if to clear away the mist that obscured my mind, and my hand was like lead, it was so heavy. "A plague on my memory!" I exclaimed. "We were in the parlor, and Miss Warren was singing. Your mother spoke. Would that I might hear her again. It's all tolerably clear up to that time, and then everything is confused." "Ada, how's this?" said Mrs. Yocombe reproachfully. "Thee was not to let Richard Morton talk." "I only am to blame, Mrs. Yocombe. I would talk. I'm trying to get the past straightened out. I know that something happened the other evening when you spoke so beautifully to us, but my memory comes up to that point as to an abyss, and I can't bridge it over." Richard Morton, doesn't thee believe that I'm thy friend? My mind would indeed be a total blank if I doubted that. Well, then, do what I ask thee. Don't question, don't think. Isn't it sufficient to know that thee has been ill, and that thy life depends on quiet? Thee can scarcely lift thy hand to thy head. Thy words are slow and feeble. Can't thee realize that it is thy sacred duty to rest and grow strong before taking up the cares and burdens that life brings to us all? Thee looks weak and exhausted. I am indeed weak enough, but I felt almost well when I awoke. Ada, I fear I can't trust thee as a nurse, her mother began gravely. Please don't blame her. It was wholly my fault, I whispered. I'll be very good now and do just what you bid me. Well, then, thee must take what I have prepared and thy medicine and sleep again. Goodbye, Ada, I said, smiling. Don't look so concerned. You haven't done me a bit of harm. Your face was as bright and welcome as the sunshine. If it hadn't been for thee, she began. Mrs. Yocombe raised a warning finger and the girl stole away. Can I not see Miss Warren this morning? I asked hesitatingly. Thee must sleep first. The medicine she gave evidently contained a sedative, or else sleep was the remedy that nature instinctively grasped, for it gave back part of the strength that I had lost. When I awoke again, I felt wonderfully the better for a long rest that had not been broken, but made more beneficial from the fact that I was slightly roused from time to time to take stimulants and nourishment. The heat and glare of the summer day had passed. This I could perceive even through the half-closed window blinds. At first I thought myself alone, but soon saw that Reuben was seated in the furthest corner, quietly carving on some woodwork that interested his boyish fancy. His round, fresh face was like a tonic. Well, old fellow, I laughed, so you are playing nurse. Is thee awake for good, Richard Morton? He asked, springing up. I hope so. 'Cause mother said that as soon as thee really waked up, I must call her. Oh, wait a moment and tell me all the news. Mother said I mustn't tell thee anything but to get well. I'm never going to get well. What? Exclaimed the boy in consternation. Your mother and Miss Ada take such good care of me that I'm going to play sick the rest of my life, I explained, laughing. How is Dapple? Oh, thee's only joking then. Well, all I ask of thee is to get well just enough to drive Dapple around with me. He'll put life into thee, never fear. When I get hold of the reins, he fairly makes my hands tingle. But there, mother said that I shouldn't let thee talk, but tell her right away, and he started for the door. How is Miss Warren? Is she never coming to see me? Emily Warren's been dreadfully anxious about thee. I never saw anyone change so, but today she has been like a lark. She went with me to the village this morning, and she had almost as much spirit and life as Dapple. She's a jolly good girl. I like her. We're all so glad thee's getting well we don't know what to do. Father said he felt like jumping over a 5-bar fence, only Ada acts kind of queer and glum. I think I hear talking, said Mrs. Yocombe, entering. Dear Mrs. Yocombe, I laughed, you are the most amiable and beneficent dragon that ever watched over a captive. Thee wants watching. The moment my back's turned, thee's into mischief, and the young people are just as bad. Reuben, I might better have left Zillah here. Do let her come, I exclaimed. She'll do more good than medicine. Well, she shall bring thee up thy chicken broth. That will please her wonderfully. Go away, Reuben, and tell Zillah to bring the broth. Not another word. Does thee feel better, Richard? Oh, I am almost well. I'm ashamed to own how hungry I am. That's a good sign, a very good sign. Mrs. Yocombe, how did I become so ill? I'm haunted by the oddest sense of not remembering something that happened after you spoke to us the other evening. There's nothing strange in people's being sick. Thee knows that. Then thee had been overworking so long that thee had to pay the penalty. Yes, I remember that. Thank heaven I drifted into this quiet harbor before the storm came. I should have died in New York. Well, thee knows where to come now when thee's going to have another bad turn. I hope, however, that thee'll be too good a man to overwork again. Now thee's talked enough. Can I not see Mr. Yocombe and Miss Warren this evening? No, not till tomorrow. Father's been waiting till I said he could come, but he's so hearty-like that I won't trust him till thee's stronger. Is Miss Warren so hearty-like also? It seems to me her laugh would put life into a mummy. Well, thee isn't a mummy, so she can't come till tomorrow. She had been smoothing my pillow and bathing my face with cologne, thus creating a general sense of comfort and refreshment. Now she lifted my head on her strong, plump arm and brushed my hair. Tears came into my eyes as I said brokenly, I can remember my mother doing this for me when I was ill once and a little fellow. I've taken care of myself ever since. You can have no idea how grateful your manner is to one who has no one to care for him specially. Thee'll always have someone to care for thee now, but thee mustn't say anything more. And I saw strong sympathy in her moist eyes. Yes, I breathed softly. I should have died in New York. And thee said an imp from the printing house could take care of thee, she replied with a low laugh. Did I say that? I must have been out of my head. Thee'll see that all was ordered for the best, and be content when thee gets strong. People are often better every way after a good fit of sickness. I believe the good physician will give his healing touch to thy soul as well as thy body. Ah, here is Zillah. Come in, little girl. Richard wishes to see thee. Bearing a bowl with both hands, she entered hesitatingly. Why, Zillah, you waiting on me too. It's all like a fairy tale, and I'm transformed into a great prince, and am waited on right royally. I'm going to drink that broth to your health as if you were a great lady. It will do me more good than all the drugs of all the doctors, just because you are such a good little fairy and have bewitched it. The child dimpled all over with pleasure as she came and stood by my side. Oh, I'm so glad thee's getting well, she cried. Thee talks queer, but not so queer as thee did before, thee. A warning gesture from her mother checked her, and she looked a little frightened. That will do, Zillah. After Richard has taken this, I'm not going to let him talk for a long time. Do you want to make me all well, Zillah? I asked, smiling into her troubled and sympathetic face. She nodded eagerly and most emphatically. Then climb on a chair and give me a kiss. After a quick, questioning look at her mother, she complied, laughing. Ah, that puts life into me, I said. You can tell them all that you did me more good than the doctor. I'll go with you to see the robins soon. I've got something else for thee downstairs, she whispered, something that Emily Warren gathered for thee, and she was gone in a flash. A moment later she stood in the doorway, announced in advance by the perfume of an exquisite cluster of rosebuds arranged in a dainty vase, entwined and half hidden with myrtle. Put the vase on the table by Richard, and thee mustn't come any more. These surely are from the Garden of Eden, I exclaimed. These and your kiss, Zillah, will make me well. Tell Miss Warren that I am going to thank her myself. Goodbye now. And she flitted out of the room, bright with the unalloyed happiness of a child. Dear me, said Mrs. Yocombe, thee must indeed get strong fast, for I do have such a time keeping the young people out of thy room. Reuben asks a dozen times a day if he can see thee, and father's nearly as bad. No more shall see thee today, I promise. Now thee must rest till tomorrow. I was well content, for the roses brought a presence very near. In their fragrance, their beauty, their dewy freshness, their superiority to other flowers. They seemed the emblem of the maiden who had made harmony in the garden when nature was at her best. The scene, as we had stood there together, grew so vivid that I saw her again almost in reality, her face glowing with the undisguised, irrepressible pleasure that had been caused by my unexpected tribute to the absolute truthfulness of her character. Again I heard her piquant laugh, then her sweet vibratory voice as she sang hymns that awakened other than religious emotions, I fear. By an odd freak of fancy, the flowers seemed an embodied strain from Chopin's nocturne that she had played, and the different shades of color, the rising and falling of the melody. What do they mean? I murmured to myself. At any rate, I see no York and Lancaster buds among them. Is thee so very fond of roses that thee gazes so long and intently at them? Mrs. Yocombe quietly asked. I started, and I had still sufficient blood to crimson my pallid face. Turning away, I said, They recall a scene in the garden where they grew. It seems to me that Miss Warren had grown there too, she was so like them, and that this impression should have been made by a girl bred in the city struck me as rather strange. Thy impression was correct. She's genuine, Mrs. Yocombe replied gravely, and her eyes rested on me in a questioning and sympathetic way that I understood better as I thought it over afterward. Yes, I said, she made just that impression on me from the first. We met as strangers, and in a few hours, without the slightest effort on her part, she won my absolute trust. This at first greatly surprised me, for I regret to say that my calling has made me distrustful. I soon learned, however, that this was just the impression that she should make on anyone capable of understanding her. A deep sigh was my companion's only answer. Mrs. Yocombe, I continued earnestly, was I taken ill while you were speaking? I have a vague, tormenting impression that something occurred which I cannot recall. The last that I can remember was your speaking to us, and then, wasn't there a storm? There may have been. We've had several showers of late. Thee had been overdoing, Richard, and thee felt the effects of the fever in thy system before thee or any of us knew what was the matter. Thy mind soon wandered, but thee was never violent. Thee made us no trouble, only our anxiety. Now I hope I've satisfied thee. How wondrously kind you've all been to such a stranger, but Miss Ada made reference to something that I can't understand. Mrs. Yocombe looked perplexed and annoyed. I'll ask Ada, she said gravely. It's time thee took this medicine and slept. The draught she gave me was more quieting than her words had been, for I remembered nothing more distinctly until I awoke in the brightness of another day. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 4. Book 2nd, Chapter 5 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 5. A Flash of Memory. I found my spirits attuned to the clear sunshine of the new day, and congratulated myself that convalescence promised to be so speedy. Again, I had the sense that it was my body only that was weak and exhausted by disease, for my mind seemed singularly elastic, and I felt as if the weight of years and toil had dropped away, and I was entering on a new and higher plane of existence. An unwonted hopefulness, too, gave buoyancy to my waking thoughts. My first conscious act was to look for my flowers. They had been removed to a distant table, and in their place was a larger bouquet that for some reason suggested Ada. It's very pretty, I thought, but it lacks the dainty, refined quality of the other. There's too much of it. One is a bouquet, the other suggests the bushes on which the buds grew and their garden home. From the sounds I heard, I knew the family was at breakfast, and before very long a musical laugh that thrilled every nerve with delight rang up the stairway, and I laughed in sympathy without knowing why. Happy will the home be in which that laugh makes music, I murmured. Heaven grant it may be mine. Can it be presumption to hope this, when she showed so much solicitude at my illness? She was crying when my recovery was doubtful, and she entreated me to live. Reuben's words suggested that she was depressed while I was in danger, and buoyant after the crisis had passed. That she feels as I do, I cannot yet hope. But what the mischief do she and Ada mean by saying that they owe me so much? It's I who owe them everything for their care during my illness. How long have I been ill? There seems to be something that I can't recall, and now I think of it, Mrs. Yocombe's account last night was very indefinite. My further musings were interrupted by the entrance of Mrs. Yocombe with a steaming bowl that smelt very savory. Mrs. Yocombe, I cried, you are always welcome, and that bowl is too, for I'm as hungry as a cub. Glad to hear it, said Mr. Yocombe's hearty voice from the doorway. I'll kill for you a young gobbler that Emily Warren thinks is the apple of my eye, if you will promise to eat him. No, indeed, I answered, reaching out my hand. He is already devoted to Miss Warren's Thanksgiving dinner. May he continue to gobble until that auspicious day. What, do you remember that? And Mr. Yocombe cast a quick look of surprise at his wife. Yes, I remember everything up to a certain point, and then all comes to a full stop. I wish you would bridge over the gap for me." "Richard," interposed Mrs. Yocombe quickly, "it wouldn't do thee any good to have father tell thee what thee said when out of thy mind from fever. I can tell thee, however, that thee said nothing of which thee need be ashamed." "Well, I can't account for it. I must have been taken very suddenly. One thing is clear. You are the kindest people I ever heard of. You ought to be put in a museum." "Why, friend Morton, is it queer that we didn't turn thee out of doors or give thee in charge of the poor master?" "I certainly am the most fortunate man in the world," I said, laughing. I had broken myself down and was about to become very ill, and I started off in the dark and never stopped till I reached the shelter of Mrs. Yocombe's wing. If I should tell my experience in New York, there'd be an exodus to the country among newspaper men. "Thee mustn't do it," protested Mr. Yocombe, assuming a look of dismay. "Thee knows I'm down on editors. I make thee an exception." "I should think you had, but they would not expect to be treated 1/100th part so well as you have treated me." "Well, bring thy friends, editors or otherwise. Thy friends will be welcome." "I fear I'll be selfish. I feel as if I had made too rich a discovery to show it to others." "Now, father, thee's had thy turn and must go right out and let Richard take his breakfast and his medicine. I'm bent on making Dr. Bates say I'm the best nurse in town, and between such a lively patient and such a lively family, I have a hard time of it." "Well, thee knows I always mind, mother," said the old gentleman, putting on a rueful look. "I do it, thee knows, to set the children an example. Goodbye now. Mother will make thee as hearty as I am if thee'll mind her." "Oh, I'm well enough to see everybody today," I said with emphasis, and I imagine that Mrs. Yocombe gave as definite a meaning to my indefinite term as I did. "No one can stay long yet, but if thee continues to improve so nicely, we can move thee downstairs part of the day before very long." "At that prospect, I'll mind as well as Mr. Yocombe himself," I cried gladly. "Mr. Yocombe, they are spoiling me. I feel like a great petted boy and behave like one, I fear, but having never been ill, I don't know how to behave." "Thee's doing very well for a beginner. Keep on, keep on." And his genial visage vanished from the doorway. After I had my breakfast, Zillah flitted in and out with her mother 2 or 3 times. "Mother says I can look at thee, but I mustn't talk," and she wouldn't. Then Ada, with her wide-brimmed hat hanging on her arm, brought me a dainty little basket of wild strawberries. "I promised to gather them for thee," she said, placing them on my table. "You did? I had forgotten that," I replied. "I fear my memory is playing me sad tricks. You have just gathered them, I think." "What makes thee think so?" "Because their color has got into your cheeks." "I hope thee'll like them, the strawberries, I mean." I laughed heartily as I answered, "I like both. I don't see how either could be improved upon." "I think thee likes the city pallor best," she replied, shaking her head. I imagined that a faint tinge of the strawberry came into my face, for she gave me a quick glance and turned away. "Ada," said Mrs. Yocombe, entering, "thee can take thy sewing and sit here by the door for a while. Call me if Richard wants anything. The doctor will be here soon." "Would thee like to have me stay?" she asked timidly. "Indeed I would. Mrs. Yocombe, can I eat these strawberries? I've devoured them with my eyes already." "Yes, if the doctor says so, and thee'll promise not to talk much." I made no promise, for I was bent on talking, as convalescents usually are, I believe, and Ada forgot her sewing, and her blue eyes rested on me with an intentness that at last grew a little embarrassing. She said comparatively little, and her words had much of their old directness and simplicity, but the former flippancy and coloring of small vanity was absent. Her simple morning costume was scrupulously neat and quite as becoming as the Sunday muslin, which I had so admired, and she had fastened at her breastpin a rose that reminded me of the one I had given her on that wretched Sunday afternoon, when she unconsciously and speedily dispelled the bright dream that I had woven around her. For some reason she has changed very much, I thought, and I'm glad it's for the better. Zillah came in and leaned on her lap as she asked her a question or two. Surely the little girl would not have done that the first day I met her, I mused, then added aloud, "You are greatly changed, Miss Ada. What has happened to you?" She blushed vividly at my abrupt question and did not answer for a moment. Then she began hesitatingly. "From what Mother says, it's time I changed a little. I think Zillah likes you now as she does Miss Warren." "No, she likes Emily Warren best. So does everyone." "You are mistaken. Zillah could not have looked at Miss Warren differently from the way in which she just looked at you. You have no idea what a pretty picture you two then made." "I did not think about it." "I imagine you don't think about yourself as much as you did. Perhaps that's the change I'm conscious of." "I don't think about myself at all anymore," and she bent low over her work. Dr. Bates now entered with Mrs. Yocombe, and Ada slipped quietly away. After strong professions of satisfaction at my rapid convalescence and giving a medicine that speedily produced drowsiness, he too departed. I roused up slightly from time to time as the day declined, and finding Reuben quietly busy at his carving, dozed again in a delicious, dreamy restfulness. In one of these half-waking moments I heard a low voice ask, "Reuben, may I come in?" Sleep departed instantly, and I felt that I must be stone dead before I could be unmoved by those tones, now as familiar as if heard all my life. "Yes, please come," I exclaimed, "and you have been long in coming." Reuben sprang up with alacrity as he said, "I'm glad thee's come, Emily. Would thee mind staying with Richard for a little while? I want to take Dapple out before night. If I don't, he gets fractious." "I will take your place for a time, and will call Mrs. Yocombe if Mr. Morton needs anything." "I assure you I won't need anything as long as you'll stay," I began as soon as we were alone. "I want to thank you for the rosebuds. They were taken away this morning, but I had them brought back and placed here where I could touch them. They seem to bring back that June evening in the old garden so vividly that I've lived the scene over and over again." She looked perplexed and colored slightly, but said smilingly, "Mrs. Yocombe will think I'm a poor nurse if I let you talk too much." "Then talk to me. I promise to listen as long as you will talk." "Well, mention an agreeable subject." "Yourself. What have you been doing in the ages that have elapsed since I came to life? It seems as if I had been dead, and I can't recall a thing that happened in that nether world. I only hope I didn't make a fool of myself." "I'm sorry to say you were too ill to do anything very bad. Mr. Morton, you can't realize how glad we all are that you are getting well so fast." "I hope I can't realize how glad you are, and yet I would like to think that you are very glad. Do you know what has done me the most good today?" "How should I know?" she asked, looking away with something like trouble in her face. "I heard your laugh this morning while you were at breakfast, and it filled all the old house with music. It seemed to become a part of the sunshine that was shimmering on the elm leaves that swayed to and fro before my window. And then the robins took it up in the garden. By the way, have you seen the robin's nest that Zillah showed us?" "Yes," she replied, "but it's empty, and the queer little things that Zillah said were all mouth and swallow are now pert young robins, rollicking around the garden all day long. They remind me of Reuben and Dapple. I love such fresh young life, unshadowed by care or experience." "I believe you, and your sympathy with such life will always keep you young at heart. I can't imagine you growing old. Indeed, truth is never old and feeble." "You are very fanciful, Mr. Morton," she said with a trace of perplexity again on her face. "I have heard that that was a characteristic of sick people," I laughed. "Yes, we have to humor them like children," she added, smoothing her brow as if this were an excuse for letting me express more admiration than she relished. "Well," I admitted, "I've never been ill and made much of before, since I was a little fellow, and my mother spoiled me, and I've no idea how to behave. Even if I did, it would seem impossible to be conventional in this house. Am I not the most singularly fortunate man that ever existed? Like a fool, I had broken myself down and was destined to be ill. I started off as aimlessly as an arrow shot into the air, And here I am, enjoying your society and Mrs. Yoakum's care." "It is indeed strange," she replied musingly, as if half speaking to herself. "So strange that I cannot understand it. Life is a queer tangle at best. That is, it seems so to us sometimes." "I assure you I am glad to have it tangled for me in this style," I said, laughing. "My only dread is getting out of the snarl. Indeed, I'm sorely tempted to play sick indefinitely." "In that case, we shall all leave you here to yourself." "I think you have done that already." "What would your paper do without you?" she asked, with her brow slightly knitted and the color deepening in her cheeks. "Recalling what you said, I'm tempted to think it is doing better without me." "You imagine I said a great deal more than I did." "No, I remember everything that happened until I was taken ill. It's strange I was taken so suddenly. I can see you playing Chopin's Nocturne as distinctly as I see you now. Do you know that I had the fancy that the cluster of roses you sent me was that nocturne embodied, and that the shades of color were the variations in the melody?" "You are indeed very fanciful. I hope you will grow more rational as you get well." "I remember you thought me slightly insane in the garden." "Yes, and you promised that you would see things just as they are after leaving it." "I can't help seeing things just as they seem to me. Perhaps I do see them just as they are." "Oh, no, to a matter-of-fact person like myself, you are clearly very fanciful. If you don't improve in this respect, you'll have to take a course in mathematics before returning to your work, or you will mislead your readers." "No, I'm going to take a course of weeding in the garden, and you were to invite me into the arbor as soon as I had done enough to earn my salt." "I fear you will pull up the vegetables." "You can at least show me which are the potatoes." In spite of a restraint that she tried to disguise, she broke out into a low laugh at this reminiscence and said, "After that revelation of ignorance, you will never trust me again." "I will trust you in regard to everything except kitchen vegetables," I replied more in earnest than in jest. "A most important exception," she responded, her old troubled look coming back. "But you are talking far too much. Your face is slightly flushed. I fear you are growing feverish. I will call Mrs. Yoakum now." "Please do not. I never felt better in my life. You are doing me good every moment, and it's so desperately stupid lying helplessly here." "Well, I suppose I must humor you a few moments longer," she laughed. "People when ill are so arbitrary. By the way, your editorial friends must think a great deal of you, or else you are valuable to them. For your chief writes to Mr. Yoakum every day about you. So do some others, and they've sent enough fruit and delicacies to be the death of an ostrich." "I'm glad to hear that. It rather increases one's faith in human nature. I didn't know whether they or anyone would care much if I died." "Mr. Morton," she said reproachfully. "Oh, I remember my promise to you. If, like a cat, I had lost my ninth life, I would live at your words. Indeed, I imagine that you were the only reason I did live. It was your will that saved me, for I hadn't enough sense or spirit left to do more than flicker out." "Do you think so?" she asked eagerly, and a rich glow of pleasure overspread her face. "I do indeed. You have had a subtle power over me from the first, which I cannot resist and don't wish to." "I must go now," she said hastily. "Please wait," I entreated. "I've a message for Mrs. Yoakum." She stood irresolutely near the door. "I wish you to tell her. Why is it getting dark so suddenly?" "I fear we're going to have a shower," and she glanced apprehensively toward the window. "When have I seen that look on your face before?" I asked quickly. "You had a message for Mrs. Yoakum?" "Yes. I wish you would make her realize a little of my unbounded gratitude, which every day increases. In fact, I can't understand the kindness of this family. It is so hearty, so genuine. Why, I was an entire stranger the other day. Then Ada and, pardon me, you also used expressions which puzzled me very much. I can't understand how I became ill so suddenly. I was feeling superbly that Sunday evening, and then everything became a blank. Mrs. Yoakum, from a fear of disquieting me, won't say much about it. The impression that a storm or something occurred that I can't recall haunts me. You are one that couldn't deceive if you tried." "You needn't think I've anything to tell when Mrs. Yocombe hasn't," she answered with a gay laugh. "Miss Warren," I said gravely, "that laugh isn't natural. I never heard you laugh so before. Something did happen." A flash of lightning gleamed across the window, and the girl gave an involuntary and apprehensive start. Almost as instantaneously, the events I had forgotten passed through my mind. In strong and momentary excitement, I rose on my elbow and looked for their confirmation in her troubled face. "Oh, forget it all!" she exclaimed in a low, distressed voice, and she came and stood before me with clasped hands. "Would to God I had died!" I said despairingly, and I sank back faint and crushed. "I had no right to speak, to think of you as I did. Good-bye." "Mr. Morton." "Please leave me now. I'm too weak to be a man, and I would not lose your esteem." "But you will get well. You promised me that." "Well," I said in a low, bitter tone, "when can I ever be well? Good-bye." "Mr. Morton, would you blight my life?" she asked almost indignantly. "Am I to blame for this?" "Nor am I to blame. It was inevitable. Curses on a world in which one can err so fatally." "Can you not be a brave, generous man? If this should go against you, if you will not get well, you promised me to live." "I will exist. But can one whose heart is stone and hope dead live? I'll do my best. No, you are not to blame, not in the least. Take the whole comfort of that truth. Nor was I either. That Sunday was the day of my fate, since for me to see you was to love you by every instinct and law of my being. But I trust, as you said, you will find me too honorable to seek that which belongs to another." "Mr. Morton," she said in tones of deep distress, "you saved this home. You saved Mrs. Yocombe's life. You saved mine. Will you embitter it?" "Would to God I had died!" I groaned. "All would then have been well. I had fulfilled my mission." She wrung her hands as she stood beside me. "I can't, oh, I can't endure this," she murmured, and there was anguish in her voice. I rallied sufficiently to take her hand as I said, "Emily Warren, I understand your crystal truth too well not to know that there is no hope for me. I'll bear my hard fate as well as I can, but you must not expect too much. And remember this, I shall be like a planet hereafter. The little happiness I have will be but a pale reflection of yours. If you are unhappy, I shall be so inevitably. Not a shadow of blame rests on you. The first fair woman was not truer than you. I'll do my best. I'll get up again, soon, I trust now, if you ever need a friend. But you would not so wrong me as to go to another. I won't be weak and lackadaisical. Don't make any change. Let this episode in your life be between ourselves only. Good-bye." "Oh, you look so ill, so changed. What can I say?" Helpless tears rushed into her eyes. "You saved my life," she breathed softly, but as she turned hastily to depart, she met our hostess. "Oh, Mrs. Yocombe," she sobbed, "he knows all." "He surely could not have told him." "Indeed I did not. It came to him like a flash." "Mrs. Yocombe, by all that's sacred, Miss Warren is not to blame for anything, only myself. Please keep my secret. It shall not trouble anyone." And I turned my face to the wall. Richard Morton. "Dear Mrs. Yocombe, give me time. I'm too sorely wounded to speak to anyone." "A man should try to do what is right under all circumstances," she said firmly. "And it is your first and sacred duty to get well. It is time for your medicine." I turned and said desperately, "Give me stimulants. Give me anything that will make me strong, so that I may keep my word. For if ever a man was mortally weak in body and soul, I am." "I'll do my best for thee," she said gently, "for I feel for thee and with thee, as if thee were my own son. But I wish thee to remember now and always that the only true strength comes from heaven." End of Book 2nd, Chapter 5. Book 2nd, Chapter 6 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 6. Weakness. Soul and body are too nearly related for one to suffer without the other's sympathy. Mrs. Yoko mercifully shielded me that evening, merely saying that I had seen enough company for one day. My sleep that night resulted from opiates instead of nature's impulses, and so was unrefreshing, and the doctor was surprised to find a change for the worse the following morning. For 2 or 3 days the scale wavered, and I scarcely held what I gained. Mrs. Yocombe rarely left me, and I believe that I owe my life not only to her excellent nursing, but even more to her strong moral support, her gentle but unspoken sympathy. I knew she understood me, and that her mercy was infinite for my almost mortal weakness. For now that the inexplicable buoyancy which that chief of earthly hopes imparts was gone, I sank into an abyss of despondency from which I feared I could never escape. Her wisdom and intuitive delicacy led her to select Reuben as her chief assistant. I found his presence very restful, for so far from suspecting, he could not understand a wound often more real and painful than any received on battlefields. I now could not have endured Ada's intent and curious scrutiny, and yet I deeply appreciated her kindness, for she kept my table laden with delicate fruits and flowers. The dainty little vase was replenished daily, also with clusters of roses, roses only, and I soon recognized rare and perfect buds that at this late season only a florist could supply. The pleasure they gave was almost counterbalanced by the pain. Their exquisite color and fragrance suggested a character whose perfection daily made my disappointment more intolerable. At last Mrs. Yocombe said, "Richard Morton, is thee doing thy best to get well? Thee's incurring a grave responsibility if thee is not. Emily Warren is quite alone in the world, and she came to me as to a mother when thee was taken ill, and told me of thy unfortunate attachment. As thee said, she is not to blame, and yet such is her kindly and sensitive nature that she suffers quite as much as if she were wholly to blame. Her life almost depends on thine. She is growing pale and ill. She eats next to nothing, and I fear she sleeps but little. She is just waiting in miserable suspense to see if thee will keep thy word and live. I believe thee can live, and grow strong and good and noble if thee will. Oh, Mrs. Yocombe, how you must despise me, but if you knew how I loathe myself. No, I'm sorry for thee from the depths of my heart. If thee's doing thy best, I've not a word to say, but thee should know the truth. As Emily said, thee has the power either to embitter her life or to add very much to its happiness." "Well," I said, "if I have not the strength to overcome this unmanly, contemptible weakness, I ought to die, and the sooner the better. If I'm worth life, I shall live." If ever a weak, nerveless body yielded to an imperious will, mine did. From that hour, as far as possible, I gave my whole thought to recovery, and was as solicitous as I before had been apathetic. No captain could have been more so in regard to his ship, which he fears may not outride a storm. I appealed to Dr. Bates to rack his brains in the preparation of the most effective tonics. I took my food with scrupulous regularity, and in the effort to oxygenize my thin, pale blood, drew long respirations of the pure summer air. Mrs. Yocombe daily smiled a warmer and more hearty encouragement. Under the impetus of a resolute purpose, the wheels of life began to move steadily and at last rapidly toward the goal of health. I soon was able to sit up part of the day. As I rallied, I could not help recognizing the richer coloring that came into the life at the farmhouse, and the fact touched me deeply. What is my suffering compared to the happiness of this home? I thought. It would have been brutally selfish to have died. I now had my letters brought to me. My paper, my first love, was daily read, and my old interest in its welfare kindled slowly. "Work," I said, "is the best of antidotes. It shall be my remedy. Men are respected only as they stand on their feet and work, and I shall win her respect to the utmost." Reuben and Ada read to me. The presence of the former, like that of his father and mother, was very restful, but Ada began to puzzle me. At first I ascribed her manner to an extravagant sense of gratitude in one who had passed with her through peril, and who seemingly had been dangerously ill in consequence. But I was compelled at last to see that her regard was not open, frank, and friendly, but shy, absorbing, and jealous. It gave her unmingled satisfaction that I did not ask for Miss Warren, and she rarely spoke of her. When she did, she watched me keenly, as if seeking to read my thoughts. Reuben, on the contrary, spoke freely of her, but from some restraint placed upon him by his mother probably, did not ask her to relieve him in his care of me again. After I began to sit up, Miss Warren would not infrequently come to my door when others were present, and smilingly express her gladness that I was improving daily. Indeed, there would often be quite gay repartee between us, and I think that even Ada was so blinded by our manner that her suspicions were allayed. It evidently puzzled her, and Reuben also, that I had apparently lost my interest in one who had such great attractions for me at first. But Ada was not one to seek long and deeply for subtle and hidden causes of action. She had a quick eye, however, for what was apparent, and scanned surfaces narrowly. I fear I perplexed her as sorely as she did me. In spite of every effort to remain blind to the truth, I began to fear that she was inclined to give me a regard which I had not sought, and which would embarrass me beyond measure. That a man can exult over a passion in a woman which he cannot requite is marvelous. That he can look curiously, critically, and complacently on this most sacred mystery of a woman's soul, that he can care no more for her delicate incense than would a grim idol, is proof that his heart is akin to the stony idol in material, and his nature like that of the gross, cruel divinity represented. The vanity that can feed on such food has a more depraved appetite than the South Sea Islander, who is content with human flesh merely. It would seem that there are those who can smile to see a woman waste the richest treasures of her spiritual life, which were designed to last and sustain through the long journey of life, aye, and even boast of her immeasurable loss, of which they, wittingly or unwittingly, had been the cause. The oddest part of it all is that a woman can love such men instead of regarding them as spider-like monsters that, were the doctrine of transmigration true, would become spiders again as soon as compelled to drop their human disguise. But women usually idealize the men they love into something very different from what they are. Heaven knows that I was not a saint, but I am glad that it caused me pain, and pain only, as I saw Ada shyly and almost unconsciously bending on me glances laden with a priceless gift, which nevertheless I could not receive. Her nature was too simple and direct for disguises, and when she attempted them they were often so apparent as to be comically pathetic, and yet she did attempt them. There was nothing bold and unmaidenly in her manner, and as I look back upon those days, I thank God that I was never so graceless and brutal as to show or feel anything like contempt for her gentle, childlike preference. Very possibly also my own unfortunate experience made me more considerate, and it was my policy to treat her with the same frank, undisguised affection that I manifested toward Zillah, with, of course, the differences required by their different ages. Ada was no longer repulsive to me. The events of that memorable night of storm and danger, and the experiences that followed, had apparently awakened her better nature, which, although having a narrow compass, was gentle and womanly. Her old flippancy was gone. My undisguised preference for Miss Warren, after I had actually made her acquaintance, and my persistent blindness to everything verging toward sentiment, had perhaps done something toward dispelling her belief that beauty and dress were irresistible. Thus she may have been led honestly to compare herself with Emily Warren, who was not only richly endowed but highly cultivated. At any rate, her small vanity had vanished also, and she was in contrast as self-distrustful and hesitating in manner as she formerly had been abrupt and self-asserting. Moreover, she had either lost her interest in her neighbor's petty affairs, or else had been made to feel that a tendency to gossip was not a captivating trait. and we heard no more about what this one said or that one wore on her return from meeting. While her regard was undoubtedly sincere, I felt and hoped that it was merely a sentiment attendant on her wakening and fuller spiritual life, rather than an abiding and deep attachment, and I believed that it would soon be replaced by other interests after my departure. For my own sake as well as hers, I had decided to leave the farmhouse as speedily as possible, but I soon began to entertain the theory that I could dispel her dreams better by remaining a little longer, and by proving that she held the same place in my thoughts as Zillah and could possess no other. There would then be no vain imaginings after I had gone. I rather wanted to stay until I had fully recovered my health, for I was beginning to take pride in my self-mastery. If I could regain my footing and stand erect in such quiet, manly strength as to change Miss Warren's sympathy into respect only, I felt that I would achieve a victory that would be a source of satisfaction for the rest of life. That I could do this I honestly doubted, for seemingly she had enthralled my whole being, and her power over me was well nigh irresistible. I knew that she understood Ada even better than I did, and it seemed her wish to afford the girl every opportunity, for she never came to ask how I was when Ada was present, and the latter was honest enough to tell me that it was Miss Warren who had suggested some of the simple yet interesting stories with which my long hours of convalescence were beguiled. But in her latent jealousy she could not help adding, "Since Emily Warren selected them, thee cannot help liking them." "I certainly ought to like them doubly," I had quietly replied, looking directly into her eyes, "since I am indebted for them to two friends instead of one." "There's a great difference in friends," she said significantly. "Yes, indeed," I replied, smiling as frankly as if I had been talking to Zillah. "And your mother is the best friend I have or ever expect to have." Ada had sighed deeply and had gone on with her reading in a girlish, plaintive voice that was quite different from her ordinary tones. Unconsciously, she had imbibed the idea, probably from what she often heard at meeting, that anything read or spoken consecutively must be in a tone different from that used in ordinary conversation, and she always lifted up her voice into an odd, plaintive little monotone that was peculiar but not at all disagreeable. It would not have been natural in another, but was perfectly so to her, and harmonized with her unique character. The long words, even in the simple stories, were often formidable obstacles, and she would look up apprehensively and color for fear I might be laughing at her. But I took pains to gaze quietly through the window in serene unconsciousness. She also stumbled because her thoughts evidently were often far away from the book. But at my cordial thanks when finishing the story, her face would glow with pleasure. And yet she missed something in my thanks, or else saw in the quiet manner with which I turned to my letters or paper that which was unsatisfactory, and she would sigh as she left the room. Her gentle, patient efforts to please me, which oddly combined maidenly shyness and childlike simplicity, often touched the depths of my heart, and the thought came more than once, if this is more than a girlish fancy, and time proves that I am essential to her happiness, which is extremely doubtful, perhaps I can give her enough affection to content a nature like hers. But one glimpse of Emily Warren would banish this thought, for it seemed as if my very soul were already wedded to her. "The thought of another is impossible," I would mutter. She was my fate. 4 or 5 of the days during which I had been sufficiently strong to sit up had passed away, and I was able to give more of my time to my mail and paper, and thus to seem preoccupied when Ada came to read. I found Zillah also a useful though unconscious ally, and I lured her into my room by innumerable stories. Reuben and Mr. Yocombe were now very busy in their harvest, and I saw them chiefly in the evening, but they were too tired to stay long. Time often hung woefully heavy on my hands, and I longed to be out of doors again. But Mrs. Yocombe was prudently inexorable. I am sure that she restrained Ada a great deal, for she grew less and less demonstrative in manner, and I was left more to myself. Thus a week passed. It was Saturday morning. and between the harvest without and preparations for Sunday within, all the inmates of the farmhouse were very busy. The forenoon had well nigh passed. I had exhausted every expedient to kill time and was looking on the landscape shimmering in the fierce sunlight with an apathy that was dull and leaden in contrast, when a low knock caused me to look up, but instead of Ada, as I expected, Miss Warren stood in the doorway. "They are all so busy today," she said hesitatingly, "that I thought I might help you pass an hour or two. It seems too bad that you should be left to yourself so long." To my disgust, I, who had resolved to be so strong and self-poised in her presence, felt that every drop of blood in my body had rushed into my face. It certainly must have been very apparent, for her color became vivid also. "I fear I was having a stupid time," I began awkwardly. "I don't want to make trouble. Perhaps Mrs. Yocombe needs your help." "No," she said, smiling. "You can't banish me on that ground. I've been helping Mrs. Yocombe all the morning. She's teaching me how to cook. I've succeeded in proving that the family would have a fit of indigestion that might prove fatal were it wholly dependent on my performances." "Tell me what you made," I said eagerly. "Am I to have any of it for my dinner?" "Indeed you are not. Dr. Bates would have me indicted." She looked at me with solicitude, for although I had laughed with her, I felt ill and faint. Despairingly I thought, "I cannot see her and live. I must indeed go away." "So you are coming downstairs tomorrow," she began. "We shall give you a welcome that ought to make any man proud. Mrs. Yocombe is all aglow with her preparations." "I wish they wouldn't do so," I said in a pained tone. "I'd much rather slip quietly into my old place as if nothing had happened." "I imagined you would feel so, Mr. Morton," she said gently. "But so much has happened that you must let them express their abounding gratitude in their own way. It will do them good, and they will be the happier for it." "Indeed, Miss Warren, that very word gratitude oppresses me. There is no occasion for them feeling so. Why, Hiram, their man, could not have done less. I merely happen to be here. It's all the other way now. If ever a man was overwhelmed with kindness, I have been. How can I ever repay Mrs. Yocombe?" "I am equally helpless in that respect, but I'm glad to think that between some of our friends the question of repaying may be forgotten. I never expect to repay Mrs. Yocombe." "Has she done so much for you also?" "Yes, more than I can tell you." "Well," I said, trying to laugh, "if I ever write another paragraph, it will be due to her good nursing." "That is my chief cause for gratitude," she said hurriedly, the color deepening again in her cheeks. "If you hadn't, I know of your brave effort to get well too, she told me." "Yes, Miss Warren," I said quietly, "I am now doing my best." "And you are doing nobly, so nobly that I am tempted to give you a strong proof of friendship, to tell you what I have not told anyone except Mrs. Yocombe. I feel as if I had rather you heard it from me than casually from others. It will show how I trust you." My very heart seemed to stand still, and I think my pallor alarmed her. But feeling that she had gone too far, she continued hurriedly, taking a letter from her pocket. "I expect my friend tonight. He's been absent and now writes that he will—" I shrank involuntarily as if from a blow, and with her face full of distress, she stopped abruptly. Summoning the whole strength of my manhood, I rallied sufficiently to say, in a voice that I knew was unnatural from the stress I was under, "I congratulate you. I trust you may be very happy." "I had hoped," she began. "I would be if I saw that you were happy." "You are always hoping," I replied, trying to laugh, "that I may become sane and rational. Haven't you given that up yet? I shall be very happy tomorrow and will drink to the health of you both." She looked at me very dubiously, and the trouble in her face did not pass away. "Let me read to you," she said abruptly. "I brought with me Hawthorne's Mosses from an Old Manse. They are not too familiar, I trust." "I cannot hear them too often," I said, nerving myself as if for torture. She began to read that exquisite little character study, The Great Stone Face. Her voice was sweet and flexible and varied with the thought as if the words had been set to music. At first I listened with delight to hear my favorite author so perfectly interpreted, but soon, too soon, every syllable added to my sense of unutterable loss. Possibly she intuitively felt my distress, possibly she saw it, as I tried to look as stoical as an Indian chief who is tortured on every side with burning brands. At any rate she stopped and said hesitatingly, You do not enjoy my reading." With a rather grim smile I replied, "Nothing but the truth will answer with you. I must admit I do not." Would you like to hear something else?" she asked in evident embarrassment. "Nothing is better than Hawthorne," I said. I fear I'm not yet strong enough." Then, after a second's hesitation, I spoke out despairingly. "Miss Warren, I may as well recognize the truth at once. I never shall be strong enough. I've overrated myself. Goodbye." She trembled, tears came into her eyes, and she silently left the room. So abrupt was her departure that it seemed like a flight. After she had gone, I tottered to my feet with an imprecation on my weakness, and I took an amount of stimulant that Dr. Bates would never have prescribed, but it had little effect. In stony, sullen protest at my fate, I sat down again, and the hours passed like eternities. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 6. Book 2nd, Chapter 7 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 7. Old Plod Idealized. Ada brought me up my dinner, and I at once noted that she was in a flutter of unusual excitement. Her mother had undoubtedly prepared her for the arrival of the expected guest, and made known also his relations to one of whom she had been somewhat jealous. And it would seem that the simple-hearted girl could not disguise her elation. I was in too bitter a mood to endure a word, and yet did not wish to hurt her feelings. Therefore she found me more absorbed in my paper and preoccupied than ever before. "Thank you, Miss Ada," I said cordially but briefly. "Editors are wretched company. Their paper is everything to them, and I've something on my mind just now that's very absorbing." "Thee isn't strong enough to work yet," she said sympathetically. "Oh, yes," I replied, laughing bitterly. "I'm a small edition of Samson. Besides, I'm as poor as Job's impoverished turkey, and must get to work again as soon as possible." "There is no need of thee feeling that way. And then she stopped and blushed. "I know all about we," I laughed. "Your hearts are as large as this wide valley, but then I must keep my self-respect, you know. You have no idea how happy you ought to be in such a home as yours." "I like the city better," she replied, blushing, and then hastily left the room. My greed for work departed as abruptly. "Poor child," I muttered. "Life is a tangle, as Miss Warren said, and a wretched one, too, for many of us." Mrs. Yocombe soon after came in, and looked with solicitude at my almost untasted dinner. "Why, Richard," she said, "thy appetite flags strangely. Isn't thy dinner to thy taste?" "The fault is wholly in me," I replied. "Thee doesn't look so well, nothing like so well. Has Ada said anything to trouble thee?" she asked apprehensively. "No, indeed. Ada is just as good and kind as she can be. She's becoming as good as she is beautiful. Every day increases my respect for her," and I spoke earnestly and honestly. A faint color stole into the matron's cheek, and she seemed pleased and relieved, but she remarked quietly, "Ada's young and inexperienced." Then she added, with a touch of motherly pride and solicitude, "She's good at heart, and I think is trying to do right." "She will make a noble woman, Mrs. Yocombe, one that you may well be proud of, or I'm no judge of character," I said, with quiet emphasis. "She and Zillah have both been so kind to me that they already seem like sisters. At any rate, after my treatment in this home, I shall always feel that I owe to them a brother's duty." The color deepened in the old lady's face that was still so fair and comely, and tears stood in her eyes. "I understand thee, Richard," she said quietly. "I thought I loved thee for saving our lives and our home, but I love thee more now. Still, thee cannot understand a mother's heart. Thee's a true gentleman." "Dear Mrs. Yocombe, you must learn to understand me better, or I shall have to run away in self-defense. When you talk in that style, I feel like an arrant hypocrite. I give you my word that I've been swearing this very forenoon." "Who was thee swearing at?" she asked in much surprise. "Myself, and with good reason." "There is never good reason for such wickedness," she said gravely, but regarding me with deep solicitude. Presently she added, "Thee has had some great provocation?" "No, I've been honored with unmerited kindness and trust, which I have ill requited." "Emily Warren has been to see thee." "Yes." "Did she tell thee?" "Yes, and I feel that I could throttle that man. Now you know what a heathen savage I am." "Yes," she said dryly. "Thee has considerable untamed human nature." Then added, smiling, "I'll trust him with thee nevertheless. I'm inclined to think that for her sake thee'd do more for him than for any man living. Now wouldn't thee?" "Oh, Satan take him, yes," I groaned. "Forgive me, Mrs. Yocombe. I'm so unmanned, so desperate from trouble, that I'm not fit for decent society, much less your company. You believe in a Providence. Why was this woman permitted to enslave my very soul when it was of no use?" "Richard Morton," she said reproachfully, "thee is indeed unmanned. Thee's wholly unjust and unreasonable. This gentleman has been Emily Warren's devoted friend for years. He has taken care of her little property and done everything for her that her independent spirit would permit. He might have sought an alliance among the wealthiest, but he has sued long and patiently for her hand." "Well, he might," I interrupted irritably. "Emily Warren is the peer of any man in New York." "Thee knows New York and the world in general well enough to be aware that wealthy bankers do not often seek wives from the class to which Emily belongs. Though in my estimation, as well as in thine, no other class is more respectable. And I think it speaks well for him that he is able to recognize and honor worth wherever he finds it. Still, he knew her family. The Warrens were quite wealthy too at one time." "What is his name?" I asked sullenly. "Gilbert Hearn." "What, Hearn the banker, who resides on Fifth Avenue?" "The same." "I know him. That is, I know who he is. Well." Then I added bitterly, "It's just like him. He has always had the good things of this world and always will. He'll surely marry her." "Has thee anything against him?" "Yes, infinitely much against him. I feel as if he were seeking to marry my wife." "That's what thee said when out of thy mind," she exclaimed apprehensively. "I hope thee is not becoming feverish." "Oh, no, Mrs. Yocombe. I've nothing against him at all. He is preeminently respectable as the world goes. He is shrewd, wonderfully shrewd, and always makes a 10 strike in Wall Street. But this securing Miss Warren was a masterstroke. There, I'm talking slang and disgracing myself generally." But my bitter spirit broke out again in the words, "Never fear, Gilbert Hearn will have the best in the city. Nothing less will serve him." "Thee is prejudiced and unjust. I hope thee'll be in a better mood tomorrow." And she left my room looking hurt and grieved. I sank back in my chair in wretched, reckless apathy, and from the depths of my heart wished I had died. After a little time Mrs. Yocombe came hastily in, looking half ashamed of her weakness, and in her hands was a bowl of delicious broth. "My heart relents toward thee," she said with moist eyes. "I ought to have made more allowance for one whose mother left him much too early. Take this, every drop, and remember thy pledge to get well and be a generous man. I'll trust thee to keep thy word." And she departed before I could speak. "Well, I should be a devil incarnate if I didn't become a man after her kindness," I muttered, and I gulped down the broth and my evil mood at the same time. At the end of an hour, I could almost have shaken hands with Gilbert Hearn, who prospered in all that he touched. As the sun declined, I heard the rustle of a silk on the stairway. A moment later, Miss Warren mounted the horse block and stood waiting for Reuben, who appeared in the family rockaway. I thought the maiden looked a trifle pale in contrast with her light silk, but perhaps it was the shadow of the tree she stood under. But I muttered, "Even his critical taste can find no fault with that form and grace. She'll grace his princely home, and none will recognize the truth more clearly than he." She hesitatingly lifted her eyes toward my window, and I started back, forgetting that I was hidden by the half-closed blind. But my face suffused with pleasure as I said to myself, "Heaven bless her! She does not forget me wholly, even on the threshold of her happiness." At that moment old Plod, passing through the yard in his early Saturday release from toil, gave a loud whinny of recognition. The young girl started visibly, sprang lightly down from the block, and caressed her great heavy-footed pet, and then, without another glance at my window, entered the rockaway and was driven rapidly toward the distant depot, at which she would welcome the most fortunate man in the world. I now felt sure that I had guessed her association with the old plow horse, and, sore-hearted as I was, I laughed long and silently over the quaint fancy. "Truly," I muttered, "the courtly and elegant banker would not feel flattered if he knew about it. How in the world did she ever come to unite the two in her mind?" But as I thought it all over, I was led to conclude that it was natural enough. The lonely girl had no doubt found out that even in the best society of a Christian city she must ever be warily on her guard. She was beautiful, and yet poor and apparently friendless. And, as she had intimated, she had found many of the young and gay ready to flatter, and with anything but sincere motives. The banker, considerably her senior, had undoubtedly proved himself a quiet, steadfast friend. He was not the fool to neglect her as did those stupid horses, for any oats the world could offer, and she always found him, like old Plod, ready to drop everything for her, and well he might. No matter how devoted he has been, he can never plume himself on any magnanimity, I said to myself. She probably finds him a trifle formal and sedate, and rather lacking in ideality, just as old Plod is very stolid till she appears. But then he is safe and strong, and very kind to a friendless girl who might well shrink from the vicissitudes of her lot, and would naturally be attracted by the protection and position which he could offer. In spite of the disparity of years, a woman might easily love a man who could do so much for her, and the banker is still well preserved and handsome. Of course Emily Warren does love him. All the wealth of Wall Street could not buy her. Yes, in a world full of lightning flashes, she has made a thrifty and excellent choice. I may as well own it, in spite of every motive to prejudice. Gilbert Hearn is not my ideal man by any means. Good things are essential to him. He would feel personally aggrieved if the weather was bad for 2 days in succession. He is very charitable and public-spirited, and he likes our paper to recognize the fact. I have proof of that, too. Alms given in the dark are not exactly wasted, but I'm thinking scandal. He so likes to let his light so shine. He's respectability personified, and the toil-worn girl will be taken into an ark of safety. I suppose I ought to be magnanimous enough to think that it's all for the best, since he can do infinitely more for her than I ever could. She will be the millionaire's wife, and I'll go back to my dingy little office and write paragraphs heavy enough to sink a cork ship. Thus will end my June idyll. But should I live a century, I will always feel that Gilbert Hearn married my wife. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 7. Book 2nd, Chapter 8 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 8. An Impulse. For nearly an hour I sat listlessly in my chair and watched the shadows lengthen across the valley. Suddenly an impulse seized me, and I resolved to obey it. "If I can go downstairs tomorrow, I can go just as well tonight," I said. "And go I will. She shall not have a shadow on her first evening with her lover, and she's too good-hearted to enjoy it wholly if she thinks I'm moping and sighing in my room. Moreover, I shall not let my shadows make a background for the banker's general prosperity. Stately and patronizing he cannot help being, and Miss Warren may lead him to think that he is under some obligation to me. I wish he might never hear of it, but by Vulcan and his sledge, he shall have no cause to pity me while he unctuously rubs his hands in self-felicitation." As far as my strength permitted, I made a careful toilet and sat down to wait. As the sun sank below the horizon, the banker appeared. "Very appropriate," I muttered, "but his presence would make it dark at midday." Miss Warren was talking with animation and pointing out the surrounding objects of interest, and he was listening with a wonderfully complacent smile on his smooth, full face. "How prosperous he looks," I muttered. "The idea of anything going contrary to his will or wishes." Then I saw that a little girl sat on the front seat with Reuben, and that he was letting her drive, but with his hand hovering near the reins. Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe came out and greeted Mr. Hearn cordially, and he in return was very benign, for it was evident that, in their place and station, he found them agreeable people and quite to his mind. "Why doesn't he take off his hat to Mrs. Yocombe as if she were a duchess?" I growled. "That trunk that fills half the Rockaway doesn't look as if he had come to spend Sunday only. Perhaps we are destined to make a happy family. I wonder who the little girl is." The banker was given what was known as the parlor bedroom on the ground floor, and I heard Ada taking the little girl to her room. Miss Warren did not glance at my window on her return. "She would have been happy enough had I remained here and sighed like a furnace," I muttered grimly. "Well, idiot, why shouldn't she be?" She had evidently lingered to say something to Mrs. Yocombe, but I soon heard her light step pass up to her room. "Now's my chance," I thought. "Mrs. Yocombe is preparing for supper, and all the rest are out of the way." And I slipped down the stairs with noiseless and rather unsteady tread. Excitement, however, lent me a transient strength, and I felt as if the presence of the banker would give me sinews of steel. I entered the parlor unobserved, and taking my old seat, from which I had watched the approach of the memorable storm, I waited events. The first one to appear was the banker, rubbing his hands in a way that suggested a habit of complacency and self-felicitation. He started slightly on seeing me, and then said graciously, "Mr. Morton, I presume?" "You are correct, Mr. Hearn. I congratulate you on your safe arrival." "Thanks. I've traveled considerably and have never met with an accident. Glad to see you are able to be down, for from what I heard I feared you had not sufficiently recovered." "I'm much better today, sir," I replied briefly. "Well, this air, these scenes ought to impart health and content. I'm greatly pleased already and congratulate myself on finding so pleasant a place of summer sojourn. It will form a delightful contrast to great hotels and jostling crowds." I now saw Miss Warren through the half-open door talking to Mrs. Yocombe. They evidently thought the banker was conversing with Mr. Yocombe. Instead of youthful ardor and bubbling happiness, the girl's face had a grave, sedate aspect that comported well with her coming dignities. Then she looked distressed. Was Mrs. Yocombe telling her of my profane and awful mood? I lent an inattentive ear to Mr. Hearn's excellent reasons for satisfaction with his present abode, and in the depths of my soul I thought, if she's worrying about me now, how good-hearted she is. "I already foresee," Mr. Hearn proceeded in his full-orbed tones, "that it will also be just the place for my little girl, safe and quiet, with very nice people to associate with." "Yes," I said emphatically, "they are nice people, the best I ever knew." Miss Warren started violently, took a step toward the door, then paused, and Mrs. Yocombe entered first. "Why, Richard Morton," she exclaimed, "what does thee mean by this imprudence?" "I mean to eat a supper that will astonish you," I replied, laughing. "But I didn't give thee leave to come down." You said I could come tomorrow, so I haven't disobeyed in spirit." Miss Warren still stood in the hall, but seeing that I had recognized her, she came forward and gave me her hand as she said, "No one is more glad than I that you are able to come down." Her words were very quiet, but the pressure of her hand was so warm as to surprise me, and I also noted that what must have been a vivid color was fading from her usually pale face. I saw, too, that Mr. Hearn was watching us keenly. "Oh, but you are shrewd," I thought. "I wish you had cause to suspect." I returned her greeting with great apparent frankness and cordiality as I replied, "Oh, I'm much better tonight and as jolly as Mark Tapley." "Well," ejaculated Mrs. Yocombe, "thee has stolen a march on us, but I'm afraid thee'll be the worse for it." "Ah, Mrs. Yocombe," I laughed, "your captive has escaped. I'm going to meeting with you tomorrow." "No, thee isn't. I feel as if I ought to take thee right back to thy room." "Mr. Yocombe," I cried to the old gentleman who now stood staring at me in the doorway, "I appeal to you. Can't I stay down to supper?" "How's this? How's this?" he exclaimed. "We were going to give thee a grand ovation tomorrow, and mother had planned a dinner that might content an alderman." Or a banker, I thought, as I glanced at Mr. Hearn's ample waistcoat, but I leaned back in my chair and laughed heartily as I said, "You cannot get me back to my room, Mrs. Yocombe, now that I know I've escaped an ovation. I'd rather have a toothache." "But does thee really feel strong enough?" "Oh, yes, I never felt better in my life." "I don't know what to make of thee," she said with a puzzled look. "No," I replied. "You little knew what a case I was when you took me in hand." "I'll stand up for thee, friend Morton. Thee shall stay down to supper and have what thee pleases. Thee may as well give in, mother. He's out from under thy thumb." "My dear sir, you talk as if you were out too. I fear our mutiny may go too far. Tomorrow is Sunday, Mrs. Yocombe, and I'll be as good as I know how all day, which, after all, is not promising much." "It must be very delightful for you to have secured such good friends," began Mr. Hearn, who perhaps felt that he had stood too long in the background. "I congratulate you. At the same time, Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe," with a courtly bend toward them, "I do not wonder at your feelings, for Emily has told me that Mr. Morton behaved very handsomely during that occasion of peril." "Did I?" I remarked with a wry face. I was under the impression that I looked very ridiculous, and I turned a quick, mischievous glance toward Miss Warren, who seemed well content to remain in the background. "Yes," she said, laughing, "your appearance did not comport with your deeds." "I'm not so sure about that," I replied dryly. "At any rate, I much prefer the present to reminiscences." "I trust that you will permit me, as one of the most interested parties, to thank you also," began Mr. Hearn impressively. "No, indeed, sir," I exclaimed a little brusquely. "Thanks do not agree with my constitution at all." "Hurrah!" cried Reuben, looking in at the parlor window. "Yes, here's the man to thank," I resumed. "Even after being struck by lightning, he was equal to the emergency." "No, thee don't, Richard," laughed Reuben. "Thee needn't think thee's going to palm that thing off on me. We've all come to our senses now." For some reason Miss Warren laughed heartily, and then said to me, "You look so well and genial tonight that I do begin to think it was some other tramp." "I fear I'm the same old tramp, for, as Reuben says, we have all come to our senses." "Thee didn't lose thy senses, Richard, till after thee was sick. 'Twas mighty lucky thee wasn't struck," explained the matter-of-fact Reuben. "You must permit me to echo the young lad's sentiment," said Mr. Hearn feelingly. "It was really a providence that you escaped and kept such a cool, clear head." I fear I made another very wry face as I looked out of the window. Reuben evidently had not liked the term young lad, but as he saw my expression he burst out laughing as he said, "What's the matter, Richard? I guess thee thinks thee had the worst of it after all." "So thee has," broke out Mr. Yocombe. "Thee didn't know what an awful scrape I was getting thee into when I brought thee home from meeting. Never was a stranger so taken in before. I don't believe they'll ever go to Friends' meeting again." And the old gentleman laughed heartily, but tears stood in his eyes. In spite of myself, my color was rising, and I saw that Mrs. Yocum and Miss Warren looked uncomfortably conscious of what must be in my mind. But I joined in his laugh as I replied, "You are mistaken. Had I a prophet's eye, I would have come home with you. The kindness received in this home has repaid me 1,000 times." With a sick bear on their hands, Mrs. Yocum and Miss Ada were in a worse scrape than I. "Well, thee hasn't growled as much as I expected," laughed Mrs. Yocum. "And now thee's a very amiable bear indeed, and shall have thy supper at once." And she turned to depart, smiling to herself, but met in the doorway Ada and the little stranger, a girl of about the same age as Zillah, with large, vivid black eyes and long hair. Zillah was following her timidly, with a face full of intense interest in her new companion. But the moment she saw me, she ran and sprang into my arms, and, forgetful of all others, cried gladly, "Oh, I'm so glad thee's well." The impulse must have been strong to make so shy a child forget the presence of strangers. I whispered in her ear, "I told you that your kiss would make me well." "Yes, but thee said Emily Warren's roses too," protested the little girl. "Did I?" I replied, laughing. "Well, there's no escaping the truth in this house." I dared not look at Miss Warren, but saw that Mr. Hearn's eyes were on her. "Confound him," I thought. "Can he be fool enough to be jealous?" Ada still stood hesitatingly in the doorway, as if she dared not trust herself to enter. I put Zillah down, and crossing the room in a free, frank manner, I took her hand cordially as I said, "Miss Ada, I must thank you next to Mrs. Yocum that I am able to be down this evening, and that I am getting well so fast. You have been the best of nurses, and just as kind and considerate as a sister. I'm going to have the honor of taking you out to supper." I placed her hand on my arm, and its thrill and tremble touched my very soul. In my thoughts I said, "It's all a wretched muddle, and, as the banker said, mysterious enough to be a Providence." But at that moment the ways of Providence seemed very bright to the young girl, and she saw Mr. Hearn escorting Miss Warren with undisguised complacency. As the latter took her seat, I ventured to look at her, and if ever a woman's eyes were eloquent with warm, approving friendliness, hers were. I seemingly had done the very thing she would have wished me to do. As we bowed our heads in grace, I was graceless enough to growl under my breath, "My attentions to Ada are evidently very satisfactory. Can she imagine for a moment? Does she take me for a weather vane?" When grace was over, I glanced toward her again, a trifle indignantly, but her face now was quiet and pale, and I was compelled to believe that for the rest of the evening she avoided my eyes and all references to the past. "Why, mother," exclaimed Mr. Yocum from the head of the table, "thy cheeks are as red. Why, thee looks like a young girl." "Thee knows I'm very much pleased tonight," she said. "Does thee remember, Richard, when thee first sat down to supper with us?" "Indeed I do. Never shall I forget my trepidation lest Mr. Yocum should discover whom in his unsuspecting hospitality he was harboring." "Well, I've discovered," laughed the old gentleman. "Good is always coming out of Nazareth." "It seems to me that we've met before," remarked Mr. Hearn graciously and reflectively. "Yes, sir," I explained. "As a reporter, I called on you once or twice for information." "Ah, now it comes back to me. Yes, yes, I remember. And I also remember that you did not extract the information as if it had been a tooth. Your manner was not that of a professional interviewer. You must meet with disagreeable experiences in your calling." "Yes, sir, but perhaps that is true of all callings." "Yes, no doubt, no doubt. But it has seemed to me that a reporter's lot must frequently bring him in contact with much that is disagreeable." "Mr. Morton is not a reporter," said Ada a trifle indignantly. "He's the editor of a first-class paper." "Indeed!" exclaimed Mr. Hearn, growing much more benign. "Why, Emily, you did not tell me that." "No, I only spoke of Mr. Morton as a gentleman." "I imagine that Miss Warren thinks that I have mistaken my calling and that I ought to be a gardener." That's an odd impression. Mr. Yocombe would not even trust you to weed, she retorted quickly. I have a fellow feeling for weeds. They grow so easily and naturally. But I must correct your impressions, Miss Ada. I'm not the dignitary you imagine, only an editor, and an obscure night one at that. Your night work on one occasion bears the light very well. I hope it may be the earnest of the future, said Mr. Hearn impressively. I felt that he had a covert meaning, for he had glanced more than once at Miss Warren when he spoke, and I imagined him a little anxious as to our mutual impressions. I feel it my duty to set you right also, Mr. Hearn, I replied with quiet emphasis, for I wished to end all future reference to that occasion. Through Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe's kindness, I happened to be an inmate of the farmhouse that night. I merely did what any man would have done and could have done just as well. My action involved no personal peril and no hardship worth naming. My illness resulted from my own folly. I'd been overworking or overworked, as so many in my calling are. Conscious that I am not in the least heroic, I do not wish to be imagined a hero. Mrs. Yocombe knows what a bear I've been, I concluded with a humorous nod toward her. Yes, I know, Richard, she said, quietly smiling. After this statement in prose, Mr. Hearn, you will not be led to expect more from me than from any ordinary mortal. Indeed, sir, I like your modesty, your self-depreciation. I beg your pardon, I interrupted a little decisively. I hope you do not think my words had any leaning toward affectation. I wished to state the actual truth. My friends here have become too kind and partial to give a correct impression. Mr. Hearn waved his hand very benignly, and his smile was graciousness itself as he said, I think I understand you, sir, and respect your sincerity. I've been led to believe that you cherish a high and scrupulous sense of honor, and that trait counts with me far more than all others. I understood him well. Oh, you are shrewd, I thought, but I'd like to know what obligations I'm under to you. I merely bowed a trifle coldly to his tribute and suggestive statement and turned the conversation. As I swept my eyes around the table a little later, I thought Miss Warren looked paler than usual. Does she understand his precautionary measures? I thought. He'd better beware. She would not endure distrust. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 8. Book 2nd, Chapter 9 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 9. A Wretched Failure. The excitement that had sustained me was passing away, and I felt myself growing miserably weak and depressed. The remainder of the meal was a desperate battle in which I think I succeeded fairly. I talked that it might not be noticed that I was eating very little, joked with Mr. Yocombe till the old gentleman was ruddy and tremulous with laughter, and made Reuben happy by applauding one of Dapple's exploits, the history of which was easily drawn from him. I spoke often to both Ada and Zillah, and tried to be as frank and unconscious in one case as the other. I even made the acquaintance of Mr. Hearn's little girl. Indeed, her father formally presented her to me as his daughter Adela. I knew nothing of his domestic history and gained no clue as to the length of the widowhood, which he now proposed to end as speedily as possible. I was amused by his not infrequent glances at Ada. He evidently had a keen eye for beauty, as for every other good thing of this world, and he was not so desperately enamored but that he could stealthily and critically compare the diverse charms of the two girls, and I imagined I saw a slight accession to his complacency as his judgment gave its verdict for the one toward whom he manifested proprietorship by a manner that was courtly, deferential, but quite pronounced. A stranger present could never have doubted their relationship. A brief discussion arose as to taste, in which Mr. Hearn assumed the ground that nothing could take the place of much observation and comparison, by means of which effects in color could be accurately learned and valued. In reply, I said, "Theories and facts do not always harmonize any more than colors. Miss Ada's youth and rural life have not given her much opportunity for observation and comparison, and yet few ladies on your avenue have truer eyes for harmony and color than she. Mr. Morton being the judge, said the banker with a profound and smiling bow. Permit me to add that Miss Ada has at this moment only to glance in a mirror to obtain an idea of perfect harmony and color, and his eyes lingered admiringly on her face. I was worsted in this encounter, and I saw the old gleam of mirthfulness in Miss Warren's eyes. How well I remembered when I first saw that evanescent illumination, the quick flash of a bright genial spirit. She delights in her lover's keen thrusts, was now my thought, and is pleased to think I'm no match for him. She should remember that it's a poor time for a man to tilt when he can scarcely sit erect. But Ada's pleasure was unalloyed. She had received 2 decided compliments, and she found herself associated with me in the newcomer's mind and by my own actions. I frankly admit, I said, that I'm a partial judge, and perhaps a very incompetent one. Then I was stupid enough to add, but newspaper men are prone to have opinions. Mr. Yocombe was so sarcastic as to say that there was nothing under heaven that an editor did not know. Oh, if you judge by her father's authority, you are on safe ground, and I yield at once. He had now gone too far, and I flushed angrily as we rose from the table. I saw, too, that Mr. and Mrs. Yocombe did not like it either, and that Ada was blushing painfully. It was one of those attempted witticisms that must be simply ignored. My anxiety now was to get back to my room as speedily as possible. Again I had overrated myself. The excitement of the effort was gone, and my heart was like lead. I, too, would no longer permit my eyes to rest even a moment on one whose ever-present image was only too vivid in spite of my constant effort to think of something else. For so complete was my enthrallment that it was intolerable pain to see her the object of another man's preferred attentions. I knew it was all right. I was not jealous in the ordinary sense of the word. I merely found myself unable longer in my weak condition to endure in her presence the consequences of my fatal blunder. Therefore I saw with pleasure that I might in a few moments have a chance to slip back to my refuge as quickly as I had left it. Mrs. Yocombe was summoned to the kitchen. A farm laborer was inquiring for her husband, and he and Reuben went out toward the barn. Ada would have lingered, but the 2 children pulled her away to the swing. Mr. Hearn and Miss Warren stood by me a moment or two as I sat on the lounge in the hall, and then the former said, "Emily, this is just the time for a twilight walk. Come and show me the old garden." And he took her away with an air of proprietorship at which I sickened, to that place consecrated by my first conscious vision of the woman that I had hoped would be my fair Eve. The moment they were off the porch, I tottered to the stairway and managed to reach the turn of the landing, and there my strength failed, and I held on to the railing for support, feeling ill and faint. A light step came quickly through the hall and up the stairway. "Why, Mr. Morton," exclaimed Miss Warren, "you are not going up so soon." "Yes, thank you," I managed to say cheerily. "Invalids must be prudent. I'm only resting on the landing a little." "I found it rather cool and damp, and so came back for a shawl," she explained, and passed on up to her room, for she seemed a little embarrassed at meeting me on the stairs. In her absence I made a desperate effort to go on, but found that I would fall. I must wait till she returned and then crawl up the best I could. "You see, I'm prudence personified," I laughed as she came back. "I'm taking it so leisurely that I have even sat down about it." "Are you not overtaxing yourself?" she asked gently. "I fear—" "Oh, no, indeed. We'll sleep all the better for a change. Mr. Hearn is waiting for you, and the twilight isn't. Don't worry, I'll surpass Samson in a week." She looked at me keenly and hesitatingly passed down the dusky stairway. Then I turned and tried to crawl on, eager to gain my room without revealing my condition. But when I reached the topmost stair, it seemed that I could not go on any further if my life depended on it. With an irritable imprecation on my weakness, I sank down on the topmost step. "Mr. Morton," said a low voice, "why did you try to deceive me? You have gone far beyond your strength." You here, you of all others, I broke out in tones of exasperation. I meant that your first evening should be without a shadow, and I have failed, as I now fail in everything. Call Reuben. Let me help you, she pleaded in the same hurried voice. No, I replied harshly, and I leaned heavily against the wall. She held out her hand to aid me, but I would not take it. I've no right to even look at you, I, who have been doubly enjoined to cherish such a scrupulous sense of honor. I'd better have died 1,000 times. Call Reuben. How can I leave you so ill and unhappy? And she made a gesture of protest and distress, whose strong effect was only intensified by the obscurity. I had hoped, you led me to think tonight. That I was a weather vane, thank you. Steps were heard entering the hall. Oh, oh! She exclaimed in bitter protest. Emily, called the banker's voice, are you not very long? I seized her hand to detain her and said in a fierce whisper, Never so humiliate me as to let him know. Go at once. Someone will find me. Your hand is like ice, she breathed. I ignored her presence, leaned back, and closed my eyes. She paused a single instant longer, and then, with a firm, decisive bearing, turned and passed quietly down the stairway. What in the world has kept you? Mr. Hearn asked, a trifle impatiently. Can you tell me where Reuben is? She answered in a clear, firm voice that she knew I must hear. What does thee want, Emily? Cried Reuben from the piazza. Mr. Morton wishes to see you, she replied, in the same tone that she would have used had my name been Mrs. Yoakum's, and then she passed out with her affianced. Reuben almost ran over me as he came bounding up the stairs. Hold on, old fellow, I whispered, and I pulled him down beside me. Can you keep a secret? I'm played out, Reuben, to speak elegantly, and I don't wish a soul to know it. I'm sitting very comfortably on this step, you see. That's the way it looks, but I'm stuck, hard aground. You'll have to tow me off, but not a word, remember. Lift me up. Let me get my arm around your neck. There, lucky I'm not heavy. Slow and easy now. That's it. Ah, thank the Lord. I'm in my refuge again. I felt like a scotched snake that couldn't wriggle back to its hole. Hand me that brandy there. Like a good fellow. Now I won't keep you any longer. If you care for me, never speak of this. Please let me tell Mother. No, indeed. But doesn't Emily Warren know? She knows I wanted to see you. Please let me do something or get thee something. No, just leave me to myself a little while and I'll be all right. Go at once. That's a good fellow. Oh, Richard, thee shouldn't have come down. Thee looks so pale and sick that I'm afraid thee'll die yet. If thee does, they'll break all our hearts. And the warm-hearted boy burst out crying and ran and locked himself in his room. I was not left alone very long, for Mrs. Yoakum soon entered, saying, I'm glad thee's so prudent and has returned to thy room. Thee acted very generously tonight, and I appreciate it. I had no idea thee could be so strong and carry it out so well. Emily was greatly surprised, but she enjoyed her first evening far more than she otherwise could have done, for she's one of the most kind-hearted, sensitive girls I ever knew. I do believe it would have killed her if thee hadn't got well. But thee looks kind of weak and faint as far as I can see. Let me light the lamp for thee. No, Mrs. Yoakum, I like the dusk best. The light draws moths. They will come, you know, the stupid things, though certain to be scorched. One in the room at a time is enough. Don't worry. I'm a little tired, that's all. Sleep is all I need. Is thee sure? Yes, indeed. Don't trouble about me. You won't know me in a few days. Thee was a brave, generous man tonight, Richard. I understood the effort thee was making, and I think Emily did. A good conscience ought to make thee sleep well. I laughed very bitterly as I said, My conscience is gutta percha tonight, through and through, but please say no more or I'll have to shock you again. I'll be in a better mood tomorrow. Well, good night. Thee'll excuse a housekeeper on 7th day evening. If thee wants anything, ring thy bell. She came and stroked my brow gently for a moment and then breathed softly. God bless thee, Richard. May the Sabbath's peace quiet thy heart tomorrow. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 9. Book 2nd, Chapter 10 of A Day of Fate by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Book 2nd, Chapter 10. In the Depths. I awoke late Sunday morning and found Reuben watching beside me. "Thee's better, isn't thee?" he asked eagerly. "Well, I ought to be. You're a good fellow, Reuben. What time is it? Nearly night again, I hope." "Oh, no, it's only about 11. They're all gone to meeting. I made 'em leave you in my care. Ada would have stayed, but Mother told her she was to go. Emily Warren's grandfather wanted to go spooning off in the woods, but she made him go to meeting too. I don't see how she ever came to like him with his grand airs." "She has good reasons, rest assured." "Well, he ain't the kind of man I'd go for if I was a girl." "Miss Warren is not the girl to go for any man, Reuben. He had to seek her long and patiently. But that's their affair. We have nothing to do with it." "I thought thee was taken with her at first," said Reuben innocently. "I do admire Miss Warren very much, now as much as ever. I admire a great many ladies, especially your mother. I never knew a truer, kinder lady." "And if it had not been for thee, Richard, she might have been burned up," and tears came into his eyes. "Oh, no, Reuben, you could have got them all out easily enough." "I fear I would have lost my head." "No, you wouldn't. You are not that kind. Please say no more about that affair. I've heard too much of it." "Does thee think thee'll be able to come down to dinner? Mother and Father and all of us will be awfully disappointed if thee isn't." "Yes, I'll come down if you'll stand by me and help me back when I give you the wink. I won't go down till dinner's ready. After it's over, you can help me out under some tree. I'm just wild to get out of doors." I had a consuming desire to retrieve myself and prove that I was not weakness personified, and I passed through the ordeal of dinner much better than I expected. Mr. Hearn was benignness itself, but I saw that he was very observant. The shrewd Wall Street man had the eye of an eagle when his interests were concerned, and he very naturally surmised that no one could have seen so much of Miss Warren as I had and still remain entirely indifferent. Besides, he may have detected something in my manner or imagined that the peculiar events of the past few weeks had made us better acquainted than he cared to have us. Miss Warren's greeting was cordial, but her manner toward me was so quiet and natural that he had no cause for complaint, and I felt that I had rather be drawn asunder by wild horses than give him a clue to my feelings. I took a seat next to Mr. Yocombe, and we chatted quietly most of the time. The old gentleman was greatly pleased about something, and it soon came out that Mr. Hearn had promised him $500 to put a new roof on the meeting house and make other improvements. I drew all the facts readily from the zealous friend, together with quite a history of the old meeting house, for I proposed to make a complimentary item of the matter in my paper, well knowing how grateful such incense was to the banker's soul. Mr. Hearn, who sat nearest to us, may have heard my questions and divined my purpose, for he was peculiarly gracious. I was not able to do very much justice to Mrs. Yocombe's grand dinner, but was unstinted in my praise. The banker made amends for my inability and declared he had never enjoyed such a repast, even at Delmonico's. I thought Miss Warren's appetite flagged a little, but to the utmost extent of my power I kept my eyes and thoughts from her. After dinner, Reuben helped me to a breezy knoll behind the dwelling, and spreading some robes from the carriage house under a wide branching tree, left me, at my request, to myself. The banker now had his way and carried Miss Warren off to a distant grove. I would not look at them as they went down the lane together, but shut my eyes and tried to breathe in life and health. Ada read to the two little girls for some time and then came hesitatingly toward me. I feigned sleep, for I was too weak and miserable to treat the girl as she deserved. She stood irresolutely a moment or two and then slowly and lingeringly returned to the house. My feigning soon became reality, and when I awoke Reuben was sitting beside me, and I found had covered me well to guard against the dampness of the declining day. "You are always on hand when I need you most," I said smilingly. "I think I will go back to my room now, while able to make a respectable retreat." I saw Mr. Hearn and Miss Warren entering the house, and thought that they had had a long afternoon together, but that time no doubt had passed more quickly with them than with me, even though I had slept for hours. When reaching the parlor door, I saw Miss Warren at the piano. She turned so quickly as almost to give me the impression that she was waiting to intercept me. "Would you not like to hear your favorite nocturne again?" she asked with a friendly smile. I hesitated and half entered the parlor. Her face seemed to light up with pleasure at my compliance. How divine she appeared in the quaint, simple room! I felt that I would gladly give the best years of my life for the right to sit there and feast my eyes on a grace and beauty that to me were indescribable and irresistible. But the heavy tread of the banker in the adjoining room reminded me that I had no right, that to see her and to listen would soon become unendurable pain. I had twice been taught my weakness. "Thank you," I said with a short, dry laugh. "I'm sorely tempted, but it's time I learned that for me discretion is certainly the better part of valor." And I turned away, but not too soon to see that her face grew sad and wistful. "Heaven bless her kind heart," I muttered as I wearily climbed the stairs. Ada brought me up my supper long before the others were through, and I felt a faint remorse that I had feigned sleep in the afternoon, even though my motive had been consideration for her as truly as for myself. "Miss Ada," I exclaimed, "you are growing much too unselfish. Why didn't you get your supper first?" "I've had all I wish. I'm not hungry tonight." "Truly, you look as if you lived on roses, but you can't thrive long on such unsubstantial diet. It was real good of you to read to those children so long. If I had been an artist, I would have made a sketch of you three. You and that little dark-eyed girl make a lovely contrast." "I like her," she said simply. "I feel as if I wanted someone to pet. Can't I read to you while you eat your supper?" "I'd rather have you talk to me. What do you think of the little girl's father?" "I haven't thought much about him." "I wish you could see his house in New York. It's a superb one, and on your favorite Fifth Avenue." "Yes, I know," she replied absently. "I should think you would envy Miss Warren." "I don't," she said emphatically. "The man is more than the house." "I don't think you would have said that a month ago." "I fear not. I fear thee didn't like me that Sunday afternoon when I was so self-satisfied. I've thought it over." "Indeed, Miss Ada, I would gladly be struck by lightning myself if it would change me for the better as greatly as you are changed." "It wasn't the lightning," she said, blushing and slowly shaking her head. "I've been thinking." "Ah," I laughed. "You are shrewd. If women only knew it, there's nothing that gives beauty like thought, and it's a charm that increases every year. Well," I continued with the utmost frankness, "I do like you now, and what is more, I honestly respect you. When you come to New York again, I am going to ask your mother to trust me as if I were your older brother, and I'll take you to see and hear much that I'm sure you'll enjoy." "Oh, that will be splendid!" she cried gladly. "I know mother will let me go with thee because, well, she says thee is a gentleman." "Do you know, Miss Ada, I'd rather have your mother say that than have all Mr. Hearn's thousands. But your mother judges me leniently. To tell you the honest truth, I've come lately to have a very poor opinion of myself. I feel that I would have been a much better man if in past years I had seen more of such people as dwell in this house." "Thee remember what father said to thee," she replied shyly with downcast eyes. "This is thy home hereafter." She looks now, I thought, as if she might fulfill the dream I wove about her on that memorable day when I first saw her in the meeting house. How perverse my fate has been, giving me that for which I might well thank God on my knees, and yet which my heart refuses, and withholding that which will impoverish my whole life. Why must the heart be so imperious and self-willed in these matters? An elderly gentleman would say, everything is just right as it is. It would be the absurdity of folly for Miss Warren to give up her magnificent prospects because of your sudden and sickly sentiment. And what more could you ask or wish than this beautiful girl, whose womanhood has awakened and developed under your very eyes, almost as unconsciously as if a rosebud had opened and shown you its heart? Indeed, but a brief time since I would have berated any friend of mine who would not take the sensible course which would make all happy. If I could but become sane and reasonable, as Miss Warren would say, how she would beam upon me, and, the thought of my disappointment and woebegone aspect banished, how serenely she would go toward her bright future. And yet in taking this sane and sensible course I would be false to my very soul, false to this simple, true-hearted girl, to whom I could give but a cold, hollow pretense in return for honest love. I would become an arrant hypocrite, devoid of honor and self-respect. "Heaven bless you, Ada," I murmured. "I love you too well for all your kindness and goodness to pretend to love you so ill." Thoughts like these passed through my mind as I thanked her for all that she had done for me, and told her of such phases of New York life as I thought would interest her. She listened with so intent and childlike an expression on her face that I could scarcely realize that I was talking to one in whose bosom beat the heart of a woman. I felt rather as if I were telling Zillah a fairy story. Still, I had faith in her intuition and believed that after I was gone she would recognize and accept the frank brotherly regard that I now cherished toward her. Reuben was not very long in joining us, and boylike did not note that his sister evidently wished him far away. My greeting was so cordial that she noted with a sigh that I did not regard him as the unwelcome third party. Then Mr. Yocombe and the little girls came to the door and asked if there were room for a crowd. Soon after Mrs. Yocombe appeared, with her comely face ruddy from exercise. "I've hurried all I could," she said, "but thee knows how it is with housekeepers. And yet how should thee know, living all thy life alone in dens, as thee said? Why, thee's having a reception. I fear your guests downstairs will feel neglected, Mrs. Yocombe." "Don't thee worry about that, Richard," Mr. Yocombe said, laughing. "I'm not so old, Mother, but I can remember when we could get through an evening together without help from anybody. I reckon we could do so again, eh, Mother? So thee isn't too old to blush yet. How's that, Richard, for a young girl of 60? Don't thee worry about Emily Warren. I fear that any one of us would make a large crowd in the old parlor." This was sorry comfort, and I fear that my laugh was anything but honest, while Mrs. Yocombe stared out of the window, at which she sat fanning herself with a fixedness that I well understood. But they were all so kind and hearty that I could no more give way to dejection than to chill and cheerlessness before a genial wood fire. They seemed in truth to have taken me into the family. Barely was I now addressed formally as Richard Morton. It was simply Richard, spoken with the unpremeditated friendliness characteristic of family intercourse. Even though I thanked God that He had brought me among these true-hearted people. "And may He blast me," I muttered, "if I ever relapse into the old sneering cynicism that I once affected. Let me at least leave that vice to half-fledged young men and to bald old men." One thing puzzled me. Miss Warren remained at her piano, and it struck me as a little odd that she did not find the music of her lover's voice preferable. But I concluded that music was one of the strongest bonds of sympathy between them, and one of the means by which he had won her affection. Sometimes, as her voice rose clear and sweet to my open windows, I answered remarks addressed to me with an inaptness that only Mrs. Yocombe understood. Before very long that considerate lady looked into my face a moment and then said decisively, "Richard, thee is getting tired. We must all bid thee good night at once." Ada looked almost resentfully at her mother and lingered a little behind the others. As they passed out, she stepped hastily back and, unclasping a rosebud from her breastpin, laid it on the table beside me. "It was the last one I could find in the garden," she said breathlessly, and with its color in her cheeks. Before I could speak, she was gone. "It shall be treated with reverence, like the feeling which led to the gift," I murmured sadly. Heaven grant that it may be only the impulse of a girlish fancy. And I filled a little vase with water and placed the bud near the window where the cool night air could blow upon it. Still Miss Warren remained at the piano. How singularly fond of music he is, I thought. I darkened my room and sat at the window that I might hear every note. The old garden, half hidden by trees, looked cool and Eden-like in the light of the July moon, athwart whose silver hemisphere fleecy clouds were drifting like the traces of thought across a bright face. Motionless shadows stretched toward the east, from which the new day would come, but with a dreary sinking of heart, I felt as if each coming day would bring a heavier burden. But a little time passed before I recognized Chopin's nocturne, to which I had listened with kindling hope on the night of the storm. Was it my own mood, or did she play it with far more pathos and feeling than on that never-to-be-forgotten evening? Be that as it may, it evoked a fiercer storm of unavailing passion and regret in my mind. In bitterness of heart, I groaned aloud and insulted God. It was a cruel and terrible thing, I charged, to mock a creature with such a hope, but why was such power over me given to her when it was of no use? But I will say no more of that hour of weak human idolatry. It was a revelation to me of the depths of despair and wretchedness into which one can sink when unsustained by manly fortitude or Christian principle. It is in such desperate, irrational moods that undisciplined, ill-balanced souls thrust themselves out from the light of God's sunshine and the abundant possibilities of future good. I now look back on that hour with shame and cannot excuse it, even by the fact that I was enfeebled in mind as well as body by disease. We often never know ourselves or our need until after we have failed miserably under the stress of some strong temptation. I was the worse the next day for my outburst of passion and the wretched night that followed, and did not leave my room. But I was grim and rigid in my purpose to retrieve myself. I appeared to be occupied with my mail and paper much of the day, and I wrote a very complimentary paragraph concerning the banker's gift for the meeting house. Mr. Hearn and Miss Warren were out riding much of the time. I saw them drive away with a lowering brow, and was not disarmed of my bitterness because I saw through the half-closed blinds that the young girl stole a swift glance at my window. Ada was pleased as she saw how I was caring for her gift, but I puzzled and disheartened her by my preoccupation and taciturnity. She took the children off on a long ramble in the afternoon, and heaped coals of fire on my head by bringing me an exquisite collection of ferns. The next morning I went down to breakfast resolving to take my place in the family and make no more trouble during the brief remainder of my stay, for I proposed to go back to the city as soon as I had shown enough manhood to satisfy my pride, and had made Miss Warren believe that she could dismiss her solicitude on my account and thus enjoy the happiness which apparently I had clouded. As I saw her pale face again, I condemned my weakness unsparingly, and with the whole force of my will endeavored to act and appear as both she and Mr. Hearn would naturally wish. "Richard," said Reuben after breakfast, "I've borrowed a low phaeton, and I'm going to take thee out with Dapple. He'll put life in thee, never fear. He'd cure me if I were half dead." He was right. The swift motion through the pure air braced me greatly. When we returned, the banker sat on the piazza. Ada was near with some light sewing, and the connoisseur was leisurely admiring her. Well he might, for in her neat morning gown she again seemed the embodiment of a June day. She rose to meet me with a faint accession to her delicate color and said, "The ride has done thee good. Thee looks better than thee has any day yet." "Reuben's right," I said, laughing. Dapple would bring a fossil to life, and the young fellow drove chuckling down toward the barn, making Dapple rear and prance in order to show off a little before Mr. Hearn. I sat down a few moments to rest. Miss Warren must have heard our voices, but she went on with an intricate piece of music in which she was displaying no mean skill. I did not think Mr. Hearn was as much interested in it as I was. His little girl came out of the house and climbed into Ada's lap. She evidently liked being petted and was not a little spoiled by it, The banker continued to admire the picture they made with undisguised enjoyment, and I admitted that the most critical could have found no fault with the group. After exerting myself to seem exceedingly cheerful and laughing heartily at a well-worn jest of Mr. Hearn's, I went to my room and rested till dinner, and I slept away the afternoon as on the previous day. My plan was now to get sufficiently strong to take my departure by the following Monday, and I was glad indeed that the tonic of out-of-door air promised an escape from a position in which I must continually seem to be what I was not, a cheerful man in the flood tide of convalescence. Were it not that my kind friends at the farmhouse would have been grievously hurt, I would have left at once. As I returned from my ride the next day, Mr. Hearn greeted me with a newspaper in his hand. "I'm indebted to you," he said in his most gracious manner, "for a very kindly mention here. So small a donation was not worth the importance you give it, but you have put the matter so happily and gracefully that it may lead other men of means to do likewise at the various places of their summer sojourn. You editors are able to wield a great deal of influence." I bowed, and I said I was glad the paragraph had been worded in a way not disagreeable to him. "Oh, it was good taste itself, I assure you, sir. It seemed the natural expression of your interest in that which interests your good friends here." When I came down to dinner, I saw that there was an unwonted fire in Miss Warren's eyes and unusual color in her cheeks. Moreover, I imagined that her replies to the few remarks that I addressed to her were brief and constrained. She is no dissembler, I thought. Something has gone wrong. After dinner, I went to my room for a book, and as I came out, I met her in the hall. "Mr. Morton," she said with characteristic directness, "if you had given a sum toward a good object in a quiet country place, would you have been pleased to see the fact paraded before those having no natural interest in the matter?" "I have never had the power to be munificent, Miss Warren," I replied with some embarrassment. "Please answer me," she insisted with a little impatient tap of the floor with her foot. "No," I said bluntly. "Did you think it would be pleasing to me?" "Pardon me," I began, "that I did not sufficiently identify you with Mr. Hearn." "What?" she interrupted, blushing hotly. "Have I given any reason for not being identified with him?" "Not at all. Not in one sense," I said bitterly. "Of course, you are loyalty itself." She turned away so abruptly as to surprise me a little. "You had no more right to think it would be pleasing to him than to me," she resumed coldly. "Miss Warren," I said after a moment, "don't turn your back on me. I won't quarrel with you, and I promise to do nothing of the kind again." And I spoke gravely and a little sadly. "When you speak that way, you disarm me completely," she said, with one of the sudden illuminations of her face that I so loved to see. But I also noted that she had become very pale, and as my eyes met hers, I thought I detected the old frightened look that I had seen when I had revealed my feelings too clearly after my illness. She fears that I may again speak as I ought not, I thought, and therefore I bowed quietly and passed on. Mr. Hearn was reading the paper on the piazza. I took a chair and went out under the elm not far away. In a moment Miss Warren joined her affianced and sat down with some light work. "Emily," I heard the banker say, as if the topic were uppermost in his mind, "I'd like to call your attention to this paragraph. I think our friend has written it with unusual good taste and grace, and I've taken pains to tell him so." I could not help hearing his words, but I would not look up to see her humiliation, and turned a leaf as if intent on my author. After a moment she said, with slight but clear emphasis, "I can't agree with you." A little later she went to the piano, but I never heard her play so badly. A glance at Mr. Hearn revealed that his dignity and complacency had received a wound that he was inclined to resent. I strolled away, muttering, "She has idealized him as she did old Plod, but after all, it's not a very serious foible in a man of millions." Before the day passed, she found an opportunity to ask, "Why did you not tell me that Mr. Hearn had spoken to you approvingly of that paragraph?" I would not willingly say anything to annoy you, I replied quietly. Did you hear him call my attention to it? I could not help it. You did not look up and triumph over me. That would have given me no pleasure. I believe you, she said in a low tone, but she devoted herself so assiduously to the stately banker that he became benignness itself. I also observed that Mr. Yocombe looked in vain for the paper after tea. I happened to destroy the copy, I said very innocently. End of Book 2nd, Chapter 10.